It's been a journey here at the BLAST Rivals. We've seen many about teams knocked out, and now we come to the end. We've already broken records, we've already set history, and there's just one thing left to do. But that thing itself, a grand final best of 5 on this stage, well, it might just be legendary. Joining me for a legendary desk here, we're starting out with a legend himself, Dupree on my left. Voos next to him, a legend of Twitter takes.
Yeah, they can't help but put me next to Maui.
And the legend of Impact. We had to do it. We had to do the bit. It's Maui Snake on the end.
You know, this just humbles me every single day. But I won't stop typing on Twitter also. Even if Vu is taller, my takes can be bigger.
Look, it's hard to check your ego, so we did have to find a way. But we've had a few egos checked here in the arena. We've had a few egos checked from teams coming into this point, a few teams that are no longer with us, and some that we had very high hopes for, didn't we, Peter?
Well, yeah, we did. Like, the top 4 team was here. You know, the battle for the semi-final battles was obviously something that we looked very much forward to. And, you know, Mouse Sports was a team that, for me, stood out in the way that they still have what it takes to battle Vitality. You know, they come into this tournament also being the contender to maybe take Vitality down, but actually, once again, fumbled to Falcons. I think that Falcons is maybe at a stage where they can actually overtake them. And I still think that Mouse has what it takes. I still think Mouse is looking good. The only thing that I believe that Mouse might be lacking, if we actually look at the broader picture, is that they don't have like the likes of a player like Donk or Sai Wu or NiKo or Manisi. Like, they're more relying on them being good as a team. And we heard from Cyclone yesterday, the whole idea about them is that you know, they're a young team. They may still be fighting themselves as their biggest like competitor inside the server. So they have what it takes. They played really great Counter-Strike. They can push all the good teams to their limits. But it's like when they don't get to that and they lose things they're not supposed to lose, they seem to fumble a little bit.
Yeah, you look at Mouse, and the problem is Spirit, Falcons, Vitality, they all have a player where if they show up and they play their best CS, everyone's gonna say, well, we couldn't do anything. Everyone on Mouse will even, we couldn't really do anything, Zywood just destroyed us. Mouse doesn't have that. They have to win by committee, so if one player doesn't show up to quite his greatest level, they can lose to anyone in the top 4.
Now, you say that, Vu, but I think there's another conversation to be had about one of those teams that has a player who shows up. Spirit, struggling here. They came off of a month off. We were kind of curious to see what kind of form they'd bring. They're not here in this final. I
really wanted to see Spirit show something new. I wanted to see them come into that series they played and show a new strat, show a new look, show some counter strats or something like that, because that's the team they were looking at. They were going to be looking at Vitality, trying to figure out how can we beat them. They were the top dogs. They were going for the crown, but they just looked the same. They looked like the same old Spirit, relied too much on Donk. Magix might show up sometimes, Zontix might show up sometimes, but no consistency across the board. I wanted more.
I would love to see Spirit just change up positions a little bit more, try to just kind of mess with the strategies, the pacing perhaps of how they want to play the game. Because in a match against Vitality, if Donk doesn't go to an ascendant level, really you're going to get what we saw yesterday.
And do you actually think the Spirit might actually have to make a roster change to actually be competitive against the other teams now?
I think so at this point. I don't think a coaching change or a tactical change is within their wheelhouse anymore. I think that Holly's actually put forward the best way that Spirit can play. I think he has thought about this more than anybody else in the world. If it's up to me, I would just be looking for a change right after the major.
I'm actually more on the page that I think they could change something that could put them to a slightly higher level. Can they beat Vitality? I don't know, but are they going to do that? I think it's more likely that they, as a team, they're unable to make those changes. Their players maybe don't have that in them, and they're gonna have to make a change, yeah.
There's been a name on everyone's lips. Everyone's been thinking about it. Where might he go? What roster might he join? He is, of course, signed to Spirit. Kyosuke, we'll just put that out there for the future. But now I want to talk about a name that everyone else is talking about as well. FaZe. FaZe came in here. We've been looking at them all year long to find some solutions, and it just hasn't quite worked out.
So Kerrigan and the majority of FaZe have talked about this season that they're gearing up for the major. You know, those words mean something to us when there is a proof of concept that you've won tournaments with a 5-man lineup. If we've seen you get into grand finals in the past, then those words actually say, oh, okay, they're just kind of relaxing. You can't relax, or you can't take what FaZe is doing and say this is fine or acceptable when you haven't proven with the Liege that you can make it deep into a tournament. They have yet to even make it to a grand finals, even at some of the weaker fielded events, such as the PGL Bucharest of the world, where they come into a paltry 3rd place. When you look at some of the other rosters and you're like, this has more firepower, this has more star power, has more legacy than, say, a Falcons with Dexter did.
The problem is when you look at them on paper, if you look at their results, it doesn't look nearly as bad as when you actually look at them in the server. It looks so much worse. They look discoordinated. They look all on different pages. You can see the frustration all the time on their faces. Something's not working, but they can't figure it out.
And sure, they've talked about the whole thing that they want to gear up for the major. You know, we've seen what FaZe can do at majors. You know, it's a team that I have personally have a hard time counting out because they still have a lot of good players. They have great leadership in Kerrigan. But I'm still curious to see what is going to be this magical flip of the switch that actually makes them play better, because we've seen that they can play good. But they seem to me a little bit like mousebots. Whenever they get into the situation where they feel like they should have done something different and actually done something good, they seem to fumble and not get into a position where they can still win the game. And they just seem to be their own worst enemy and get in their head, start discussing things. You know, it just seems like they've lost faith in the project sometimes.
Now, we will be moving into our grand final matchup in a moment, but I want to end on a sweet note here. Of the teams that aren't in this grand final, who do you think you're most optimistic about headed into the Austin Major?
For me, I'm still rooting for Mouse. You know, I still think Mouse is a great team, and I think they have the qualities that try to make it very deep. They still have their things to work on, obviously, but I still think that now that they've actually been limited here, they have some time to go and actually work on the things they know they need to work on. And I was very pleasantly surprised, and it was nice to hear from Psycho that they feel like they are heading in the right direction. They're still working, they have the talent mass, yeah, they're still young, and they've recently overcome this whole studio immersion thing. So I think they're still in a great spot to keep progressing, and I think it's just a matter of time before they actually get over that hump where they might not make the great result that we know what they can make.
I think that's a positive note for us to end on here, because now it's time to head to a quick break. On the other side, our grand final, history incarnate in Vitality, and Falcons looking to change the story.
The first thing I want you to know is me and Zayu are really bad at anything related to holding a pen.
We're gonna do our best.
The first thing I think it will be easy for you.
C4?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah. Oh, you're such a bitch.
So.
What the fuck? Karambit.
Yes, thank you. Let's go. Okay. Question mark?
No, it's like
I mean, there's only 3 days. Molotov.
Yeah, perfect. I'm thinking about mine. Wait.
Yeah, but let it face.
What the fuck? Kit? I don't know.
Miniso, I don't know.
Window? I don't know. Flash maybe? Flash? Ah, it looks like a flash, yeah.
Thank you. I think it's a smoke grenade. Hey, good job, mate.
Glock.
Yes, actually, yes. It was a Glock. What the? It's a map?
No.
It's a really long pistol then. Yes, please?
No.
No?
Yeah, it's really simple pistol. Like, it's really easy. You click on it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but
one of the best pistols ever.
Deagle? That's a Deagle?
Yes, that's a Deagle.
Yeah, we are really bad at it. Hey, already. That's a bomb site. I'm so bad at drawing. This is
It's like a B-side.
No.
Ah, yeah, I get it. Inferno, yes.
Wait. So this is short.
So Matthew, when you enter the site, you have a box to your left. Yeah, okay, I get it.
See, you get it?
Yeah. I will do one that I think will be easy for you. Here. Entrance.
Okay.
Then B.
Why are you drawing this way? Like
boxes really far, because I cannot do here. You have like a huge box. Here, people hide behind it. Here is the bomb site. There is a block here and a box on top of the box. A window. Mate, which B site has a window? Think.
Oh, I know a lot of bomb sites with the window. Mirage?
No, B site.
Yes! There's a lot of window on Mirage.
Okay. There is a fucking door here that you can enter.
Those two?
Yes, B side, that's two.
Fortunately for all of us, they are far better artists in the server. Vitality, they broke records yesterday. They are history incarnate here in Counter-Strike, but now they've got another step here at the BLAST Rivals. They got to extend that trophy streak. They've got to come for the crown. They got to come for the cup and defend their title as the world #1. This is a team that is in the midst of greatness, but for Falcons, they have been ascending, never resting on their laurels, constantly trying to add more and more and more to build the absolute powerhouse that they believe they can be.
I mean, we're in for a treat, you know. We have the two best teams in the world fighting off against and together in the Grand Final. You know, it's only been 7 days since they did it the last time. So obviously we have also the storylines of the players. Like we have the pairs of CyeW and ropz, but we also have NiKo and Monesi on the other side. We have some real good Counter-Strike in store for us. And also we just cannot deny the whole thing that Falcons has only been playing with Monesi so little time. They've had very limited practice. Coming into this game with that limited practice and they've hunger to also get some revenge from Melbourne must mean something to them. They have something to prove and they want to dethrone Vitality.
And I'm glad that it's against Falcons too, because Vitality, if they were to lose this kind of final to a team like, say, Spirit, who has been resting for a full month, this is the same Falcons roster that also played them in Melbourne a week ago. So nobody really has excuses about jet lag. The only thing that's on Falcons' side is that they probably had first-class flights, whereas Vitality had business flights.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Falcons, I think they have a good chance in this one. But it's on the Vitality side, they're fighting against themselves. You know, they were fighting against Liquid for that series streak. Now they're fighting against themselves. If they can make history, if they can go further, get 5 in a row, move into the major, win the major, and they can actually become an era-defining team.
I'm curious about this, right? We are very fortunate on this desk to have somebody with us who's been part of an era, one of very few people in the world of Counter-Strike who can give perspective. What is it like as a player here, Dupree, when you're in the midst of a team where you know history is being made?
You know, as a player, you know, you get tired, but once you're winning, and when you're winning, you keep going with the flow. Like you keep constantly wanting to develop yourself, but you also keep asking yourself, what is our next goal? Actually, you know, they've probably had the goal of making the Grand Slam. Now they had the goal to actually go and get the streak going. They've got that. What's the next thing for Valve? They're probably looking to get the major. Maybe they just want to keep continuing their streak by winning tournaments. That could be a lot of options for them, but it's also about staying true to what they can actually achieve. I think it's also just.
Do you think though Falcons is hungrier because they lost the last time and Vitality just won the streak? They already passed the streak?
I believe so, you know, and we've also heard that they want to dethrone them. And I think they are, with the limit of practice they've had and the fact that they are playing so good right now, they feel they can already contest them. Then why shouldn't they, with the practice they can potentially get in the future, not become like an even better team? Like, I'm not saying they're going to go out and break their streak, obviously, but they can at least, like, you know, contend them for the first spot.
Like you were talking about here, when it comes to goals, I think Vitality, they've talked about the next goal's the major, but they still have this grand final in the way. And I think that's one of the ways that Falcons have a bit of an edge. They are hungry. They are hungrier. They are a team that, if Vitality sleep on this a little bit, they easily could take this.
There could be a case where Vitality, you know, yesterday they said themselves they maybe didn't focus too much on the streak at all, but, you know, as a player, you always kind of do. Like, you kind of downplay it a little bit. You don't want to put too much pressure on yourself. Now they've actually gotten this one. They go into this grand final. Sure, the streak of actually making 5 consecutive wins is also really great, but obviously the other one, in some sense, has to have meant more for them. So now that they are in a case where they might, you know, they might lose like 5% focus because they you know, we already achieved what we want to. Yeah, we can win another grand final, but we've won 4 already. We are in a state where it's actually okay if we let this one slip.
Now, I have to ask, gentlemen, we've set up the context here. We've set up the storylines coming in. Who do you think actually has the edge here? Who are you pulling for in this grand final? Who do you think is going to take it?
Taking everything into consideration, I think, you know, I mean, I think Falcons is going to do it, right? I mean, there's also a lot of mind games coming into the whole process of playing the same opponent you did 1 week ago. Like, you're gonna probably, the same map pool is gonna be in play. You know, who's gonna pick what map? We're also gonna see mind games in terms of the tactical diff. Like, we know that we faced them on this map. Can we actually turn something around to make it more favorable for us? You know, there's a lot of context playing to this game compared to what they played 1 week ago, because then there was still this huge question about how good are they actually? Are they this great with Monesi, or was it just like a one-time off, or can we actually fend them off this time around? You know, I think there's a lot of like unanswered question coming to this best of 5.
I don't think that the reason that Falcons got to the grand final last time was a fluke, but this is such sustained success with Vitality that even if they lose that 5% you're talking about, they haven't cleared for themselves an obvious objective going into this game. Like, they've already got the Grand Slam. They already have beaten the Liquid win streak. They're still just playing at a level where I've seen a lot of the players from Vitality kind of fall off in certain maps, but they still get it done. They still win. So there's always this huge supporting cast and the star players and the Mount Rushmore captain right here who's going to be able to uplift any player that's maybe sinking.
Yeah, when you're coming off a grand final where you go down 12-6 on map 5 and somehow pull it out in overtime, if they falter by 5%, that's 5% that Falcons will take and run with and potentially win the series, but they got the GOAT. I mean,
They got the GOAT.
they got ZywOo. What are we going to say?
They got the GOAT, and everyone knows that's what makes it most true is when your own org puts it on a T-shirt, right? That makes it reality. I do have to say,
team.
look, only one guy here has worn one of these jerseys recently, so he thinks it's pretty comfortable. I'm thinking I might be going the same way. I just feel like there's that moment, right, where you've achieved something that seemed incredible, that seemed impossible, where the adrenaline dump afterward, the relief you feel. I mean, we had Apex talking about he's tired, he's sick, he's been traveling. Sometimes you have that dump of emotions, and it's tough to just instantly regain and be on to the next task. I think Falcons, after what they saw in Melbourne, I think they could do it. But you talked about the GOAT. We got to talk about him. ZywOo has been greatness incarnate in Counter-Strike. I think you know a little something about him.
I mean, it's actually incredible to hear how players constantly praise him. You know, we always please him on the stream. You know, I think it's incredible to hear that people are always saying this. That yeah, but then ZywOo just decided to do this and that, and then he ended up winning around me. I know. I talked with Sonic backstage, and he said to me, and ZywOo was walking past, and he just looked at him. I hope he just doesn't show up the way he usually do, right? So you know, he's aware, also being coaching, that he's aware of turning the game by his own. But obviously, he also has Monacy, he also has NiKo on the side. You know, Monacy has been brought into this team to, you know, to change things. He has already changed a lot, and he's a more consistent AWP. In my opinion, he might be, I wouldn't say like a better AWP, maybe he's a little bit more flashy, but I actually think that ZywOo, like as a player, maybe have more quality.
You know, I don't remember a ZywOo kill, but I do remember a Monacy kill. I remember a Monacy flick. Look, when it comes down to these two players, I mean, ZywOo is a player that he's going to make all the correct rotations. He's going to have his crosshair in the perfect spot, and he's going to make it look like, hey, I could load up and do that myself. I could jump in a game, and I could hit those shots. And Monacy, on the other hand, with the AWP in hand, he makes it look impossible, and that's what makes him look so spectacular.
The difference between you, Vu, and ZywOo isn't that maybe in those moments where ZywOo has his crosshair in the perfect spot, you both could click your mouse in the exact same way. Your crosshair would just be in a different spot. You would be standing in a worse position, and that's why you would die. So that's the thing with ZywOo. He makes it look so effortless because he just makes so many correct decisions. The assertiveness and ability to know what's coming next, the prescience, is probably the best of all time there.
Yeah, and you're only half the woo of ZywOo.
Half the woo. He's got the
they cut it right there in the middle of the
You didn't earn the first two
Not the
letters.
woo. Look, I wanted to hear from the two of them, right? These are two incredible AWPers going toe-to-toe, so I went and saw if I could get them to talk a little trash to each other. Let's give it a listen. I know you're raring to get back up on that stage and ready to go. You going to destroy these guys today?
Do you expect me to answer what, no? Or what?
Answer honestly.
Yes, of course.
3 maps?
Let's see, maybe it's gonna be best of 5. No, like all the 5 maps. Who knows?
But you're going to destroy this guy in the server.
Let's see.
He's going to, I think that's the humble way of saying he's going to destroy you. How do you feel about that?
Fine, I accept it. We're gonna get destroyed by Monacy, it's fine. Nah.
24 series in a row, 100% win rate last 3 months. I mean, you haven't lost since January in this studio, but you did lose in this studio. Could that be the edge?
Yeah, maybe that's the time we're gonna lose. We achieved something crazy yesterday, so maybe that's time we're gonna take some rest, so let's see.
Now, I know for you're a guy who tries to downplay the accolades, but last year, you didn't just watch Donk take that trophy. You watched this kid in number 2, these young kids. You're the prodigy here. You're the chosen one. You gonna show him why?
Let's see who's gonna be better in the 7 now.
Matthew, let's beat this guy in the middle for these cocky questions.
Let's beat this guy now.
Yes.
Yeah,
what are you doing here?
Look, I mean, here in real life, I might have a chance. If we get in the server, it's a bad time.
He tried to bully us, and now I think we need to fuck him up now.
Bro, you don't have a chance, and in real life as well.
This is bad. They're unifying against me. I think I got to get out of here. We'll have to see how it goes in the server.
One Gorilla, one journeyman. What are you gonna do?
Cancelled, man.
If the combined cultural impact of Monacy and ZywOo come from my head, I think I might have to move to a cave somewhere.
Yeah, they gave you a hard time.
They did. They unified. I didn't expect that.
They just weren't having it with your questions, man. You're trying to pit them against each other, but they almost want to ally.
I wanted Monacy to hit him with a ZywOo,
Yeah, seriously.
doing good
We have to
here.
do it for them, it feels like. No, okay. Like in the m0NESY versus ZywOo contest right there, ZywOo's the more complete player. m0NESY's the better opper. I'm just going to put it
I
like
agree, I
that.
agree.
m0NESY's the better opper. In terms of hitting 10 out of 10 difficulty shots, he does it more often. He puts himself in positions where he has to hit these flicks or he's going to die. And he's creating new fights that ZywOo, he knows what the right play is so much that he's never going to put himself at the risks that m0NESY does, which is why m0NESY can win seemingly unwinnable rounds.
How about if we just put ourselves in spots where we have to hit 1 out of 10 shots, and then we can do that forever, for years, and do it over and over and over and over and over. And
Like Device, like Device.
ZywOo is Device's hero, okay? ZywOo is who Device wishes he was. Now, listen, when we have the op in hand, I'll admit, m0NESY, good. He's up there with ZywOo. He's definitely more impressive. He's definitely, you think of him more when it comes to clutches, and you can remember a m0NESY shot. But is he better? Nah.
We'll maybe get back to this. I want one more point, which is that ZywOo's been on this team so long. Dupree's had 4 jerseys since then. Meanwhile, m0NESY joined a week ago. A little bit of a different context in that time. But speaking of new additions, we're going to move on into a different conversation. We got ropz. We got NiKo. Both teams, they gained these players at the beginning of the year, and they have been X factors for these squads.
NiKo obviously changed everything for Falcons. Like it seemed like he came into the team, with a second voice, the second voice they needed. Apart from him dropping really good stats, and being a player that everyone wants to play with. So he also, attracts other players. NiKo is this kind of guy that just, even if he has a bad map or if he has like a bad series, he just leaves it behind. He goes back in the server, actually comes in with a lot of impact. He seems to be really good at controlling how they want to, like also mid-round calling. So it's like both on the T side and the CT side, he seems to be actually giving a lot to the team. He's a guy that obviously has been playing the game for years, and he's been considered like the gold rifle. There's a case he could be so. I mean, he's on this team for a reason. He's been put into this team because they want to give him that major.
I'll give NiKo a lot of credit. He's probably the GOAT rifler, or he is in my mind. He's the GOAT rifler, but at the same time, he's been struggling a little bit recently. And when you look at ropz, there was an argument, especially at the beginning of CS2, is he the best player in the world? And when he joins Vitality, he completes them in such an incredible way. All of his teammates talk about ropz, he's motivating us, he's doing so much on and off the server. And not only that, but he plays as an anchor. That's not a role anyone wants to play.
It's true. To me, ropz is a win more player because if he has an incredible 22 to 12 stat line, I know he controlled his side of the map. I don't know if he controlled his side, like the entire game. If it's NiKo on that side of stat line, I know that he's controlling the most important space on the map. I know that he's getting space for his in-game leader to make good mid-round calls. So in my eyes, NiKo is still the more impactful rifler than ropz, but ropz has given this Vitality team, I know they don't want to admit it, but a honeymoon, because ropz himself was on the downtrend when he was at the end of phase in 2024. Other than that Shanghai major, if you think about that entire season, he was a factor into why they were losing some of those games. So NiKo, to me, he's been the composite picture. Really, the longest time he has a slump is for a single map.
Now, the real question is, who's better to talk about ropz than ropz? Let's hear from him. Now, you've been that golden factor, right? That thing that changed and then everything seemed to be fixed. What do you think it is about your presence in this team that's not only let yourself shine, but everybody else around you?
It's tough to say. I mean, obviously, I think I can bring stability to the team. If I'm in form, I think we have a really good baseline. The team knows they can rely on me, and they're not afraid of me doing my individual decisions or me providing to the team whatever the team needs, like strats or grenades for that sense. I've done that a lot in the past. So yeah, it's just a bunch of experience that I come with, and I think that's what the team was looking for, and it helps.
Eyes on this grand final, Falcons on the other side. They brought you guys right to the brink in Melbourne. How do you think it's going to go this time around?
It's completely different this time. Yes, it's less pressure for us. We talked about it. Like we don't feel the pressure we did in Melbourne, because that was a very important match to close out the Grand Slam, and now it's a rematch with different things on the line. For them, a bit of revenge, and I think for us, just coming again with a different mindset and feeling less of the pressure that we had, but at the same time, yeah, just not wasting our time and really wanting this trophy as well.
Does that release in pressure make you at all nervous that there might be a change in form?
Maybe. I think that, ropz, he was brought into Vitality. Now they are this great team. They have won multiple victories and championships. And now you also got to look at Falcons, NiKo was brought into this team, and he pulled like this ship that has sunk into that. He pulled it up back up to the surface, and now they're actually functioning. You know, I think we can credit ropz for what they have done in Vitality, but I think we should credit NiKo just as much for what he has done by bringing Falcons back on the paper to actually be competitive.
Yeah, both these players they're neck and neck. We have to accept that. With ropz, I think personality fits the player. He's a little unassuming in those interviews, but he gets in the server, he does his job, and it's not a job everyone wants to be doing, but he does it, and he does it better than anyone in the world right now.
When it comes to the pressure element of what ropz is saying there, I don't think that's necessarily something that Vitality need to worry about, even though they have less of a motivation to win this than, say, the Grand Slam or to beat the streak. Apex just fires you up, okay? If you're sitting next to him and you step out of line, like you start over-peaking, you start saying, no, Apex, I got a timing, you mess up one time, he's gonna whip you back into shape immediately. So he's the best leader for a team that might be relaxing just a bit.
There were a couple more notes in that interview as well, talking to ropz. One of the things he said was that they've really been holding to Apex's comments of, we just want to have no regrets. When this run is over, whatever glory we have, we want to have no regrets about anything left behind. And I think that's a huge part of what's driving Vitality here.
They're definitely in a state where they know that if this one slips up, that's what it is. You know, but also want to go and give everything they have. You know, going into the game and not believing that you can actually take this 5th victory. Well, you know, it would be pretty bad for them. You know, they know what they're capable of. They want to get this 5th victory, and if they can continue winning the ways they've been doing and continuing their streak, that is what they're looking for.
I think when it comes to having no regrets, we're talking about. Wow. We're talking about putting in the time.
Fired up.
They're fired up, yeah.
We're talking about putting in the time outside the server. That's something ropz does. Apex has talked about it, but that's something the supporting cast does as well. We've got Mezzi and Flames. We've got TeSeS and Magisk that really matter.
Let's dive into TeSeS and Magisk, right? Because this is a team that everyone's always looking at what's the roster, what's the next move, who's going to get $1 million thrown at them. But these guys have been defending themselves very ably here at the Rivals.
At the Rivals.
We're here at the Rivals. We're here at the Rivals.
Keyly zooming into this because this is the one time where Magisk has been doing a good time defending himself. He's actually proving his value on this roster. He's looked better as an individual. Things I've noted about his own gameplay is that he's just not running in as carelessly as he was before. He's saving a little bit more. And kind of a weird stat that he's gotten better about, he's throwing like 40% more flashes at this tournament than he was at other ones. I think he's going for the double flash purchase at the beginning of rounds a bit more often than the nade flash combination. And I feel like he just uses that utility a little better. I've seen him throw some flashes for himself, especially on Nuke around the A site where he's just like tossing it to defend the bomb site instead of getting that extra little bit of chip damage.
Yeah, TeSeS has talked about role changes for him, and I think that's relevant for Magisk as well. Then we have TeSeS, who is the 3rd star. We think of him as kind of like the Malbs of this team. People were really high on Malbs in 2024, 2025. I'm really high on TeSeS. I think he's a great player. And in the Grand Final of Melbourne, he was the best player on the server for Falcons. That's an incredible thing to say.
He was definitely very impressive, and I think that what Falcons need is that they need either of those to actually step up. It's like, if both go missing, then they will be in a hard time, because, yeah, sure, they can maybe rely on NiKo and m0NESY, but they need either of those, and if they can both show up, that is exactly where they get, like, super dangerous. What stands out for me for TeSeS is that he's, like, such a valid and such an important piece when they go to the T-sides. The T-sides, he's, like, super aggressive. He really wants to try and get for the chances. He's a guy that is not afraid of taking duels, and from watching him, he is more of a guy that decides to go for the all-in duels instead of just trying to play it smart. You know, he's utilizing his own strength in such a good way, something that so benefits the team, the way that if he can actually get the openings that will create the space for the rest of the team to close it out. I think, you know, they have figured out how they want to use him, and that's also why I believe that he's been feeling a lot better in this team, and also, as he mentioned himself, bringing in m0NESY has relieved some of the pressure for him to always perform.
Yeah, he's just looked so much freer on the T side. On the CT side, you still see some of those nerves that haunt him in terms of him just feeling a little cagier, more boxed in.
Now, you know there was a Malbs reference, so you know I'm happy, but it's time to find out if these teams are going to be happy, because it's time for the veto. What are we expecting here, boys?
Something similar. I mean, like, you know, best of 5, you will have a lot of maps obviously to play. And, you know, the map pool is just super important. And I think we will see one side go, they will have different strengths inside the map pool, but they will also meet inside of the middle where they want to go, right?
The only thing I'm curious about is if Vitality pick Train as early as they did last time. At Melbourne, I was a little bit curious by it being the 3rd pick. For Falcons, I think some mix of Dust2 and Mirage are probably what they're going to go with. Again, they do the same thing. We got the same 2 maps in the first order. And this 3rd map, this is where I'm kind of curious. And okay, Vitality, they want to run it back. They run Train as the 3rd map in the series again. It probably is something that they're just comfortable with. They have the 100% win rate. Can't really argue with the numbers, I suppose.
I think they're thinking, well, we're winning Inferno anyways. We go into map 3. Let's at least get some practice on Train. Maybe we get a... I mean, when you actually go to the Melbourne Finals, they won that map, but they didn't look better than Falcons for the majority of that map. So yeah, I am a little surprised they put it third.
Falcons should have won train, 100%. I feel like the entire series, Falcons looked strong. They should have won that grand final. They were up 12-6 in the last map on Nuke. I mean, why wouldn't they just feel comfortable going back to the same maps?
Now, look, we can say a whole lot of should've, could've, and would've, but the reality is that Vitality did. So in this go-around, is Vitality going to do again, or this time will Falcons do what they should have done? Time to put your predictions on the table.
Oh, I mean, I gotta support the Falcons, guys. So
Contractually.
I think we're gonna go. We're going all the way.
I think Vitality do it again. I think Vitality, but it's going to be a very close series. Falcons absolutely have chances. Every map is going to be close, even if it's not a 3-2.
I'm going to go with Vitality as well. I feel like the streak is going to continue today. The GOAT, well, not the GOAT, one of the GOATs of captaining, of IGLing, is going to keep it up. I feel like Apex is going to lock everybody in. Even when it feels like there's less on the line, he always recognizes the legacy of himself is something that he has to prove. Like, in-game leaders more than anybody know it's about the W or the L, and he wants it more.
Nothing defines legacy more than finals, and nothing defines the legacy more than the voices that bring you those finals. Two of the finest voices in our game, Scrawny and Launders.
Always the sweet talker, Mike. Thank you, gentlemen, for your expertise. Mohan, here we go. Again, a Vitality Grand Final, and who better than Falcons to challenge them at the moment? Who better than a team that would be on that top 10 win streak graphic we've all become accustomed to, if not for Vitality? They'd be right up there. 13 of their last 15 matches, all the way of Falcons. Those 2 losses, only to the team that they find themselves up against again tonight.
We've got some interesting circumstances here. Of course, now it's a studio compared to Melbourne, which was in front of the crowd. But for Vitality, they obviously have a lot less pressure. They said it's just a different mindset, which makes perfect sense. They set their streak yesterday. Today, they still have the chance to continue it. It's not even, let's take Nip out of the equation. You just want to have the longest streak possible. Now, you're not going to be able to do this twice within one run. So this comes with a grand final, the ability to beat a team that you beat last time. And for the Falcons, the interesting thing is we saw that Magiska's actually having a much better event here. Back in Melbourne, he was not good. Tesses also had an amazing final. I don't know if that happens again. Kixen, 2 out of the 5 maps, he was pretty remarkable as well. There are some stories I wonder about the consistency for Falcons and the motivation here for Vitality to see if we get a different change of pace. But one thing I think is for sure is as a team, Falcons would have only improved.
Still such a fresh roster with this Monacy inclusion, so why not hold on for the growth? There we go, Tesses, quick first kill, ZywOo out of the door, back in, and that's perfect because he dodges Monacy, who goes to try to clear that. It opens the possibility of ropz to attack, and then so we get this, what looks like cookie cutter execute into the A site. Ooh, but there, okay, whoa. There's the X factor. That's what you want to see. Magisk, beautiful lineups through that smoke.
Someone's feeling it.
I mean, couldn't have asked for a better couple of random shots to connect. Not random in his mind's eye. He knows that entry pathing, and he nails it. So here we go. Falcons suddenly with a real chance of a retake. Still have to get through Mezzy. That one doesn't go bad. We've got now a triple kill to Magisk's name. ropz pops up. Kixan's kill. Falcons take the pistol, and I know why. This man on screen.
Yeah, look at that smile. That's mad serious. And yeah, I mean, he was shooting through the smoke, but he was also adjusting for the exact positions that they would get to. Very nice round out of Magisk. And validating those first 2 shots with a 3rd kill as well. Wrapping onto the site. Now, this move from Vitality I thought was interesting because you'll see Flamesy up here by himself sometimes coming out of the halls. This is not the first time I've seen a team try a hall setup to try to catch him specifically, but then ZywOo's right behind him. I think that's what catches them off guard. And if not for Magisk, this is just a round 1 for Vitality in a very simple post-plant position on the A site. So, good signs here for both teams.
A real question mark for me in this matchup. Obviously, we start the series, the best of 5 on Inferno again. The most lopsided score of that grand finals, 13-2 last time around. 2 kills for ZywOo out of the gate this time. Fast aggression from Falcons trying to meet Vitality, but did they anticipate this strong of a buy?
Yeah, that's already a bit of a mistake. At least they get a kill back. And the reason that ropz gets so many kills is because in his anchor spots, in his very aggressive positions that he's lurking in, normally you don't exit the end of halls here. You don't jump out of Palace or Mirage or whatever it is. But ropz, he knows when he can get away with those pushes, and he maximizes those opportunities. So a low number spot here for Falcons, so they've got to be aware of it. But Vitality have the dominant spot. They don't have to move too quickly yet. And I think, did they secure an upgrade here? Wow.
MP9,
totally
yeah.
denied that smoke.
Apex grabbed it. MP9. That's all really there is to take.
They got to be careful of this Monacy Rob situation.
That's nice. Frag grenade perfectly placed on Apex. He's now nearly dead. NiKo gonna try to get the spam off. Finds that timing, but they do lose Magisk. You've got Monacy back sight, and he lines up the double, goes for the third, and takes it all. Individually, we've got 2 triple kills back-to-back from Falcons already.
Yeah, I mean, just high-level rounds, really good all the way to the end. A very good start for Vitality, but that 3K from Monacy is all they need to think about. That's beautiful. I think it's just a simple window flash that catches them off here. But you can see as they're coming up, they get tagged through the middle of default from the Moto smoke. They get hit by a nade on their way up through mid as well. Even though Falcons were low numbers, they kept good understanding of what was happening. And because NiKo blocked that smoke, he knew he could make his way over to A early.
Rob's trying to play with a little timing here. Those flamesy flashbangs aren't too far off either, but he's looking for something to pull on. Solid stuff from Falcons so far. Always a good feeling when in the first 2 rounds of the game you have matched your last go on Inferno.
ropz is just like a supercharged atom, you know, when he gets to a corner, he's just like the way he jiggles, the way he's shaking. He never, ever goes out of discipline and takes some kind of wide swing, but he knows exactly how to maintain pressure at all times.
Clean headshots. Keeping Vitality back. ropz doesn't full swing just yet. 28 health to try to work with here. Only set of Kevlar on the field for Vitality. And unfortunately for him, the rest of his team get mopped up with ease. Apex unable to get that deagle into the kill feed. So we've got Vitality walking away with 1 frag to their name here in the 3rd one. Falcons look laser focused.
Yeah, it's a lovely start here for Falcons. Hard-fought rounds, as it was always going to be. I mean, even in the 12-6 comeback at the final map of Melbourne, it was hard to say that, you know, Falcons just totally blew it because Vitality, well, they had amazing plays all the way throughout that comeback, right? And that's what we saw yesterday. That's what we've seen throughout this entire streak. And speaking of streaks, we got Vitality's, you know, last longest streak on Inferno. That's like the one that's remaining now that they can still uphold.
Ooh. NiKo on high alert here. Frag tells him exactly what he needs to know. Sees that utility coming out of Saiwu, tracks him through the smoke. And really, Vitality, they just haven't had a lot to shoot back at as of late. Magisk, triple kill. Starts off with smoke spam. Same thing for NiKo as he held back that hit to set up Monacy again here on Banana. So Vitality's job is made all the more difficult. Shrouded in cover has been Falcons out of the gate. We hit a minute on this one, man advantage. Yet to see any footing from Vitality target this B site, so here we go. And fire is what they meet upon arrival. Smoke to follow suit, trying to cool them off.
But you can see the Falcons still worried about A. They have not shifted over a 3rd player to support. You can see the respect here. They just assume that there could be a potential for a fake. There's no flank coming in, however. It's still a 4v2 for the moment.
Okay, NiKo just burned back sight.
Oh.
There was a couple Molotovs there. Oh, was a pocket in between, but somehow Apex gets himself a double entry.
Was it because NiKo used his smoke on Banana?
Yes.
He must have ate a flash at the same time. We need to watch that because he took a lot of damage just now.
He did extinguish the fire that he put down in front Banana, so it makes absolute sense he didn't have one to extinguish. But there was definitely a pocket between the flames.
The only thing I can imagine is that he also ate a flash.
Must have been.
And then before he ran out,
wow,
got out of there. But great utility here wins the round for Vitality.
Okay, Apex, take it if you can.
And there was great utility from Falcons to start that off too.
And while we're making the highlights, let's throw that Apex entry in there as well, because Kixan just jumping over the coffin takes a bullet to the brain.
I think that was a bit unexpected.
just the whole situation. Truly, NiKo just kind of burning out. Kixen didn't see that coming.
So Kixen's in a position to support him with, flashes. So it's TeSS rotating in. Just have to revisit that and see exactly how it went down.
Let's save.
I mean, it was, if we heard correctly, 3 ticks of damage. So he was already low from something, but...
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was, yeah. I want to see that back in full speed. So I can count it?
Yeah.
Not ideal. Gets Vitality on the board, so they'll take it.
Little flash doesn't work.
Flamesy pays the ultimate price, and he has been muted out of the gate here. 0 and 4 is Flamesy. NiKo down by a quarter thanks to the frags.
Yeah, they missed their second one, though. Those Hobbit nades. 4v5s in this tournament haven't been a big problem for Vitality.
Nice shot. m0NESY again. Second kill. NiKo there to support him. Kicks in.
Excellent.
Draws that line in the sand. Fire on the corpses. Vitality go up in flames, and Falcons are starting to sprint away with this.
Yeah, man.
Strong 4-1, and just the nature of some of these holds. I mean, I said laser focused. I'll repeat that. Locked in are Falcons in the first 5 rounds of play.
m0NESY dodging that flash just by keeping one eye behind the wall was a very cool start. The 5v4s eventually catch up with Vitality. Oh my goodness. Wow. And then he teleported over to B and did the rest. That's awesome.
Yes, it is.
That is awesome.
I would say I'm going to take that statement. I'm going to expand it to just the Counter-Strike scene in general at the moment.
It's great right now.
Everything's pretty freaking awesome, man.
It's good.
An amazing top 4. We got all top 4 teams at this event.
Yeah, I'm standing right now, but I'm mentally seated because I'm expecting this to go 5 maps, and
of course,
I don't want to start off too hot because I'm already shocked to see the result here. 4-1 start.
though.
And then this?
Yeah. A swift reminder of what Vitality's best can do.
Okay, Freiburg.
On his own or not, ZywOo slams 3 kills down into that B site. Apex will scoop up bomb, and here we go. Another plant to try to keep this T side close.
Wasn't that quite literally?
Oh, wow, that's clean.
1 kill back.
He's good, dude. He's in the zone.
Yeah, and he's in a couple interviews where he said he's just not in great form right now. So what if it all clicks right here? We haven't seen that too much. The only time I've really seen m0NESY in not great form for real was back at Shanghai.
Yes.
And that was the most unfortunate time for that to happen because it was, at the pinnacle of the race, the culmination of the race for top 1 versus Donk, and
the last real go of it for G2 and NiKo in that combo.
Yeah. It's, unfortunately, his stats were good, but he wasn't feeling it and didn't look that great. Here,
oh my God,
dude, ZywOo right now, man. This rifle highlight is one for the books.
I mean, Magis should just give him the 5th, so we can call this an ace. Stellar stuff from ZywOo here in round 6. Started to talk about how Falcons as a whole were locked in, but there's the step up in play. ZywOo dominates a round from start to finish on his own, all 3 kills banana, and sends a message to m0NESY that if you're gonna swing for us today, it's not gonna come for free. This shot.
Oof. Oh! Last bullet on the 3rd spray.
I don't want to see NiKo head in hands like that 4 rounds into the game. You got a best of 5 ahead of you, brother. There are going to be more ZywOo moments. I promise you that.
Yeah, the ZywOo pick on banana is usually him getting up there with an op and entering with that op with supporting grenades. Obviously, we're very familiar with the work that he can do with rifles these days. And this upgrade he steals away from Odyssey. This is actually a bit worrying. Kicks in. Can't trust this utility just yet. Mezzi, I don't know if he wants to get in front of this, but yeah, kicks in, gets that utility set out all at the right time.
I feel like poor Apex have been eating the majority of the nade damage so far this map. This one slows down in contrast to the last few rounds that have really been about those boisterous B hits.
Yeah, it's quite a risky setup here for Falcons without vision on Banana. But it looks like they might get the round they're looking for. This one's coming back to bracket. Very cool. Good read here from Falcons. Good job from Kixan. He has done an excellent job with that cache of utility and multiplying his presence. I think they're sensing there's 2 people here, if not 3, and they moved into this G2 mid-hold.
Okay, nice tether there from Monacy. It's a back turned off the first one. NiKo from the corner, able to slide out, doesn't have to follow suit, but still thinking about it, and he times it to perfection, finishing off the half health there of Apex. ropz never really given a chance to get active. Down to the 10 seconds, no bomb possession. Falcons jump right back to winning ways. If it's not for the individual heroics of the likes of ZywOo, it has been coming up Falcons so far all half long.
Yeah, I mean, some of the earlier rounds, it had to be a 3K from Magisk, a 3K from Monacy, some really cool individual moves. This round, however, it's a perfect read, actually, on where they're going to take the round up to brackets. You look at this from Vitality's perspective, they would have been the ones to have to get the lucky 3K to get out of that. There's 4 players on A, all waiting for them at the top of mid on the default at around 35 seconds or so. Not much time to go back at all. That's the most outplayed that we've seen Vitality get so far this map.
But they'll go 3 players strong into the apartments. One of the more dedicated setups from Falcons in app. So again, defense keeping things fresh. Not able, though, to come away with 2 kills, and Apex turns the pistol onto Tesses. Okay, why not? P250 shot that cracks this site wide open. First time we see that hard, dedicated defense, and unfortunately for Magisk, it was a great setup, but he's not able to get a kill on the attack.
Awkward part is for him, man, there's a player jumping across, and that could have been Monacy holding for the second player, and Apex or Magisk spraying down the first guy, but then it basically became Magisk too late to get the first kill, then had to flick to get the second kill. And it's not like you can tell Monacy not to take the shot if he's going to hit it. Obviously, that would have made sense, but the repeak is what cost them. And to be honest, that P250 kill, I think it was quick, but it had a massive impact on the outcome of this round.
Apex will happy to get one back. Yeah, that repeak and ZywOo's
punishment by ZywOo.
His rifle is looking sharp at the moment.
Just getting some very strong frags versus Monacy. It's a question with ZywOo as well. How much better can he get? You know, I'd say if there's one way to describe him that stands out, I think you could say he's the most efficient Counter-Strike player ever. No wasted movement in his flicks, and that's what some of the flashier players have, a little bit more waste, but then a little bit more style. ZywOo has basically no waste. This guy's 100% sustainable.
Oh, careful though, they're jumbling up, and that MP9 is gunning for them. The fact it gets denied. Okay. You'll take those. NiKo, straight bullet into Messi's head on the retreat.
Just another NiKo headshot, on purpose, of course.
Very messy round though. Kixan had a bit of a death wish, but he knew he had them pinned in that corner, and from ZywOo's perspective, looks super awkward. He tries to jump up, misses the jump. Teammate bails in behind barrels with him. So a little frantic moment here in round 9, but we've still got this pack of Vitality players pushing NiKo forward. We've got cover as well from beyond. m0NESY team kill, everything in front of him is dead.
He's got every kill, baby.
Simply slaughters. Bomb drops in front of him, the fruits of his labor, and ropz will have to come tiptoeing out of the apartment's push to try to reclaim this.
Look at the half m0NESY's got with that 3 kills. And the team kill, of course, that doesn't help, but...
That is the epitome of m0NESY go kill. Shouldn't be room for ropz to pull this off. But he picks the bomb back up, still has 30 seconds to work, and luckily for him, no flank yet. Him versus m0NESY. First, no sir. 4 kills out of m0NESY. These multi-kills are not stopping anytime soon by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's some kind of ace if you ask me. He killed NiKo that round. That's not easy.
Check this out.
Catching the jump, too.
Not a team kill in my books.
Yeah.
1 shot to the back of the legs. So far out of this one, the only thing that's stopping m0NESY are these ZywOo headshots, whether that's the deep AK peek on the B site when ZywOo gets his multi-frag, or as we saw, the Galil headshot inside apartments. Barring those moments, dude, m0NESY's just seemingly not stopping.
Yeah, both these players, man. Some incredible rounds. This incredible round's coming out of so many players on the server already within these first 9. It's a game where money almost doesn't matter. Both teams, I mean, Vitality won with such a low buy in that previous situation. I'm a little bit apprehensive to call this a disadvantage, even though Apex only has a deagle.
Seven non-consecutive round wins back and forth, so a real testament to the swings that have been throughout this first half. A 10-2 T-side was Vitality's last going on Inferno versus Falcons in Melbourne. Things have changed.
Oh, they're not watching this properly at all.
Ooh, he has slipped fully underneath it. AK in front, Match is caught off guard. Somebody's got to recover here. This is so unexpected.
Oh, that's such a massive mistake. They weren't watching the default cross between the 3 of those players. They all could have had vision on it, depending on how they held their angles. But it seemed as if they were thinking NiKo was going to be watching it from Moto. That's just a massive mistake. I mean, they could have been playing, you know, the backside crossfire and just watching it. They could have watched it intermittently from the top of the balcony as well. So that's just a huge hole in the setup. I mean, it's the one gap that was available, and Vitality walked the entire way. But if you're going to play full passive like that, you better be watching things. And so even though Apex came into this round with a deagle, it doesn't matter.
Guns haven't felt like a limitation. There's clearly an improvement from Falcons, but Vitality snaked their way through with a 4th at least.
If we look at this again, I mean, how you should not be able to get this far up on his site, and nobody has vision of anything.
That's nice.
I would say, you know, maybe it can come down to communication. Because they see 3 players, all of them looking at each other, all of them, they think eventually we'll get the information somehow, but maybe Tessus has the easiest option to take a safe position that's very good versus lane and just catch any walking players.
Flashes into brackets, gets Tessus awkwardly against the wall, hears them coming, can't stop it.
Uh-oh.
And we get that 3-player starting pack towards B, trying to scramble through spawn. Magisk also dying empty-handed. Both of your A defenders down with nothing. And NiKo unable to find timing on the vision, so Apex gets revenge.
He knows who's going to be spamming that smoke.
Sends one right through. And Apex nabs his 4th kill as Vitality take their 5th round with it.
You just get so much variety out of Vitality. Like you've seen 2 full B rounds out of spawn where they take control of banana and try to exec. Some of those don't work. They have the whole setup attack on T-side pistol, which they like doing. They've used, I want to say, the end of holes, the late mid takes, the fast mid takes, and the B takes almost evenly throughout this entire game. making it as difficult as possible for Falcons to condition them.
Off hits the ground and the money's in question. There we go. Clean sweep for Vitality to try to tie this up 6-all. One more round to go, but we're starting to see that killer instinct. It's all great and all that Falcons come in and show a marked improvement from the last go of it, but when you're, as you're alluding to, bringing in such variety in targets and timing.
So much variety.
Not only do you have to be ready for the start of this half, but you've got to be prepped to just change up as the half goes on, and that is where Falcons, I think, have had a hard time of keeping Vitality down.
This is the best Inferno team in the world, and nobody has a deeper playbook than them right now. Pretty amazing that Falcons still have a lead in this game.
Feisty looking Desert Eagle here for NiKo. Frag grenades be damned. He tries to find the challenge. ZywOo steps up to the plate, continuing to be the best piece of this Vitality camp.
I've got no issues with the way that Falcons have performed their CT setups either, though. Good stacks. Been getting a lot of information. Oh, individual players showing up.
All right. Apex locked in. Gets himself two. Monacy's Desert Eagle the single frag, and poor Magisk rotates over with a smoke flash. 5-7, 1v4 at hand, and if only he could have kept the first kill clean. The bomb's gonna circumvent him, head over to the other site. Again, you can try to put your paws on the best Inferno team in the world, but they show us variety. Vitality is variety, and for that, this half is tied.
You're supposed to be doing something. Hey, what the hell? I need you to count down, come up with teams.
3, 2, 1. Spirit.
Liquid.
Next.
Patsy.
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, that's true. Wow, I forgot about In History. Ooh, In History. That was really good. 3, 2, 1.
Spirit.
Falcons. Kyosuke.
Half point. Yeah, honestly. Honestly, half point. Oh shit, script spoiled. Damn it.
Does he get that half point?
That's a point. Oh yeah, I got a half point. Kyosuke?
Sure.
If it happens.
Yeah. We'll have to edit it. Edit 6 months in post.
3, 2, 1.
Phase.
Big Clan. No one. Xantares? I was gonna say Xantares, that never happened.
No.
Tabson almost happened.
Yeah, but no. Nobody did. Okay. Whew. Dodged a bullet, man.
3, 2, 1.
Fnatic.
Olafmeister.
I was gonna say Crims, but I knew that was wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say
He's just been
Crims.
stuck there. Yeah, Olaf.
3, 2, 1. Heroic.
Nip. Shush.
Oh, nice. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
NA. Okay.
Oh, okay. 3, 2, 1. Complexity.
NRG.
Breeze, Daps.
For a second, I thought you were listing players that had played for both, and I was like, how did I not think of all of these?
Yeah.
But no, okay.
Because I don't think there's any. So.
No. Cole and NRG, that's an interesting crossover.
Should we bet also for an extra point that you can do in post about whether or not we're right? I bet no.
I also bet no.
All right, let's do Brazil.
Okay, Brazil.
Because it'd be tough.
Yep.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Legacy.
Pain.
Cold Zera. No. I actually don't know.
Lotto? Doom out 2.0?
Oh, this one we might be wrong about.
We have to be wrong about it.
Okay, I will vote no.
Me too.
Okay, EU
team. Wait, I need to think of a good,
one.
org.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me too.
like a good org.
Okay, I got mine.
I don't.
Oh wait, that's already used. 3, 2, 1.
OG.
Virtus Pro. Flamus.
Never played OG.
No?
No.
It's just Game Release?
Just Game Release, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
He's like the type though.
He would be.
Okay, I don't think there's anything there.
Okay, let's try again. Okay, yeah.
3, 2, 1.
LBLC.
Vitality. Whoa, it's Apex.
Good
I don't even know if I won.
Nail-biter of a first half, 6-6 scoreline, and a lot of individual moments here that could show us this best of 5 has got a promise. Promise for fireworks, that is. m0NESY, lights out. Clearly looking to get revenge as quick as can be, and a stark improvement on Inferno specifically could bode real well for this Falcons T-side endeavor. This T-side that never even had a chance in the last go of it, Mo. That was a 3-round half before Vitality swept them under the rug. So now we finally learn what Falcons have to offer in this head-to-head.
One thing is for sure, every time Vitality play this map, they know they're getting more studied. They know that their playbook, as deep as it is, can only go so deep, and that everyone is copying what they're doing. And for Falcons, they have firsthand experience with exactly what kind of game they're going to bring. We know that there's going to be a lot of mind games in the series, maybe none more than here on Inferno. And that's how we've seen Falcons have a much better first half and stellar performance here from m0NESY to kick off this series. But also some great responses for Vitality. But for now, it's just Apex alone in B.
Frag lands in the middle, softens up a few. They'll find no resistance in sight. Maybe it makes you a little nervous about that flank, so Mag just goes to take a quick glance at it. Doesn't actually commit into Banana. They're going to opt to go for this deep church control with 3 and 2 on Nubox instead.
They've got the fresh smoke here on Coffins. This is the big part.
Door is really open for this Banana retake. They're going to send more util back, flushes out those 2 players. Nubox kills her even. Apex takes the edge, but only momentarily. Magisk from the back of sight has Kixan to help out. ropz on the prowl, has to close this distance, get his kills, and now he's got to keep it clean. That gun is low. 3 shots to pull off the frag, and that kit gives him a little more time. The T peeks, and he misses his chance.
What is happening? He's
3 bullets to pull that off, and he doesn't, so time decides. Falcons pistol locked in.
Damn, did such a good job of making that attempt happen, but it's actually all because of Apex that this comes close. The guy who was on site did some damage with this HE. Obviously, they're hoping to have a 3-4 player setup on B with the attack being as early as it is. But in terms of how fast they moved out of the A site, went down mid. This is the more heroic retake of getting all of B control back really quickly. They did an excellent job getting in positions. The honest day's work. Very fair duels happening on the B site. But as soon as Falcons get the bomb down, they know they have the slight advantage.
Don't you dare pull that off, Apex. Jumping mag 7 kills. That's what we're doing here? You're gonna beat NiKo with a USP?
That's actually absurd.
Talk about confidence. What a 24 match win streak will do to a man.
No kidding. Yeah. I think they've earned a couple peaks like that. And they get NiKo to leave B. This is a pretty proper lane stack. If Falcons play this round correctly, they go into the R trap and they take it a little slower because they're really early to get to brackets, and then it's just a very hard round for the CTs to win. If they do just go straight into lane, I'd be surprised.
Looks like you're dead on. And maybe with the opening kill, they will keep the tempo up. MP9 peeking short side, also done for, so it's all ropz and ropz alone. And he's only able to get his 1. Defense falters in this case. Team Falcons, it is just perfectly timed, perfectly executed, and just slow enough to minimize any sorts of mistakes. That cautionary tale of an Apex USP peak from Banana gets Falcons in the right direction.
That is it's been some pretty excellent calls here from Falcons. I mean, I'd say we saw an impressive T side in terms of all of the variety from in every round, even though they only ended up with a 6-6 half. But it's harder to really show off in terms of your setups on CT side. And a lot of what we saw were good gamble stacks and individuals looking comfortable in their spots. Now Falcons can really flex, I think, and show us what they can do now that they've swapped over to the offense. Not many teams have even made it this far versus the Vitality Inferno. That would be a huge shakeup for this series in general.
No, I was thinking to myself, you know, Falcons wouldn't get a better chance than the one they did in Australia just by nature of how many match points they had on Nuke. But you take Inferno away as this one opens up, and we are suddenly in a whole new ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, if that was a UFC fight, a lot of people would say that's a split decision. If you want to just the quality of each even train, as a desk mentioned, they thought that that could have swung the way of Falcons too.
Rob's trying to test the water series, not alone. Not everybody working with Kevlar, but that Apex Mag 7 still looking for a victim.
But the fact that Vitality make less mistakes is how they've won so many series. Their close series versus Mouse, countless maps actually have been extremely close for them in this streak.
No boiler test here for ropz, so yeah, these 5-7 kills, not as hard to line up. Apex still shotgun, and it finds
nice
the
shot.
headshot. Beautiful track on a flying Magisk.
Yeah, it allows Mezzi to get into position.
But at the same time, they then smoke off the two A-site defenders, put Archside in question, and we get this Flamesy CT positioning.
They're just so low on players now. Flamesy hears this smoke and he thinks I can peel back, but he actually thinks they're actually leaving to go B. It's a Moto smoke, and they are expanding. But we are going to get into the final seconds of this round. 30 seconds, and they have to walk the entire way up Speedway, and Mezzi goes for the search.
Right, if you are the CTs with less to work with.
But he's running.
Yeah, he's going to find this out. They don't hear that? Tess is able to react at
Still
least.
information.
That's all three players now barreling towards B-site. Flamesy and ZywOo versus 3. A bit more damage, but do they write this off? Headshot in an instant. ZywOo doubles down, no chance. Time decides this one. As long as Apex won't swing, and with that Mag 7, no need. Vitality get Falcons to the opposite bomb site.
Man.
And from the depths of dark comes ZywOo.
That was really smart from Mezzi to go for the search, but I think what they anticipated in their mind was that Falcons smoked Moto and walked back down mid. And that's why Mezzi ran through CT. He kind of runs into the correct idea, which is that they're going to end B. But the clock becomes an issue when they get into CT spawn with 30 seconds. It's another situation where they could have considered trying to wrap towards the A site, but Apex hit that insane Mag 7 shot, and they got a little scared.
But right back to it. Kixan wastes no time. Another instance of a terrorist in-game leader chewing up space on Banana. Ooh, how deflating of a situation that is. You pull off the round prior, and then suddenly 5v3 at a minute 30.
This is all about how Kixan wants to comment. Oh, the molly. It's in the perfect spot. He'll get Kixan to leave.
Oops.
I don't know if that nade would have done anything anyway, but I think the most important part of the round for Apex is that he pushed him back.
And he wins the duel,
man,
finishes it off.
The way they're searching for info, the way they did it with Mezzi last round, how Apex is doing it here.
It's one of the reasons that it's so difficult to keep Vitality pinned down. He's going to peek in, trying at a second here towards B. Not this time, Apex.
I love it from Falcons. I mean, everything about these moves from Vitality were trying to push and goad Falcons into going towards the A site. They just said, no, we're not going to respect that at all. Bomb's going down on Grill, so it'll take some HE damage.
No spam to follow suit. It's Modesty in the background to take damage, so 2 to save for Vitality if they're allowed to. And Team Falcons bounce back from a sketchy round loss 1 prior.
Yeah, what we've seen from both teams so far in this game is they know exactly when to disrespect space being taken, and you know, when you really go back into early like CSGO days, that was one thing that Fallen's teams were always the best at. When do we reclaim, and how quickly can we reclaim space if a team is just posturing but not actually going to take the map control and set up into an exec? And so far, I think from both Falcons and Vitality, when they have gone back to get map control, it's always been at the right time. They have never ran accidentally into a stack. They've had very good calling here. But Falcons in pole position, 9 rounds. And Apex had to just watch in the kill feed as two of his teammates died here to Kickstand. And you don't want to overanalyze that one. He sent out 2 players. Mezzi should have had the guaranteed trade. Kickstand was too nice with it on that Khalil.
Reality is he sends out 2 players that are struggling. 5 and 12 is Flamesy, 3 and 12 is Mezzi.
True, true.
So just not able to step up to the quality of kills. Falcons have pushed out. Magisk, though, going to fall victim to an aggressive ropz in the apartments that wastes no time on the retreat. They'll take that 5v4 with these rounds starting to get away from them with the 2-round lead. I think you don't get egregious. No need for greed. A 5v4 feels comfortable when you're working with one of the 2 M4s on the field. You still got that util and MP9s to defend this B site. But again, I'll put them under the microscope. Flamesy and Mezzi got to step it up. And especially as ropz falls here, putting a question mark back on this half of the A site.
Tessus was a phenom in the last final for his T-side impact. A 1.48 rating across the series, just on T-side. And a pretty massive entry. It rocks the map, but it actually only forces and encourages Vitality to reinforce A. Oh,
what is that?
Switching her gun for no reason. Flamesy dies because of it.
Zaiwu then has to recover, and Monacy's not going to give them that chance. Double entry here for Monacy. Only the 5-7 for Mezzi. Bomb on NiKo, nobody clears short. That'll catch one off. But you've got TSS now towards Pit to keep him away from the NiKo fight, supposedly.
And now it's a 2-on-2 retake. It's possible Kickstand, NiKo are low.
Apex still smoked off. We're going to get Kickstand to attack from behind. That tethering is going to free up NiKo, who has now hands busy. Apex tiptoes out from Library, gets the headshot, peeks with the nade in hand, and it is Falcons to double digits. A near heroic moment from Mezzi, but if anything, a calamity from Flamesy.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, like, there's no reason to do what he did. It seemed to be checking on, you know, which piece of utility he was going to fall back on, but inspecting his gun. If he's going to hold the angle, you got to believe it.
I thought he was trying to cancel the inspect. But I don't know.
Yeah, that totally could have been it. Either way, it doesn't matter.
A split-second decision at the worst possible moment.
Well, at the highest level of CS, it is just about timings.
Ouch.
Falcons found a good one.
Look what comes with it, right? Very comfortable looking around. You'd assume ropz is going to continue to keep this apartment's pressure up, but there's usually a counterpart to come find him.
Yeah, there's a lot of alt players. So we got Apex now just running back towards CT spawn. And now the Inferno streak is really in question. This round means the most, but we are pulling guard entirely. The goalie has left the net over on the B site. Flamesy now joining up on A. They're hoping this attack ends A.
And yet again, they're going to try to prod it in the middle of the process. Zaiwu on that M4, both down. Magisk clean as need be. Desert Eagle of Apex only gets the one, and so Falcons ready to burst out through brackets like that. The team play, the trade frags, it is looking solid. So solid that Vitality, that's right, world's #1, can't seem to keep up.
12-0 on Inferno. They've been tested by so many teams, including Falcons twice, Mouse twice. They've even 13-0'd Mouse on this map.
Not one team able to get to double digits across those 12 victories of Vitality.
That's actually the most ridiculous stat of all.
Haven't lost this map since the start of February. It's a win streak that has existed almost as long as their match win streak.
Almost as long as the Roman Empire, actually.
Hand in hand. And because because of that lopsidedness, because of the win streak they've established, we still have to give this one the credit it deserves. Vitality not down yet, but clearly a couple weak pieces undermining the foundation of this map streak. Spam on smoke just enough. And for all the success ropz has been able to find inside apartments lately, it's never been a multi-frag. It's been one and dones. He comes back at the second fight and tends to lose it. This time, 2 clean kills on his own. One of the more comfortable CT rounds that Vitality have been afforded. csgo tries to test it.
And that's the active spotting that you want to see from the top of balcony. We saw that mistake from Falcons in the first half. The smoke at the end of long haul meant that they need to be a bit more careful about the approach. But again, flamezy's individual level has been in question. He's now under attack.
NiKo trying to chase it down. You've got Apex to help out with that flash. So
nice.
NiKo thought he had blood in the water to chase down flamezy, was right for the most part, but then Apex sets him up, and flamezy gets to put a little bite behind that bark. I feel like a much-needed individual moment, much like that 5-7 double from Mezzi over on short. You know, you get into the depths of this game, all that pressure in the back of your mind, your individual levels betraying you. Now the 2 weakest pieces of Vitality have had a multi-kill round they should be proud of. Keep it up. Can they? That's the question. But this one's clean. 5 alive, good for the economy here at Vitality as they'll chop that Falcons lead down to 3 rounds only.
Very nice round out of ropz. It's an active defense, showing that even if you've got nothing to do except sit up here and twiddle your thumbs, you can still sort of watch what you can. You get a fresh smoke at the end of falls. I don't know if Kicksan was totally aware of it. And the supportive utility from Apex has been fantastic throughout. You could definitely say there's a mental aspect as well to Falcons not winning the last time that they played. Maybe they felt it was too early, that they were just hitting a stride in a moment, and when the reality of the actual win came into view, that's when it started to get harder, and that's why they couldn't close the game. Whereas Vitality on the other side have been doing nothing but winning.
Tough one for NiKo, but it goes both ways, and flamezy's able to dodge it. And the difficult reality for flamezy is, rough map or not, the responsibility is still on your shoulders. Critical for this B-site defense is him. Sometimes him and him alone.
What's the response going to be? This is actually a complete fake. Oh, they're changing their minds. 2 players staying here, 3 in fact, with the bomb. So it looked for a moment like they were going to cancel on the B attack. And as they come back to B, ZywOo starts to leave. The amount of utility is great, though, for Apex. I mean, they can have a 30-second smoke, a molly behind that smoke. And 2 flashes to support flamezy, giving him another chance to get a multi.
Whoa. Dangerous Apex crossing the road like that in the middle of the execute. Puts another flash into the grill. Then he tries to play side smoke. flamezy gets 1. Apex with nothing. Here comes that ZywOo rotate.
Has to be him.
I said him and him alone. And he gets 3.5 on the hold. Apex serves up a distraction. flamezy delivers. We go 10 seconds on this. csgo gets charged down. And so he still has just enough time to plant. ZywOo, with an uncharacteristic Hail Mary, comes charging forward, can't finish the kill, and so we've got a post plant here for the Danes of Team Falcons. Deep angle denied! Shot from csgo, clean as hell, and that's 3 to his name. Oh, a 4th right with it! Huge on the T sides, we said. There he is for 12.
The first team in the last 13 games now to be able to take them past double digits now on map point. off the back of this play. It is not every day that you see ZywOo get caught off guard like that, but it's a fake plant at 11 seconds. When he's getting rushed down, ZywOo's mind, there's 3 players up. I can rush him. If he has to plant again and another teammate's close, there won't be that plant coming in. Nice! He knew no one could help him in that spot. There could always be the temptation that hopefully they don't push me for real. I can get the plant down. I can fall back, wait for matches to come by. There's that Australian TESS.
Ready for it with Mezzi along the wall. ZywOo still first point of contact. But both Oppers inching their way closer to this duel. Team Falcons have done a good job of keeping themselves so close together to just overwhelm. But this time, Op shot's clean. Mezzi's right there, doesn't overstep.
Yeah, he knows he's on cycle. ZywOo jumps right back into the angle.
Wants to get a second serving. And now suddenly being smoked off like this, Mezzi knows that he's probably going to have to go to bat. He still just keeps his eyes into the corner. NiKo's been able to get up into Boiler. Oh, this is weird. A missed no-scope. ZywOo hits the leg shot. Mezzi cleans up house. 2 kills like that. The first of 4 attempts to close, but NiKo off the shadows. Plays around that smoke, damn near to perfection. Bomb's got to get scooped up, 25 seconds. Magic a little too late to the party. The first of 4 goes down. Mezzi holds his nerve.
What a crazy situation. We had ZywOo push through the smoke to help out their arch player with the op as well. Got a leg tag. There was 1 shot missed from m0NESY. That was very difficult to land, but Falcons needed a little bit more. That was obviously Mezzi with his 2 kills. That made the biggest difference. He was on point. Vitality have been brought to overtime on a lot of maps and still come out ahead. Inferno's just not one of them. Haven't had to go that far.
Okay, damn near lineup. Flamesy gets the wallbang headshot in response. Very little to work with for the remnants of Falcons. Kixan probably thinking maybe I can go grab that gun.
Flamesy's not recovered his scoreline, but he's looking a lot more serviceable in the last few rounds.
Mezzi, same.
Late to wake up, yeah. It's a new host of problems here for Falcons.
You can only afford a slow start if you pick it up. What could be a sign of things to come for the Vitality overtime push, but we'll see, because now that AK has been put in the hands of NiKo. There's a second weapon to grab on B, and Mohan, this A site retake is looking real cemented.
Yeah, it's ZywOo who has to be the supporting grenades here for Flamesy. No more smokes, and it's a little bit early in the round.
I mean, you can see this duel coming from a mile away. NiKo's still in the corner. If Flamesy's not cautious and he steps into this,
no one's coming to help him yet.
That could have been his death. Instead, he reels back slightly.
He has a molly for Grill. He can interrupt the plant as the rotation comes in, but this looks like it will be a full-on retake.
Falcons have sensed blood in the water, and so that second kit of utility rotates over on the belt of ZywOo.
And they won't even use it.
CT smoke soon to fade. There's no grenades here for Team Falcons. There's 2 pistol players, and those pistol players could set up m0NESY to go big inside of the church. Flamesy awaits this approach. Kixan and TESS with pistols alone start to get this done. And then suddenly ZywOo's got his response back. Now it's the rifles that remain here for Falcons. One of them tucked up close, the other over on second orange. Timing is key, and he nails it! So what do you know? Falcons strike first tonight. And what does this mean? An Inferno loss, a streak that comes to an end, and a bad omen for the Vitality camp.
It's a new day. Every time you step in that server, no result is guaranteed, and this time Inferno goes the way of the Falcons. This will not be a rinse repeat of their last meeting. This is a new matchup all on its own.
And it was a massive scalp, you know, getting the win on Inferno for them, meaning a lot coming into this best of 5, you know, is something they got blown in the waters back in Melbourne. So getting this win, they look very prepared for this game. I feel like they played really great. They had a really good understanding how they wanted to approach, especially the banana control I felt was really great from Falcons. So getting this win off them must mean a lot to them.
Joining us here on the desk now, we've got Mr. Dustin Moret. Other way around there. Maui, you know, we ran out of money for his day rate, so he's off somewhere.
And I get paid exposure, so, you know, that's all I really need. But anyway, let's really set up how much this win actually means, I think, before we kind of get into the nitty-gritty, if you guys don't mind. And that is that they had won the last 13 Inferno games in a row. Not only that, they weren't even letting their opponents get double digits. Their only time that they ever had that happen was their very first game together at Katowice against 3D Max. Other than that, they were wiping the board of people. This team had 70% win rates on both sides of the map. That's insane for Inferno, especially the CT side. Yet somehow, some way, this Falcon squad, who looked miserable on Inferno lately, honestly, have somehow beat the best team in the world in Inferno. And while their series streak remains, their Inferno streak, which is also very impressive, it just died.
One streak dead? How did they do it, Vu?
Yeah, I mean, this is a Falcons team that they got blown out in their previous best of 5, absolutely destroyed on Inferno. People were thinking, they have no chance in this series. They're just going to get destroyed. But this time around, they built on what they built on a couple of series ago. Their previous Inferno matchup before that blowout was actually quite nice. It was a good game. They had some ideas, and sometimes it's easier to build from a loss. When you get blown out, you see things that you can build on. Falcons saw quite a few things.
Now, there were some critical moments, some critical rounds that tilted the balance of this one. There was one you wanted to focus on here, Dupree, round 7.
Round 7 is for me, a great example of how prepared Falcons came into the game. And I know Sonic, you know, I've worked with him. He's a prep-heavy coach. Just seeing the way that they have this mid setup, you know, they see Tessa swings for this one. He knows that he can probably get in front of the first flash, getting the first kill. Monacy knows exactly where he needs to position to not get blind. Then they need to play off NiKo. He does a really good job of getting the third frag, and then actually just waits out, swings for the fourth one, and they completely shut down this mid control, which I have praised Vitality for doing so well, because they just have their protocols very well underhand. And the thing that comes into my mind when you go into best of 5 is that preparation is so important. And I had a talk with Sonic backstage before we went live, and he said that he knows how it feels now to be against a team like Vitality. When we were in Astralis, you know, the whole thing about that you go into a map that the opponent has 100% win rate, what do you actually do in this given situation? And looking at, as you mentioned, they had an insane record on this one. It must be so hard to go in and actually figure out, okay, what can we do different from all the other teams and all the other defeats that they have given, like they didn't give up. So coming into this game, that Sonic seemed very prepared. He gave a really good speech to his players, and also the fact that they had a really good understanding how to approach things.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think it kind of started right at the beginning. You know, I think it was a situation where one of the things that we pride this Vitality team on their T side is how good their banana control is and how good Flames is at that split pressure aspect, that top middle. And I really thought Falcons managed that so well, like the first, you know, 7 or 8 rounds. It really was a labored effort for Vitality to get back into that half. I mean, I don't think they ever streaked together more than 1 round until the last 2 rounds of the half or something along those lines on gun rounds. But then when you flip sides, you know, the other big thing for me defensively is, again, this is a team that has a way higher defensive win rate than any other team we've ever seen play Inferno in CS2, yet they relied on a lot of heroics to win some rounds. Like, I think if Zebu doesn't get those 2 Deagle kills in the back of Ace Light, this game ends way earlier than it just did. So it's just weird to see Vitality look so much more uncomfortable than I'm used to seeing them.
Yeah, with the matchup in general, I think we're going to see that on a few maps that Falcons are one of the only teams that can really stand toe-to-toe with Vitality in terms of strategy, in terms of having that banana control, having the 4-man stack in that round you showed, having the players in the right position. Falcons can do that, and that's not something I see even from Mao's at times.
Now, there was one round as well that you think went into this victory here for Falcons, Vu. It's round 10.
Yeah, I was going to say it was the turning point if Vitality won this. This is a really interesting round because we even had the casters comment on it. The setup wasn't right. And the reason the setup wasn't right was because there's a mid-smoke. Vitality walk through it dry. They walk up lane. There's no flash. NiKo's rotating in from the other bomb site. They're not ready for this because there's no reason to be completely ready for this in their minds. And this is 2 teams that they played a best of 5 a week ago. They know each other this well. And when we talk about Vitality, they've played a lot. They've had so many games with so little time in between them. Keep in mind, Falcons, they said they've had, what, 2 days of practice? They have a limited playbook as well, and Vitality have clearly done their research.
And I think this was a clear example of what you mentioned, that they played a week ago. You know, this is what best of 5s do to 2 teams facing off, so like within such a limit, like span of time, that they need to do something different. Like if they would just continue to do the things that they previously done, you know, that is where they start reading each other. In this case, walking through the mid-smoke and going out, this was like, just like a pure instinct play from Flames. Like he felt like he had a time, he went for it. Maybe he had like a sound clue going for something. But that is also what I think we will see more of in the series, that they will need to be doing these kind of plays to catch each other off guard, because if they just do what they did like 1 week ago, they can be in their own heads in the fact that how does my opponent actually know what I'm doing already, or how does things look?
Now, it's interesting because this is a different time. This is a different result. And part of what led to that different result is we saw some different output from some of the Vitality players. We were talking about the supporting cast between these two teams, comparing and contrasting it. And for Vitality, a little bit quieter than we're expecting to see from that rifling pair of Flamesy and Mezzy.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Flamesy, we commented, it was a comment in the green room, he was 0-7 at some point. Flamesy, a player that you would say is better than TeZeS, even if TeZeS was having a good game, even he's been having a good year. Flamesy is supposed to be much better, and he did heat up near the end, but you can see why they were having troubles when Mezzy's on 7-16, Flames is on 11-16. TeZeS and Magisk, I think, just got the better of them for a lot of this game.
And this is what it comes down to. If Vitality is not, obviously they can win if they don't fire on all cylinders, but I think they are so instrumental to have at least one of either Mezzy or Flamesy to play well alongside CyeWoo and ropz. We saw Epics have a good run as well, but obviously if you turn things around and look at what the impact that Magisk had in this series, and also how TeZeS had in that last round, the last couple of rounds where he actually had some really important frags, that is why I believe that Falcons came out on top of this one.
And we've been talking about the margins, right? Last time around, this map was a blowout, and it was for Vitality. Not so much anymore. We have a round as well to look at here. Round 20 in particular from TeZeS. He was looking a little bit like a star.
This one looked really messy. Like it seemed like Apex was caught in a really weird situation where he just decided to chuck the Molotov deep and just run in and do a lot of flashes. Flamesy came out really strong this one. I maybe could have liked him to just play like a little bit more passive note, but of course he's caught off with all the smokes. But you know, you see TeZeS, he doesn't stress out. We have CyeWoo going for like a crazy play here. Actually, a very uncharacteristic miss from him. TeZeS actually decides to go for the plan. This is what I've talked about. TeZeS goes for these type of fights, you know. He's not the guy that decides to chuck in and start playing time. He actually just wants to go out and get these fights. And he does in the last one. He has no idea where his opponent is, but he actually just decides to go for the swings and fight because that's his strength.
It's one of those things where I think you saw this really throughout a lot of the half where, you know, there's a certain situation where Falcons do have the limited time that we're talking about. So they're not going to have as deep of a playbook. They're not going to maybe have as brushed mid-round protocols with m0NESY on kind of understanding exactly how they want to react to certain things or what certain timing windows they're looking for. But what you can do is you can load up the box with talent. You can go for bold plays. And you saw them able to brute force their way onto sites when they needed to and trade efficiently. And then in a round like that, you see TeZeS, he knows he's in a 2 versus 2 situation. He knows that if he stays where he is at, he is done for. So he goes for the bold play, and he's rewarded with a brilliant headshot that wins the game. And it's those types of plays that Falcons are capable of making.
And from what we can see on your screen right now, you know, this is what Mani buys you. m0NESY is bringing everything to the table for Falcons. You know, they got multiple entry frags. He had both, like, a lot of impact on both the CT and the T side. He went for aggressive plays, supporting the guys on Banana. So he was very instrumental into their victory here. Of course, he's also brought in to bring this kind of thing to Falcons. So to see him pop off in the beginning of this, I think it's going to be very important for Falcons also going into the next series.
I just want to mention one thing about m0NESY here as well, is I think because CyeWoo exists, people don't realize how good m0NESY's rifle is. And so when you give this guy an M4 early in the half when you don't quite have the economy for an AWP, the guy can still have the same level of impact as a rotating aggressive force that can really just kind of give you so much versatility across the map. And so just got to go show some respect to someone like m0NESY, who hasn't been here very long but has already had an incredible impact on his main weapon as well as the rifle.
Yeah, I mean, we started by talking about the supporting cast because we're nerds, you know, analysts, we always want to go, well, look at the way that they were playing so smart. But the reality is you have CyeWoo and you have m0NESY. m0NESY's going to drop 23, 24 kills. He's going to have an ace at some point on the rifle, as you're talking about. These are the players that have the biggest impact on these games. And the reality is that m0NESY showed up, he showed what he can do, and CyeWoo, he wasn't nowhere. He was there, but he wasn't himself as he usually is.
Like he was sharp, but he wasn't as sharp as we know he can be. He fumbled a couple of rounds, and overall, like, you know, m0NESY just played. He had more impact inside the game. You know, CyeWoo had situations where he could have changed things, but didn't manage to do so.
The impact is massive. It was certainly felt by Vitality here, and now we are going to take an impactful break, a quick pause while we get ready for map number 2 of this best of 5 final. Falcons flip the script on Inferno, but a best of 5 leaves many chances to regain. Vitality, they've always been able to find that next gear in this run of rounds. Can they do it here? That's the big question that we have to answer right now. We head to Dust 2, familiar territory for both these teams. We don't have a lot of time. We will not keep you from the action for long. 10 seconds. Who's winning this, Dupree?
Dust 2 has been Falcons' bread and butter for as long as I can remember, so I don't see them fumbling this one. I think they're going to go into it. I believe they're going to take the series to 2-0 here.
I actually think Falcons are potentially the best Dust 2 team in the world, and if there's 2 maps Vitality have looked beatable on, it's Mirage and Dust 2. I think this one goes to Falcons.
Yeah, both great Dust 2 teams. Obviously, Falcons with the hot hand, winning the last 8 in a row and having owned this matchup head-to-head overtime in Melbourne. I think it's going to come down to the op duel. Who's going to win? That's going to be critical on this map. And I think also the anchors. The ones on Vitality are a little bit more proven. The ones on Falcons, not as much, particularly Testis, who is now in a new role at A. He needs to really make the right decisions here.
That might have been 20 seconds, but you know what? We will
I was taking up some of their time. That
allow it, you know, just taking a little bit, tariffing them, perhaps, shall we say, on the time. We are going to head on into the matchup. We're not going to keep you any longer. It's history in the making here in this best of 5 final, the BLAST rivals. And we got 2 rivals of everybody, Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah, put them up, boys. Put them up, ready to swing.
After you beat Connor and Magic. So just...
Oh, yeah, the ass whoop is coming.
Yeah.
I don't know about inside the server, though, but I mean, just an Inferno win streak that comes to a close, that is... I think Mike said it. The script has been flipped.
Yeah.
Right? We can't bank on what happened in Australia much longer. If the most lopsided map in that series is now a Falcons win in stark contrast. And I also agree with the desk here in the sense that's saying, you know, Falcons, one of the best Dust 2 teams in the world. You look at the opposition that they beat, maybe the win streak's not as long as what Vitality had on Inferno. But by God, Mo, they beat everybody on it except Vitality.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you compare even their Inferno to this, that streak, you'd see that Falcons have so many quality wins. This is a team who I think are coming in very confident. They just got a huge lead in this series. It's one map, but it's Inferno of all maps. They have Train coming up next. Falcons know that they could potentially win that as well. The outcomes for today could be totally turned on their heads. And it's wild to think that, you know, we'd be expecting them to win Dust 2, that they have a chance on Train, and they've already won Inferno. When it felt like the series was going to start after Vitality won Inferno. And then we talk about how close it could get.
Yeah, sounds to me like you're almost queuing up the 3-0 prediction.
Yeah, I do think there's a chance, which seems ridiculous. We'll see about Mezzi's form.
Will we? ropz is going to pick up the slack there. 2 kills to his name as he attacks out through the site doors. Magis going to put a quick end to Mezzi as he tries to emerge and ends up going down empty-handed. He'll be beating himself up about that missed opportunity to peel players off the B commitment. The split never really comes in because Mezzi draws back, or excuse me, Magis draws back the tunnels. But
I think Magis heard them, so he can actually follow them.
Fast retake coming. They're already just all grouped up on the window. They're going to go flying in, simply using distance to put those crosshairs off the mark. Now Magisk has been found out bottom middle. He has to run it down. He has no other choice. It's a 10-second defuse here from Flamesy. 2 seconds away. He's got to stop it, and it's great coverage here from ZywOo, so Vitality with a pistol.
Nice. Yeah, they pushed in so quickly, it didn't even matter that they know Magisk was caught at mid and ran out towards the lower tunnels. They were in time to make that as difficult as possible. So great trades. And even though Mezzi couldn't get his kills while he got that information, they still used it to their advantage. Nicely done here from ropz on his 2 frags, front facing at the door. There's nothing complicated about how they pull off this retake.
Just makes total sense. Run it quick, gun him down, set a tempo and a tone. NiKo scout, all right. Had a fast commitment coming through from Falcons with an entry frag that looks good.
Late to the spray.
Flashes in front of Mezzi. He's going to charge down this pack, lines them up for good damage. Apex is nade exactly where it needed to be. But that kill feed just goes back and forth the entire time, despite the best efforts of the util. Huge move from ZywOo. Insight and finding further damage, setting up Flamesy and giving himself a chance to the clutch. It's shots both ways, both players low. And NiKo, he loves to take his time in these weird moments of 1v1s. But as he comes out with the lesser gun, it's ZywOo to close out for the 2-0 start.
Man, they did not stop retaking. They didn't want to bomb down in the situation. They were running through the window over and over again, sneaking into the back of the site. They know they had done considerable HE damage from this Apex HE as soon as Messi got a kill and another player down to half HP. So I think in the back of their mind, they knew it was 3 players below 50. We can make this happen and also stop the money from coming in. NiKo will pick up a scout again.
Falcons looking to keep Vitality pressed early. With these continuous buys and smoked out his Apex, so no vision for NiKo, just trying to keep the push honest, and there's nothing there on Cat.
Falcons, maybe the best Dust 2 team in the world, love to make it Cat plays. Everybody knows this at this point. It doesn't mean that they don't have their own variety, but they're going to come back to this move late into the round, earlier on, many, many times. It's an eerily quiet map here, I think, from Falcons' perspective. Letting the mid walkout take place. These nades, that's actually putting them in danger right now.
Ooh, good swing out from Messi, but m0NESY's collecting kills in the meantime. And TeSS is going to find it in that pack of players that creep out through doors. Man, they come away with a man advantage.
Look at that bait, man. They had Apex throwing his utility onto Cat because they had a player up there pretending it was going to be a late Cat play.
Flamesy's position, oh, it's a bit labored considering M4 versus Falcons, and down he goes.
That was such a good bait. Now
lucky to finish off Kicksan, I suppose, but you've got the clutch for Vitality in the play. And TeSS isn't even able to get off that site. This position, unbeknownst to ropz, you see it catch him off. And a tip of the hat to Magisk, who steps up in another critical closing moment to put Falcons first on the board.
Yeah, it's not even Apex who dies first. It's another player on the ramp, but they have their guard down about mid. We see m0NESY take this peek right here, again, because both players are gearing up for some kind of Cat play. There were setup grenades being thrown. They did not have vision inside of middle. There was no way that Messi could have peeked that, and he only had an MP9. They didn't have the utility to reclaim mid control, and there could have been scopes on the other side, so that's a sick call out of Falcons.
Cautious here.
Excellent, man.
Going through all the motions as they're supposed to, not writing off any possibility not to get caught slipping or asleep at the wheel. Ooh, this is a scary looking Falcons.
Dude, yeah, both teams have just put some just amazing world-class rounds, like tactically speaking, individually speaking, and obviously Falcons looking like the better team so far. We'll find out how long that lasts. Looks like this one will also be a success. Wide open long, no one on A for the moment. Falcons hoping to catch them coming up Cat or going for a mid B. As they squeeze out of these doors, they won't see anything. Apex will not be able to help this round go forward, and TeSS, he's on a mission to search. This will only speed them up, I think, after they hear these footsteps.
Lady Luck doesn't seem to be on Apex's side.
It's been Lady Information too, right? It's Falcons taking advantage of their blind spots in the last round. And Kicksan's just doing a bang-up job calling, like where they're ending rounds and everything. And I know with the 2 new voices on the team, they're getting a lot more direction in the mid-round and everything like that. But We've heard Kicksound on comms. He does take control of situations.
Running an early risk into the tunnels like that's one thing if you take the fight on your terms, but it's just the fact Falcons go through the appropriate countermeasures, unravel Vitality's idea. Starting to feel like this will not be an easy day in the office for Vitality.
Kicksound was doing a fantastic job on the original Heroic core. He was doing a decent job considering the players when that core moved over to Falcons. And now he's got all the players that he could possibly ask for to honestly put up championships. Between m0NESY and NiKo, we watched Dallas, we watched the World Final. We understand like the impact that these two players can have alone.
It's a good scout shot from Apex to get m0NESY down to 34. Ooh, and Flamesy's gonna capitalize on that early damage. Finds first kill, and NiKo returns the favor. You might be able to find a fight, but you won't be able to flight after. Apex continues to try to find another opening.
No commitments just yet, but it's a B lean here for Falcons. With not the best guns in the world here for Vitality, you almost want to see a little bit more movement. Like, let's say this becomes a long play. At least now ZywOo and Mezzy are joining up. But obviously the weakness becomes Cat with no one here. And a smoke behind ropz. Tricky to get some info back. This will allow Apex to move.
Gets the hell out of that B site. Does he leave in time? Looks like it. Tessa's trying to join up as well. Will ropz be able to find anything?
Everything.
No, they're also beyond him as well. He could still keep this pace up and find them because now they're starting to stall out to use that utility. Nothing's going to slow them down though once they hit, right? It's just Mezzy kind of leaning back, but they're already going to be on that elbow. So they get onto site. ropz does find timing, at least killing the flank. And then that scout of Apex connects again. Oh, a second here from Apex. He's done a lot in this round to push Magisk into an awkward spot. It's an op on his back. And so this MP9 creeping up's got him dead to rights.
All right.
They made the right moves at the right time.
I was looking at that round and I was thinking, I wish Vitality just did the same thing, but sooner. But they still get there because Falcons go for the full-on cat attack. They set up everybody. 4 players have to get all their nades in place, and ropz finally, luckily, catches his timing. After, it's pretty early for a tunnels push, but that one tunnels push allowed Apex also to get out to mid. That's pretty solid considering how separated they were about 15 seconds before that.
To pull it off with the lesser guns too. That's another moment where Apex is getting good damage so far this series. We saw him kind of picking up the slack that Flamesy was leaving on Banana of Inferno. Now here he is, that early scout shot that let Flamesy get the AK kill in Suicide. 2 straight up kills from ramp when things started to feel like they were going south. It's one of my favorite things about, say, Madger of Aurora is that when you're in those high pressure games, sometimes he'll just have this like takeover moment. A true leader of men in that regard, and there's no denying that Apex is one of those individuals personality wise. It's nice to see his gameplay follow suit in a similar way tonight.
Yeah, and lately, man, Apex just, coming into his own individually. That's something we're just used to seeing now. So almost a full buy. Magisk unfortunately only has a deagle to work with. Other than that, 2 teams in pretty good shape. But it'll be Falcons with no money left if they lose.
Vitality really minimizing themselves this round in contrast to the last.
Oh, it's so annoying to see those smokes when you're not playing close to them. This could be lurks that come out that make you pay later. We're going to send Mezzy to go investigate as the additional B player, and NiKo's here to make some noise. They throw just a little bit of retake utility. Apex starts to move over to A. He's not going to be tricked. Flamesy from the pit. He'll be relying on a flash. He has no nades for himself.
It's that Deagle first. Goes down with nothing. Rifle to follow suit, so effective trade out of TSS. ZywOo's got a chance to shine here. Waiting and waiting, and he does so well. m0NESY straight up bested. NiKo's got his cat play going. That's the solution. Long may have been held back, but Catwalk falls the way of NiKo. The jump up is not denied, though. Mezzy's getting in with his.
Oh, bad smoke.
Huge gap here. Can Mezzy? No, he can't stop them from getting over. Not just the bomb, but TSS now a little tunnel vision. Suddenly, this long attack's going to catch the Opera sleeping. ropz just cranks the tempo, and Mezzy cranks out 2 headshots.
Ooh, NiKo be pissed about that. He jumped up on the fast cat, and Mezzy, he didn't realize he was being watched the whole time, but it is a few bullets missed and a few bullets too many. So NiKo's 2K ends up being in vain. At least they get a bomb plan out of it in the end. But this is a situation they could have won. It's good flash dodge out of ZywOo. But after that kill, you'd think it would be over.
How it doesn't connect, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it looked like he had landing inaccuracy with the way the bullets were going there.
Frustrating, of course, after 2 clean executions on the previous A defenders. Okay.
Wow.
Well then.
And again, a feature of this event for Falcons definitely been Magisk. Just been consistently getting better kills. He's really stepped up. And it'll be another harder round here for Vitality. They know that it's a save. They know that they spent all their money in this previous round, but still 5v4 for Falcons. They gotta stay sharp.
That's all we needed to see. Sliver of Magisk with that Desert Eagle.
He's the only player in this game with unlimited focus. Like he could, if rounds were 5 minutes long, he could still just jiggle the entire time.
Apex trying to do the same thing here on ramp. Oh, God damn!
He just got plastered against that wall, man. Stained up in plain sight. NiKo off cat again.
Look at what this does. The floodgates opened. 5 players charging up.
It literally becomes a round they can win all of a sudden.
3 Desert Eagles walk into this round. Magisk and NiKo hit absolute bangers. And now Vitality has to figure out a way to retake because you've got 2 guys emerging from the depths of spawn. ZywOo's doubling back from long now. ropz finds his first one. The retake starts to get going. Of all the Deagles out there, it's a Glock kill. TSS does the same. 2 Glock frags, 2 Deag kills. Nade down to 44. ZywOo working with the kit, times of the essence, and he gets him. Jumping out to try to take the spot. ZywOo is the hero of this one.
Yeah, big time.
But costly. $2,100 for the pistols here on Falcons, and they clear 4 players off the board plus plant.
Yeah, but it's still 5-2 here. After that, nice shot out of Magisk. Beautiful shot out of NiKo. He said, how does it connect? How doesn't it connect? Well, there, it does.
Nice!
And TSS, he actually did have a chance of winning that if he just assumed it was a fake. If he let ZywOo stick, that'd be fine too. He had a Glock in his hand. But good play from ZywOo. Falcons running through these timeouts. Trying to get this T side in order. Oh, and how the story changes if Vitality and their Dust 2 streak after their Inferno streak. I mean, just gloves off, man, these 2 teams. I think that would be the best outcome possible.
I mean, I'm trying to think to myself, like, what would set us up for an even better clash as this first season of 25 comes to an end?
Yeah.
You know, we're going stateside soon with a couple of events. And there's no way these 2 teams don't start to build a grudge match.
We are at Rivals.
Aptly named. They both set themselves apart from the top 4 in the space at the moment. But again, there's been a lot of space, I think, taken by Falcons on this catwalk hit. And ZywOo damn near clipped by NiKo, who then drops first. ZywOo comes out, emerging, ready, probably because that flash puts him on high alert.
Yeah.
So they'll try to redirect, and they'll do it pretty swiftly. Into mid. It's one thing to put this wall of smokes up when you don't have somebody close door, but Mezzi's supported by Apex, and unless Magis plays this late, there's really nothing behind it.
This is an excellent setup from the CT side. If it is a mid B, Apex will reload in the smoke, but that just drops the guard of Magisk.
Perfect.
Now it's on ropz. He's playing Hummer, but he has teammates to allow him to do this.
There's a flashbang here from Apex, thrown out, and ropz won't swing. Very clearly aware of what's to come, now confirmed by that full-blown exec. Apex, it's a little awkward, but ropz just buys his time to perfection. Him and Apex assist one another for both those kills on the hold. m0NESY's gonna go down with nothing. All 5 stand for Vitality as they go 6-2 on the lead of the CT half.
So good. I mean, I like that setup. We don't even see it that often, but someone jumped up over the mid B smoke because so many rounds Falcons have either walked out mid or just thrown their lurk smokes knowing that Vitality just aren't there. This is one of the first times we get a close doors being played, and Apex standing behind it as well. They could rotate off to A if they need to, and still, you know, you can fight off of CAD and work on retakes from CT spawn and do a lot with HEs. It's kind of a site that works in that way. Some sites you play retake, you just lose. A site's not one of them. And this way they also can rotate quickly to help out the B site, which I think is something that versus Falcons game plan specifically should be explored even more. Helps out that ZywOo, you know, doesn't get tricked by NiKo, perched up on the cat bricks early on in that round. Falcons actually started to get smashed here.
Yeah, and as this half's gone on, we've just seen like a good
see these same smokes.
Yep.
The same position, but the only thing that works out here for Vitality, they actually start 2 and B.
Careful though, ropz kind of rattling off bullets, lets them get close. He'll shave NiKo off the pack, but he loses Mezzi towards Car. Then he gets Tink, now he's scrambling, but leave it to ropz to still find somehow to milk it for a little more. Kixen gets back with his Tech-9 down beneath window. Oh, m0NESY, Desert Eagle right between Apex's eyes. And so man advantage taken off that one. Falcons looking comfortable on site, but for how long? This retake's not far away. ZywOo eats that flash fully, but they won't know it. They are so ready to jump on it, they can hear it, and so Kixen decides now's enough. He'll swing, shave one more off. Flamesy, Hail Mary moment. Bomb at the halfway point, no kit, no nades. Oh, he doesn't see a chance in with so many bodies layered up. So despite ropz and his best efforts from back plat getting 2, it's Mezzi on Car dying empty-handed where Falcons find space.
Yeah, unfortunately, they did need that third rotate over. I don't know how Mezzi died, but ropz couldn't have done a better job in baiting attention towards him while Mezzi's in a very good spot back there on Car. And the only reason to highlight the follies here for Vitality is Falcons come into this round with almost nothing. Like, they really were just hoping to get a bomb down, maybe a couple of kills, and they come away with the whole round. Xtaz and Zonic will get in the mix, and it'll be Vitality to pull a timeout so Falcons don't have to waste all of theirs. I think there is a problem that they need to solve. We saw the solution on the previous round. It seems like they just don't want to try it again. But yeah, also, like, this is a situation. They have 2 and B versus an NiKo. It's a fine setup. It's just one rifler gets nothing. That's going to happen. This is one of the sites that you don't want to play retake on. For once, we see 0 punishments across mid, which is just a good thing to see, honestly.
Yeah, right? Oh, good point. Haven't even seen anybody tagged. How wholesome. ZywOo's got to let him know where he starts the round at. m0NESY sees it as an invitation.
They got to have some reaction because you know there's going to be mid play here from Falcons again. They were getting away with it way too much. But we're not seeing the smokes come in quite yet. Bombs rotating back around towards long. And again, they're going to threaten it, as they have been every round.
This time it's going to be flamesy.
This is what the coaches were talking about. And you can see Mezzi on the other side of it. Apex trying to find a way to get to A.
Unannounced. He dinks both, and the spray's then an easy cleanup. m0NESY just wants the bomb back before ZywOo takes a glance. Here comes NiKo off catwalk. m0NESY now dead. No way you're getting that bomb back. Surely not at 25. NiKo has to understand this one's fizzled out in front of him. csS successful out towards middle. But that is flamesy. Because they go for it unannounced, Magis trying to clear both sides. His barrel gave flamesy all the warning he needed.
flamesy picked a great angle for that. We saw him in pit before that, and he caught them as they come out to blue bin. So a few ways you can play long that are all great for one fight, and then after that, it just gets scary because they can run alongside the railing, go out wide. They can smoke to cross right in front of you and fight you in the pit, and that's when you're certainly going to die. But this spot is fortified by the fact that they still have ZywOo on the ramp, and Apex now feels comfortable playing more towards A because Mezzi's outside of mid, right around the smoke. So he's getting info back at the same time. And even though it's actually a new threat here for Falcons, they try to change it up a little bit. Vitality are still one step ahead.
Here we go. Smoke boost in mid, but it's going to be the all-in long. Kixan emerging with the goal. Okay. Oh. There's Lady Luck.
He ate every flash, too.
But mind you, he did know what he wanted, so to track down Apex.
This is big, though. ZywOo kills the one player who's going in pit, so they don't actually have to fall back.
Falcons will still take up the space. m0NESY sliding down into pit. Lets them know where he's at. We could have a battle of the offers if not for all this pressure on the corner. Can he serve up a distraction? A collateral shot here that keeps NiKo standing on 16 health. Smoke in anticipation.
No way.
There's certainly a world where they write off the thought of a second rifler back there.
He's got that sense.
More damage. Understands exactly what they're trying to get off with.
It's like he can see what we can see. He knows that this push is going to come out.
Flamesy barrel to the back of Magic's head. ZywOo full confidence in holding this down. And m0NESY the entire time has been trying to find a way to counterpick with the op. Hasn't even seen ZywOo. He's watching his teammates fall like flies.
That's incredible. He's like literally, he's telling flamesy, just be calm. We actually have the situation. We don't have to move. And has somehow avoided this scope.
I mean, if he outduels m0NESY, no way.
Out in the open, too.
ZywOo in full control of the situation. Wow. 3 kills to his name, plus the assist. What would have broken a lesser man is nothing but a free meal for ZywOo.
I mean, what he misses in Flash, he gains in efficiency and just ideal moments here over and over again. And even this early peak, he knows they're about to put pressure on him, but it almost seems like a bad idea to go for a peek when you've just gotten spotted. Well, he knows they're going to set up a molly first.
You fucking letty blade!
And I think at that point, m0NESY had already snuck into pit. I don't know. The way he understands this game is just unreal. Apex, he gets by the guard.
Yep.
I'm not sure if m0NESY spotted that.
Ooh, jump though.
Yeah, that's an accident.
m0NESY still hasn't reacted to it, really. Did Apex just get away with that?
I think
he did. Oh, he's lucky, man.
He's going to milk this one.
Not only for the timing, but also for the jump. Apex, no triple kill, but still a huge individual moment. He called Kixan lucky for the last headshot, decides to take this round into his own hands with a nice convincing top mid double kill. Poises Vitality nicely for a 9-3 CT side. A good improvement as well from those that were at the bottom of the barrel. Flamesy and Mezzi step it up from map 1 to 2. And Vitality in the scoreline do the same. A 2v4 attempt for Kixan and csS.
This has been shockingly good for Vitality, woken up entirely after Inferno.
csS full exposed by that flash. Flamesy invites them inwards, and Kixan's gonna hit the ground, so A TSS Desert Eagle, all that's between them and a 6-round lead at the end of the half. The question today was, will streaks be broken? And while you'll have to watch all day long for that win streak, Inferno drop first. I'm sure it'd be real nice for Vitality if they can get one back. Falcons, a convincing, albeit shorter win streak on Dust 2. TSS tries to zone them all together, but too many bodies in the way. There it is. 6 rounds the difference, and a comfortable half for the Vitality camp. Team Vitality taking a full swing back at Falcons, and they have no choice but to take it upside the head. Close approaches in moments, but really, to me, it's ZywOo who controls a lot of the tempo throughout that game, and the long round was the perfect example of that.
Comparing this to Melbourne is hard, obviously, the grand finals crowd and everything like that. And we're thinking, what's the best possible outcome for a match like this? It might be this, you know, having Dust 2 taken potentially by Vitality, Falcons ending the Inferno win streak. Like, it's a surprise to see Vitality wake up this much, but look at them go. However, NiKo with that answer back means that Falcons could actually pick up another pistol.
Although I think reaction is clear. Vitality just push it down long, take what space you can while the uncertainty of B is still up there.
E250.
Yeah, it's such a golden chance, usually, for Vitality to reclaim pistols. Not today. Not in the face of m0NESY, who gets that Falcons war machine rolling.
All right, man. Falcons now, CT side here.
That flash right there from Kixan, worth its weight in cold. 4v5 recovery.
One more. Yeah, just ate the entire end of that volley, no problem.
Nice!
take that and run with it. Thing is, you know, with the tale of Vitality as of late, it's all about how the floor of the team has risen and they're all just playing this great CS. That's the formula we have here on Dust 2. That's why Vitality had the comfortable lead that they did. They were able to tap back into what allowed this match win streak they're on to grow to the greatness that it did. A very legitimate comeback if Falcons can pull off this CT side.
Falcons on 8. Dust 2 wins in a row. Looking for 9 with this.
I think the beauty of that 8-match win streak, too, is that just the names that they've beat,
Yeah.
it's every single top team.
Yes, and it's like Spirits Dust 2.
Vitality included.
Yeah, Vitality included.
Wasted no time making a name for themselves right here on this legendary map. But speaking of taking their time, Vitality just stagnate outside these doors. TeSS sees this as an invitation to get active on the flank. Man, he's going to find Back's turn. 4 players, perfect pinch. Him and Kixan.
Oh, it was an empty 9 sandwich.
A crowd of players in front of them. And they just make mincemeat of that one. Magisk on the window. All you got to do is hold back the ZywOo scout. You can already see this natural rotation of the SMG players coming through to try to close quickly. They will do exactly that. 1 casualty in the form of Kixan, but what a perfectly timed pinch.
They were the spam in the sandwich.
Ooh. Big baguette
That was a big one.
sandwich, dude.
Yeah. That was bigger than the one Freya held.
You know what they say about people with big feet?
Hairy feet.
That's Freya, after all. Incendiary here for ropz. No chance, buddy. You want to exit long? TeSS has other ideas. He's really just controlling them. You know, we want to praise that whole T-side TeSS endeavor. Well, defense looking rock solid as well. And I think that was one of the fairer questions about this, whether TeSS could keep it up like he did in Australia. You know, one of the key takeaways for me in an interview since was him saying, like, with the stars of m0NESY and NiKo now next to him, there's no pressure on me to perform like a star. And within that, you know, he kind of just comes out from the shadows and hits hard.
You know, he almost felt weird about saying it, right? Because it's like I need good players to play well. But I played so exceptionally well, it's actually kind of cool.
Yep.
Like, I was actually better than them. And yeah, that is the interesting part about TeSS, but you always appreciate. And I mean, it's easy to be honest when you're confident, and it's easy to be confident when you're putting up numbers like he has, having that performance. But TeSS is a player that has been growing over the last 3 years. Every roster that he's played on, he's contributed, improved, and changed in his roles. And his upward potential is still sort of untapped.
m0NESY looking real comfortable. Missed shot, though. Apex just the top of his head over the barrels. Luckily for the defense. Ooh, NiKo actually drops the chance at going off of the Kixan double kill. I was going to say they held one other side of mid. It was a successful push into tunnels, surely here by Kixan, but everything else goes south. Why is there Mezzy in spawn, asks Kixan. We've all been there, plus he had the bomb.
Yeah.
If Kixan's ready and wins that duel, this round goes right back up into the 50-50.
I guess one of those situations, how could you be ready? And now they're watching behind them, but there's a timing here for TeSS. He might get a clip off. He might get 2 clip offs, in fact. And now it's a one-on-one. Mezzy has the B site to himself. He has all the time in the world. Where do you want to play from? TeSS can come from anywhere. He's going to play.
What's he grab?
Out on the scaffolding, in the window. He's spotting.
Molly flash, no kit. Duel right here. I love this reposition from Mezzy. TeSS seems more concerned about the site and picking up pieces for the retake. Hasn't even looked at scaffold once. Oh. There it is. Creepy stuff from Mezzy. Crouches down behind half scaffold and makes sure that this 1v3 from TeSS isn't pushed over the line.
Nice timing from TeSS, but yeah, excellently played from Mezzy. And it was just active enough that, like, I think TeSS knows for sure. Mezzy had that site for a long time. He was last spot at top of mid. He could be making a play by, like, playing outside the site. And if Mezzy, if he's playing on top and way too flush with the wall, he's going to get hard cleared and killed. So just the right amount of confidence right there at the way that Mezzy takes the duel. And TeSS knows it. He's like, had a feeling.
Quickly out onto the blue box, Vitality playing with a certain vigor at this moment. Already a lot of bodies on this long corner to test m0NESY perhaps. But a shuffling defense as Vitality wastes no time. I mean, they're not hiding this. Molotov onto the car.
Oh, they're so far ahead of this.
Gonna creep 3 players already ahead of that smoke. Talk about how comfortable Vitality could be. csgo gonna have to do it again, and he's gonna drop with nothing. m0NESY looks to be the difference maker on this one. Knows he's on the ramp, can wait just a bit, but he misses that chance and gives up half his health in the process.
Yeah,
the kickstand climb up could be a threat. NiKo's boost, perhaps.
The smoke's in such a weird spot. It's so deep. There's 2 mollies here for the CT side, but they can't let this go on too long.
And that's fine. You've got m0NESY with an incendiary coming from catwalk soon enough. Mezzy with a lesser weapon takes that quick look over the ledge.
Oh, a long smoke.
That could spell disaster here for Falcons. Are they still gonna go for this? NiKo threw off the flash. ZywOo covers, AK in hand. You've got 3 more players. Missed shot from m0NESY.
What a shot.
Picked up by Magis. Apex slips up, hits the headshot on the one.
He's going for the knife.
2 seconds, knifes out, can't kill him. Gets it, and now that bomb pops. Vitality, just barely.
Last possible frame, and he gets that wild knife kill in the smoke. Oh, he's psyched about that. 4-11 rounds too. Had to be then. Doesn't get any more tense than that.
What? How?
It reads 0 on that. It was 0-1, and the first shot, and then on the replay, it's 0-0. Worked us down to the final frame, the last tick, the last damn sub-tick. I don't even know how that works in CS2 with defusing the bombs. And in CSGO, it was always, you know, there's specific ticks, but now it just gets a little bit more complicated, maybe a bit more precise. Maybe he wouldn't have been able to do that in CSGO.
Just living in the sub-tick, baby.
Yeah, seriously.
Just like m0NESY's quick scopes. Could not have been closer. The scoreline, not the same story. Vitality, 5 rounds, they pull ahead. And you can see the economic problems for Falcons with the double scout.
Oh, what a response out of m0NESY, man. 1 for 1 here to Apex. I don't know if Falcons have any timeouts left, but surely everyone's going to be rattled after that last round. Nobody knew who was going to win into that final moment. TSS lining up a shot here with the Deagle, but he's alone. No support from the A side at all. Yeesh. It's getting too hot in here.
Still though, he's hanging on for dear life. And as you'd expect with that much fire at your feet, tough to keep the crosshair on point.
There's only been 2 teams on this streak for Falcons that have brought them up past double digits. Vitality will now be the 3rd. And Vitality were the only team to take them to OT on this map.
Since this round's gonna go Vitality, we've gotten word from our producer, in-game tech took a look at that defuse.
Yeah.
He says the clock in game is 0.00.
0.00.
I mean, we're down into the thousandths of a second.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's insane. So that is sub-tick, because if it's 08, that's the last tick. In CSGO, that was the last chance. It's the last thing that you'd be able to see on the screen before defuse comes in. To the thousandths of a second here with that knife stab.
Apex pulls off the unthinkable.
Oh, and there is a final timeout available here for the Falcons. Seems like a great time to call it. This round, they don't have much money, so okay. Even though last round was crazy, they can just forget about it. A little bit of time to cool off. Sonic getting in the mix, the most important moment possible. And unfortunately, he doesn't have a lot to work with. We have an MP9, 3 FAMASes here, and a Scout for Falcons to put up a final stand. The craziest result possible in this series for these first 2 maps. Both teams potentially ending each other's streaks. When it felt like Falcons were going to 2-0 the series off the back of Dust 2. TeSS saved that Inferno at the end of the game. That amazing 4K killing ZywOo while planting the bomb. No help available to him. Wonder if any of the Falcons players have a play like that up their sleeve.
Yeah, I can think of a couple that could bring it to the table. But neither of them are on this B bomb site. Instead, it is Kixan and Magisk. Healthy amount of util here for Magisk, but already those nades sail out. They've got the cover of the smoke at the exit of the tunnel. Kixan just kind of caught. And now Magisk, no double kill to his name. Looking primed, if not for the NiKo. FAMAS out through window. Apex double kill. And an MP9 delivery here for m0NESY. It is a retake needed at a man disadvantage, as Vitality follow through on the backswing of this T side, gunning for 4 rounds straight to just close this in convincing fashion, to put an end to the short-lived but impressive win streak of Falcons on Dust 2. That is the goal here for Vitality, to get one back over Falcons after their win streak loss on Inferno, and really pushed out of this bomb site now. m0NESY a quarter health and time's ticking, so they'll close it. 13-6, we're not in Australia anymore. This script is different.
A complete inversion of expectations, streaks snapped, maps traded, and well, we've got a final on our hands. We might just be going the distance here. It makes sense. You come from the land down under, you gotta flip the way things were oriented. And here on the desk, we flipped up the matchup. We managed to find the funds. We borrowed them from Falcons real quickly. We got Maui back. Maui, what happened here on Dust 2?
This was a great defense from the side of Vitality. I loved how active it was. I liked that the individuals showed off what they were capable of. We had some close moments to get Vitality over the line at the end, but when it comes push to shove, Vitality just always had an idea of what Falcons were doing, and were acting so quickly because of that knowledge.
Yeah, I think when you asked me before the game started, what were some key things to look out for, I thought the op battle head-to-head was going to be more prevalent on a map like Dust 2. I think m0NESY won that duel out most of the time in the first half. And again, I think the anchoring is just stronger on Vitality. They're more used to those spots. They've been playing them for a lot longer. They've been together a lot longer. And I feel like every time, even if their overall numbers weren't like the most brilliant for the scoreboard, when Flames was called upon the anchor A, he did it. When Ross was called the anchor B, he did it. And then ZywOo was all over the place with the out-dominating.
Yeah, I was saying that I think Falcons might have the best Dust 2, and Vitality, they're showing why they love Dust 2. Falcons, Vitality with ZywOo 17-10. You looked at the first map, ZywOo, we asked him, we wanted him to actually show up, hit a level that we know he can, where he can actually take over a game, and that's what we actually got this time.
We did indeed. We did indeed. I do have to ask though, folks, we are getting a lot of map streaks snapped. Does that make you nervous for Vitalities? There's a big streak out there. And the streaks they be snapping.
There's Train too. 5-0 on Train up next. So there's another mini streak before the big
mini streak.
Yeah.
Mini streak.
We're building up. The amuse-bouche before the main course.
Okay.
I think we were all worried after Inferno that Falcons were just going to roll this over, because Dust 2 was such a good map for Falcons. So when you have the roll right back, then you're back into Vitality's camp thinking, Vitality, they should run away with this.
It's one of those things where I think one of the last traits a great team gets is resilience. The ability to come back against adversity. We saw that obviously in spades in that Nuke map 5 in Melbourne, and now we see it here. You lose Inferno for the first time after being so dominant, and you bounce back and just really destroy Dust 2. That's just great stuff.
Now, there was a round we wanted to look at here. This is an emblematic of what Vitality brought here, Maui?
In my eyes, yes. Round number 5 was one where it's a scrappy buy for the side of Vitality, but ropz was already flanking actually on this one at 1 minute. As soon as TeSS actually evacuated the B tunnels, ropz ropz just found the perfect timing to push, and this is what I mean by information. There were a couple rounds like this where Vitality maintained space, maintained pressure, were able to get some good flanks off, and I think people know Falcons and the way that they want to play this one. They want to get cat control very frequently, and if Vitality sense no pressure anywhere else on the map, then they're going to just kind of hone in on that being a target for them.
Yeah, and that's the type of flank we're talking about. ropz, the addition to Vitality, he goes for the flank. He actually draws a lot of attention his way to open up opportunities for his other teammates. That's what he's done the entire time he's been on Vitality. That's what we like from him, and that's just more of the same.
More of the same indeed. Some magic as well coming through. ZywOo having his big moments, having his impact, having his dominance here. Look, we were talking about Modesty all after that last map, but ZywOo, he will not be denied.
We got the long round. We got the one where he's just holding on for dear life. The one that he's like with flames in him, where they're just this duo that it's supposed to be a sneak play. It's supposed to be a trick play. Kicksan gets the opening kill right here, and ZywOo, he's making his presence known. But the thing is, Falcons this entire time don't really know about flames, but it doesn't matter. When you got ZywOo right here in the pocket, and he's able to just carve out this space using the defensive utility, playing around the smokes, hitting just shots through the smoke with his prescience. Like, there was an insurance condition here for Vitality. They never even had to really activate it.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where you've got Flame sitting in the corner. He's kind of looking at his watch like, ZywOo, when are you going to die so that I can actually kill 2 people, 3 people on the side? Instead, it's ZywOo hitting some tough shots. We were talking about ZywOo. He hits all the easy ones. He could hit a few tough ones.
I think it's just one of those things where it just shows how brilliant his decision-making is. I mean, in a lot of these situations on Dust, you have to pick and choose your battles. Do you want to give up long? Do you want to fight for it? And obviously, when Apex goes down pit and you're down a man, ZywOo kind of understands, hey, I need to be the difference maker in a situation like this. And for him just to have his grit, hold his nerve, never look panicked, and then, like you said, have Flames there as bodyguard if need be, it just shows you how brilliant this team works together.
One thing that I even want to bring up about it is that I'm surprised throughout that entire sequence, m0NESY never picked him off. Like, m0NESY was holding for some kind of long swing. He's thinking that his riflers are going to deal with ZywOo at the car, and instead m0NESY, I think, with the whole time he's holding for like an A plat swing or like a long cross swing, and it never came. It never came. Like, ZywOo just dealt with all of those people, and by the time m0NESY was like, okay, I finally have to challenge ZywOo, his entire team's practically dead.
Moments like that, it almost feels like watching like improv jazz. Yeah, there was an initial idea, that was the theme, but it's the beautiful improvisation that ZywOo does with that theme that makes it art.
And then Apex is Fletcher, you know, if it's Whiplash, if you know, if ZywOo is the drum prodigy, Apex is clearly his Fletcher.
But that was definitely the right tempo in that particular situation from ZywOo. That's what we have to say about that one.
It's not my tempo.
Well, that one was, I think. Again, man, it's just in critical moments when their backs up against the wall, it's a team like this, even when they've had their issues, you know, earlier in the series, to just forget it. Just memory hole it, focus on the next round, focus on the next opportunity, and they just make the most out of these situations seemingly all the time.
And you have to say, right, if you want to talk about a round that hung on a knife's edge, that last second DP from Apex, that feels like the plot armor that we've seen for Vitality coming back into effect, which is rounds that should go against them, should be lost, should slip away, and somehow they just have that X factor that brings it back into their grasp.
Yeah, when it comes to a streak like Vitality, you look at the NiP 87-0 streak, they had multiple moments, Maui's been telling me about them in the green room, multiple moments where it's just, the game is over, there's no chance, and they bring it back, and you've got, I mean, the game's not over, Vitality's winning this one, but it's still one of those rounds where it's just unbelievable. Like this, you tell us in a movie, you don't even believe it. It's too unbelievable in a movie.
The knife round, the one that he was able to get the 0.01 second. I think actually you would round as 0.000.
On the
seconds.
replay, it didn't even show time left on the clock. That's how close it was. Maybe a fraction of a subtick.
0.000 according to production right now. No, unbelievable stuff. That's how streaks happen, okay? You need a little bit of luck on your side, but you need a lot of great preparation. You need a lot of great individuals, and all of that came together. And that's why, in terms of scoreline, Dust2 was fairly convincing for Vitality.
This is just magic. This is magic. I mean, fumbling, missing, your heart is in your throat if you're a Vitality fan, yet somehow he squeezes it out right at the end. Do we have scriptwriters? Is this a Disney movie? What is happening here?
It literally says 0, 0, 0 on the bomb. I thought they won the round. I thought it was over.
Isn't that supposed to be when it blows up? Is there extra time?
In live, there was 0.01.
Yeah.
Replay, 0-0. That's it was somewhere in the in-between.
In the subtick.
In the subtick. Lost in the subtick. But look, let's talk about this series overall because this has been insane, right? It's not the script we expected going in. It's not the rinse repeat of the last year 5. It's the inversion, yet still we're at this point. We're on map 3. They've traded their map picks. This is so very close.
It is very close. And I mean, it's obviously, you know, one of those situations where Vitality comes into Inferno with the supreme advantage, I think, in many of our eyes. They let that one slip. We go to Dust 2. I thought that was pretty neutral territory. I thought both of these teams are some of the best Dust 2 teams in the world. They could go either way. But now Vitality have taken it, and all of a sudden we're even going into Train, which, yes, Vitality have the better resume on, so to speak. But I don't think anyone's necessarily, like, truly figured out Train yet. I don't know if you necessarily can. Maybe there's only so much you can do with this map in its current state. But it's going to be a fun battleground for a third map, I'll tell you that.
It certainly is. It certainly is. And this one might just be headed off the rails as we head to Train, the next map in this series to decide who's the dominant one, who's the victor, who's that #1. Vitality Falcons. We'll be right back. Excitement builds, tensions run high, and while neither team can bring this one into the station on Train, they can get themselves that much closer to their destination. It's the newest map in the pool as the third of this best of 5. And much to be decided here.
We've already had 2 streaks die today. Inferno streak died today, a Dust 2 streak died today. Another one's up for grabs here. Vitality having won all 5 times they have played Train, including against Falcons at Melbourne. Although I will say it took some kind of comeback efforts of Brazilians to be able to pull that one off. Again, I don't think anyone's really mastered this map yet, so I think it's still very much up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between the streaks is that on Inferno, Vitality looked unbeatable. On Dust 2, Falcons didn't look unbeatable, but they certainly looked extremely hard to beat, not like an easy Vitality scalp to grab. And Train has looked very much so beatable. Vitality have looked absolutely beatable on this map.
The way that they play just looks so predictable. In 7 of the 8 times that they had guns against Falcons at Melbourne, they just did the exact same A-pop or heavy T-main hit. It's just rinse and repeat over and over again. If Falcons have a tactical staff and not a morale coach, they will have found a way to counter what really has been Vitality's bread and butter, just that A split.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about how they mob out with talent. I mean, I think the only thing Vitality does maybe slightly different than some other teams is they're a little bit more pop heavy on their outer splits, kind of similar to like Aurora with Xantares, whereas a lot of teams are a little bit more team main heavy, but that's about the only real discrepancy from what you normally see. It's just those basic smokes, run out, we got a load of talent, we're gonna trade frag you an outer. Meanwhile, Falcons, hopefully they're cooking up something, in the meantime, to try to figure something out new.
Yeah, I mean, this is still the same map where I believe Vitality lost 2 3v5s back-to-back. It's a map where it really comes down to a lot of frag-heavy gameplay, and that's why people kind of complain about this map a lot. You're going to be going for those team main plays no matter what. Even if they want to change things up, they're still going to be doing a lot of team main plays.
I just wish that Falcons shows us something different in terms of the macro, like push B a little bit more, maybe even try to play retake.
Well, 2 guys are never playing retake because they're always on top of the situation. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, experts. Yes, Mo, we go into Train now, and we've already lost 1 win streak on the Vitality camp. We'd have to lose 2 if Falcons want to take an edge in this best of 5. They started out strong, showed us a massive improvement on Inferno, 13-2 in Australia to a win here at the beginning of the series.
I mirror a lot of the Train sentiments from the desk in terms of like what Vitality are doing, and it's kind of, it feels like there's a way to exploit them. But the thing is, because the map gets very deathmatchy on the LDR with the way that it is right now, it feels like there's going to be one more change to change that meta. But for Vitality, why would they change their game plan? Because they've got such a stacked lineup across the board that when it comes into these Train yard fights and they are spreading out, they can afford to lose 1 duel here. Somebody else is going to get a 2K. And so they're just trying to generate a lot of very fast chaos and put people in strong spots. If Rop comes out Pop and Zyru comes out T-Con at the same time, they have a lot of trust that they are just so talent heavy, they can win these duels more consistently. That is how they're making their bread right now on Train. I think if there's one team that could stand to them and get those 2Ks back with NiKo and m0NESY on the other side, it could be Falcons for sure. But for the moment, it is a Train streak. It was a win for Vitality the last time they played at Melbourne. A lot of people think that this is one of the maps that could have flipped for sure.
Right.
So it'll be on Falcons to see if they can do that. So this one's up in the air, man. After we saw teams steal each other's map pick and each other's streaks in these first 2. It's the most chaotic route to winning this grand final, but I think the best one. It actually makes it feel a little bit more different. And now that Flamesy and Mezzy in particular have woken up on Dust 2, I think that's just key for Vitality to at least get back to the form that they had in that grand finals in their last best of 5 versus this other team.
Yeah, without Mezzy and without Flamesy on that level, I don't think we can look at Vitality and straight up call them favorites, right? Not with what Falcons have been able to achieve outside of this head-to-head. I'm very happy, though, that this best of 5 doesn't look like the one in Australia, that we do get these open-ended questions since anything now feels possible. And I was going to ask, like, what teams could step up to the Vitality you expect to cause carnage outside? And you answered Falcons already, but does today feel like specifically a day where the form from Falcons could also hold that back?
Yeah, for sure. And I think it was lovely. I think Testis is having a great final so far. The round that he had near the end of Inferno really, I think, showed us what he can do when he's playing at his best. He was great overall last map, even though they didn't pick up the actual win. And I think the fact that also Magisk is here at this event, getting key frags, doing a lot better, just stepping up so big individually. A guy who's just not that old. Of all the Astralis players of past, like, he was the youngest guy, throughout. He's matured a lot and he's been through a whole other game and got a bunch of trophies, but he is still, he was still in my memory that young star player with so much, potential with who knows. Like, look at Apex, man, he's getting better still. Like, it's actually unbelievable how long he's played and is still continuing to improve. There's just nothing I think there's no telling how long someone can compete at the top level and continue to get better. And stories like Apex that will continue to prove exactly how much you should shoot for as a player. And again, I mean, so much credit to Apex, because the fact is, everyone was shitting on him for taking up the IGL role.
Right.
No one thought that was going to be possible, and when at first it didn't seem like it was going to work out, and he has just the fact that not only has become such a good IGL, but then also like his aim has gotten better at the same time. He is on record now saying he feels like he's playing his best individual game ever. You could compare that to his star player stats as an entry fragger, as one of the best entries of all time, and say there's no way you could make that comparison. But in the modern era of the game, it's much harder to be that guy. He's had to evolve as well and become more dynamic. Apex today would crush Apex back in 2016, So
one of the fun things I like about this Falcons roster, Mo, is like, you just touched on Magisk and how he's kind of the last piece of Astralis that's still out there, and how he's still, 27 years old at the moment and could have more to give. I look one player down the line to TeSeS, and I'm thinking, well, where's the rest of Heroic? In an Astralis camp that didn't make it to this major, Shush is over there trying to rebuild with ninjas in pajamas, and then you have him playing again the best of his life. 24 years old in TeSeS.
Yeah.
Obviously yet to get to some of the frequent grand finals that his Heroic roster did. It's no major grand finals just yet, but it is still a TeSeS that I think, when he looks one person to his left, I do believe he can see some of himself in Magisk in that regard. And hopefully he's able to, continue to wield and weaponize this new form that he's finding. Because, listen, I'll give it to Monacy, and I'll give it to NiKo, and we have literally seen tournaments won by that duo, right? One of the deadliest dyads of Counter-Strike 2/CSGO. But when those Danes step up, that to me is the equivalent of Flamesy and Mezzy finding their current form, and why Vitality have pushed the limits of what is possible. It's these duos on the end of the table that suddenly become the talking points.
That don't have the greatest roles and everything.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, in terms of roles, again, with the ropz move, it's actually opened up Mezzy's game. It's given Flamesy even more comfortability, and I think they've just taken to it so well. And I think it's just been awesome, man. We're just getting such great rounds back and forth. I mean, even these last two maps, even though streaks are getting ended, you're still seeing both teams put up amazing fights within rounds in micro situations. And, well, this will be an excellent test of individual level. Train has been scrappy as hell these last couple of months. Another streak's on the line, and a chance for a 2-1 for either of these teams.
Feels like an insta-kill here. Kicksan finding Mezzy somehow, some way. Apex returns the favor with a big scalp in Monacy. Not going to be any Ivy threat for NiKo. He takes a look at it for a second. Icon smoke comes down. NiKo looking a little labored in that effort, but luckily for him, his team comes up with an edge. Flamesy into the clutch. You got a lot of bodies to figure out here. Insta-gush on TeSeS. Great start, considering he takes no damage back in return.
Very hard to get into tradable spots. I know Flamesy thinks that he can win this round. And with that bit of info, it's scary for the CT side.
Bombs down outside T-Con. That'll be a key pickup at some point.
Oh, he's thinking about, shooting the feet. 5 HP for TeSeS. He could die to that.
Why not, right? Take him out at the shins. There's that peek, though, from Magisk. Wraps all the way back around CT spawn, and well worth it. Falcons pistol secured.
As an excellent rotation out of Magisk. Because the bomb was still in their vision, they know that they can pull guard on B. No problem for the time being. And again, it's the 1v3 is possible because these players are going to have to take 3 individual fights. They're going to be very far away from each other, and it's hard to keep information constant when someone's lurking around the trains. I think definitely Magisk on pistols in general has been getting very key kills. And people can say what they want about the map, but the meta is going to change. People's expectations for it are going to change. Some teams are going to come through with innovations no one's seen before. Any one good gimmick could be the difference maker.
NiKo challenged somewhat, but the pistol will secure it. That's bomb down, so no extra money here by Vitality's favor. And I know there's been a conversation lately online about Train being the least played map and whatnot, but at a professional level, it's also been increasingly more played month by month. So I think that's promise. And like you're saying, right, we're going to watch the meta develop. maybe a change or two away from...
And another reason the streak's happening is because ropz is just like, he might be the fastest learner, like in Counter-Strike.
I like
when
that.
CS2 came out, he just like took to every detail of the game. Like him and m0NESY are the two fastest learners, I would say. And then when Train happened, he just instantly became the best inner anchor. He's just still the best, honestly, in terms of the way that he plays it. It obviously suits his strengths.
I'd like to just take this moment before the gun round start to shout out another fast learner for CS2. For me, it's ropz and m0NESY at the top.
Yeah.
torzsi in third. I thought his adaptation to the new op style in CS2 was one of those things that really caught me off guard. But...
Oh, NiKo, oh, don't scare me like that, brother, man.
Took an extra year, though. But he's learned very fast in the last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just was trying to find a way to crowbar torzsi praise into this conversation.
I like it. I like it. torzsi propaganda.
Here we go. First guns for Vitality on Train. Instant Ivy pressure. Pretty quick change up. They're met by smoke, though.
You could also argue Zai was on that list, too. I mean, didn't miss a beat when CS2 came out. Didn't miss a beat when things went online. Was amazing, just like in any environment.
Wait, what do you mean? I thought at the start of CS2, ZywOo wasn't even a top 10 player. Wasn't there somebody out there saying that?
Anyone who has a take like that, I have them muted, so.
Oh. Yeah, it's probably better for your mental health. Down to 2 smokes, 3 flashbangs here, Vitality, 50 seconds. Gonna get those nades out, but unfortunately for them, T-Con's not looking all that free. Smoked off. And a very front-facing NiKo. They try to press through. They'll find the entry. That flash just enough to make NiKo uncomfortable. Suddenly now, m0NESY, this FAMAS at this distance looks uncomfortable as well. It's a double kill from flamesy. A lot of players just boxed up on top of eBox. And Apex gets another one. So slowly but surely, Vitality continue flooding forward closer to this site. Bomb is in tow, though. Third piece that needs to cross over. We're down to 12 seconds. Oh, that was a great chance for Magisk to interrupt the follow-through. You could see that hesitation from Vitality for a second, but in contrast to some of the chaotic outer moments, this one was Vitality real composed.
Yeah, and they're just willing to try the same thing over and over again. I mean, it's really not that different to their previous takes, but the kills go better. They get NiKo without a kill for him. And you can see how insecure the CTs are. They're the ones who are wanting to play up close to the choke points, pushing through smokes off of flashes. There is no CT solid hold with, you know, E-box, back 6. It's because of the nature of the way they changed Ivy, too. It's all a little different right now.
NiKo playing behind Trains this time, picking up the same position that Kixan occupied a round ago. Frees up Kixan to play on the other side of Pop Dog Box.
Yeah, this is a momentum round for Vitality. Falcons are spending everything.
It's a variation in the setup. We'll see if it changes things. flamesy's not really going to have as many targets. Never mind, they actually just come shuffling closer. Very interruptive. ropz and mezii bounce back to keep it even, but then we get m0NESY sliding around inside of sight to try to recover here. They go even, if not for that health advantage. mezii barely alive, so the nade will finish the job.
Nice nades, man.
And Apex to the clutch. 1v2, going to be heard out by m0NESY, so Magisk wastes no moment running over towards this B site. Don't think he'll stop plant, but it'll be tough for Apex to get out of here. Molly in hand doesn't notice Magisk from oil, and so there it is. Falcons right to a 3rd round win.
And it's like last round in terms of how aggressive they are, but they're just like a couple steps back. They're throwing a really good utility into T-Connector, but they're still willing to fight and re-aggress and get close throughout this round. 3-1 start is very impressive here for Falcons, but you can hear the chaos in the communication.
Right, good point.
That is by design. All right, so we're going to do the same thing again, but this time good.
I mean, we saw a good example of it the 1 round prior. Difference being this time Falcons, you know, if it's about fighting fire with fire, and we kind of highlighted back on the desk this chaos that Vitality creates, well, damn, Falcons just threw 2 guys into the entrance of T-Con as that execute was coming out. That's a sudden swap up that I'm sure if we had the comms on the other end, also had Vitality a little nervous for a second.
It might have also been a symptom of their money. So this was quite an expensive round for Falcons. They came off of having even a worse buy with less grenades. So maybe they felt the need to get close because they couldn't play a long drawn out round. But it just fits better with the map in general. Now again, I feel as though Ivy is as hard as it was to take before. Oh, what a peek out of Flamesy.
Is he okay? He'll put it out just to be safe.
I think Vitality wanted to take this round to the next level, but they get such an early find that they can actually simplify and forget about Ivy. I was going to say that the yield for taking over Ivy controlled is just so much less than it used to be because you don't get full vision of back 6 and threaten sandwich and threaten E-Box and T-Con all at the same time. Now you take it and then you still have to go clear something out, clear out Icon, and then you get something out of it. So a lot of teams are just skipping it or using it for really late round lurks. And we're still figuring out smokes here on this new map, of course.
Damn, we boiled this one down to 35 seconds.
Yeah, no kidding, man. They aren't even outside yet.
m0NESY operating on his own.
But look how heavy they are inner.
Yeah.
This is actually correct for Vitality. Has to be m0NESY to hold this.
Kixan's gonna try to come running back. Fire on m0NESY's feet. No smoke to extinguish this. Can't even really go for the peak the way it's spread. He'll find his headshot though. Good enough. Tries to stay into cover because he just lost his teammate, but Mezzy swings out wide, and that's the backside cracked open. That's the outer yard taken. They're cautious that somebody's over in Ivy, not the case because of the Falcons' heavy inner emphasis. Vitality find out that once that bomb goes down, this is all too easy.
Yeah, something of a blind gamble here for Falcons. Would have loved to maybe save an extra gun along the way. m0NESY did well to find at least one easy fight when he was getting mollied and flashed, and a lot of the utility was funneled into the back of the bomb train, which is, you know, in classic Train, that's sort of what you do. You do your outside smokes, you sneak one out to Olaf, you get sandwich control, you threaten Ivy, and then all the CTs are curdled up behind the bomb train, close to Z and in hell. And right there, they knew that eventually they'd find m0NESY in that spot.
Sandwich.
That was that shot from Zywoo, huh? So we were waiting for Kixan to come help, but he just hit the ground so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you're just catching people coming in late for work, right? All the utility has been established so that they can fight Z really easily, so that they can run full speed across your screen, so that they can be anywhere in the yard and taking those duels.
Another moment where money's going to be low, and Flamesy's not going to waste a moment. Look at this, completely vacant outer yard, barring the guy back sight. Did he not hear him? He's through C.
Oh, they can actually make this a B play, and look at this, they're ready to go here.
Oh, I mean, it's in the name. Flames finds the back of Magisk at a minute 30. And he is going to milk this for everything he has to. A smoke at the base of ramp. He wants to find a second player. Won't in the end. Magisk's going to be left scratching his head. How did that timing happen?
That's incredible. I wonder if this was an adjustment they made, but it looked like they were grouped really well to pull this out of spawn. Somehow Flamesy gets by everybody outside. I can't assume that they planned for this because of how often NiKo has been fighting into T-Con early on into the round, how everybody has been taking duels, flashing through the sandwich smoke and looking for those duels. But they adapted to it extremely quickly.
I mean, we cut to Kixan's player cam after bombs planted. He can't help but smile and laugh it off because he's thinking to himself, in what moment was that even possible?
Yeah, and he cut noise at the perfect time too.
Look at this.
There's a great round that FaZe Clan used to run where it looked like a full outer exec, and it was just trying to sneak Rain all the way down to the back of Ivy. No one else out there on an upper exec, and then they just go after whenever a kill went down. Flamesy made really good executive choices here instead of, and he could have just wrapped around the back of Bomb Train. He knows someone's going to be there. But obviously, Inner was way too tempting. Just got to take that on the chin if you're Falcons.
It's a bit gut-wrenching because it's just a moment of helplessness, surely. But hey, silver linings. Walked away with a few guns. But because that round's also so free, I'll take that silver lining back. The cash here on Vitality is looking good.
Yeah, true.
Flamesy tries it again, met by resistance, but he'll still succeed. You were kidding.
Copy and paste.
We thought to ourselves it's because nobody spots him that round gets picked up by Flamesy. Instead, he just charges in, double Mac 10 duel, wins them, and then Mezzy and Zywoo have presented the next couple of kills. Poor Modesty now. There is nothing to even shoot at, as that bomb will inevitably go down on B off of ropz' excavation of information.
That was looking like a weird decision to push up Pop in that spot instead of just going Inner. Because Flamesy gets 2 kills, then he gets info on 2 more players. And they know they just have Inner all to themselves.
Modesty hunting down upgrades. It's a tale that's becoming too common in these last couple of rounds, and ropz real deep. Means this one's Vitality's lead officially taken. And that man on your screen is a key component of it. 2 rounds back-to-back, all Flamesy.
That was a kicksand style call. Just 2 of these identical outer rushes with the same supporting utility. Flamesy probably with the exact right spawn, just saying, send me out again, let's run it back. And they nail the flashes.
Yeah, the E-Box player flash, kicksand not so much. That was the fairer of the duels. Makes perfect sense to try to push through the train smoke as well to get some map control back, but so fast in returning to the other end. This is a faster tempo, though, set by the CTs. Kicksand wants in on the action.
Yeah, he's ahead of that Molly.
It looks like he'll catch them off guard. Zywoo's back turned to him. Now we get that ramp push. Magic's trying to tether off the push with NiKo right behind it. Vitality realizing this is probably not a comfortable avenue of attack.
This is something Falcons specifically were doing early on with Train, taking control like this, and that was a very cute play out of Kicksand. Everyone's using spawns to their best advantage right now. Ooh. Clean kill out of TSS. Down to 1 kit of utility here for the Falcons. It's all on Modesty, but the job is nearly finished already.
Although they do disrespect that smoke just a few seconds ahead of timing. Yeah. It'll be on Falcon's mind, but
see the way they're playing duels, man. This map is like, you can still see Vitality finding good fights.
Ooh, Monasty's gotten away with this one. A little Sanctuary back sight. Feels like that will surely catch Vitality off. Maybe not. Mezzy, insta-headshot, unable to get himself another. ropz' position now well known and no teammates to work with. He's got bomb in 20 seconds. Would have to be the 1v4, 3 left. We hit 15 to that clock. He hears the steps inside Icon, so he'll try to get this close kill, knowing that would have been the player to push him on the plant. And it's majority alive here for Falcons. It's a couple rounds previously where they don't really get fair fights, but then they show us that with the rifles at longer ranges, they can keep these duels clean.
I think they must have seen Modesty because they threw a second molly at him. So maybe they got some visual there.
One for good measure.
His control Control-C, Control-V with the CT attack. Announcing their presence as they take over T-Con control. And in the first round of train games, this was the standard practice. Get this smoked, play inside of it or don't. Just force the T's to have to re-clear it before they take outside. This definitely makes sense for Falcons because how much Vitality are coming back to this. We saw them literally try a full-on outer exec and win at sub 30 seconds just a couple rounds ago. The only issue for the CTs is you can't hold it forever. You can't actually stay here. So I think people stopped doing this because it felt like a bluff. But you can see they're trying to piss Vitality off, using a lot of smokes on it.
There it is, flustered out through T-Con. NiKo has to turn over to stop it, and in that moment, it is headshots galore.
The mind games are next level. 3 smokes goes into T-Con control. Vitality know that's atypical. They still have a plan to take it, as if they know that there's going to be a chained smoke coming. A third one, they throw that molly down perfectly. They attack as if they have nothing to worry about, and they find those 2 early fights. It's a map that feels like it's more on tactics than overall strategy. Gaming rotations feels like an afterthought in this in the current meta of Train. And that could be because of the way the map is truly meant to play, but it also could just be because it's unexplored. You know, we don't know. You know, when Fnatic got good on this map early on, then there became the Olaf smoke, which ended up getting thrown every single round, you know, for the rest of the games. It's sandwich smoke as well. Like, there are certain pieces of utility that totally change everything, and it might not have been found yet. The way that you're supposed to defend standard rounds from the CT side.
Early utility pressure. Flamesy taking a look at it. Sees a player top red. Kind of just flirting with the exit. He'll line up the spray, though. csgo never even given a chance. He'll be on high alert. The Kicksands push forward. Flamesy seemingly well aware. ZywOo takes the fight beyond that. And now with timing, they may have just let this possibility go, but it's just the P250, and now it's both players found out here by Mezzy. A crawl out through Ivy that cannot be contained. You go 4 players pushing forward because of Flamesy and ZywOo's T-Con presence, and now Vitality in a round where they have much better guns are just playing with Falcons. 6-4 made real easy.
Yeah, we get into conditioning territory here from Vitality, and it's also an anti-eco, but sometimes anti-ecos are great rounds to use for places where you'd normally wouldn't take. Like IV is just not fun to try to get control of. So hey, a round where they don't have much utility to work with, you just throw it in there. So it feels like you go IV sometimes. And the less that they end up going IV, the less attention that Falcons will give it. The easier it'll be to bring that into the game plan. Falcons are trying their hardest to come up with stuff, but it feels like Vitality are just learning live exactly how to deal with it.
Yeah, right? Where one win streak ends, it feels like another may continue. Very comfortable looking T-side. Feels like Mezzy's just been having a field day in these last couple rounds. Nobody's even really shooting back at him with backs turned versus pistols. There's that CT spawn smoke for T-Con. Still drops too late to stop ZywOo from getting 1 bullet off. And they're gonna make sure nobody presses up close. It's one thing to play that Ivy control in the anti-eco like you just mentioned, but now this time csgo is still allocated back there. Doesn't have a ton of utility just due to the nature of the economy, but here comes pressure into T-Con. ZywOo's getting burned back and Flamesy dies right in front of him. Very good zoning here offered by NiKo and Kicksands, something that really feels like they've been fighting for multiple rounds, but leave it to ropz to find timing. He slips out Miss jump.
Oh, that's awkward.
Otherwise, it feels like at the very least, Kixan would be dead. Instead, Falcons able to not only take the fight on their terms, but then hold off the unexpected ropz attack.
Oh, it's a freebie, actually. ZywOo going from T-Con back to Ivy. And they were looking for a fight here. But it's still kind of early into the rounds. Ooh. Gotta be careful, Falcons.
That's good info. NiKo's shooting. ropz just fired. They write off the possibility of a deep corner hold. ZywOo, no second chance on NiKo. And so this one gets cleaned up with majority alive. There it is. There's been a lot of positioning for that T-Con duel.
Yeah, man. NiKo, Kixan, that's a nice duo to see approaching this. They've been in the middle of these rounds, not from safe spots, just finding the right timings to do so. Attacking flamez and ZywOo, making sure that flamez can't come forward with that swing that they used on NiKo last time. And ropz is almost a saving grace, but obviously, a little mouse wheel malfunction, and that helps out Falcons a ton.
But it's a strong end here for Vitality economically. That would have been heard. Kixan gonna wait for that Molotov to expire, and he will pull back.
Yeah, wise to do so.
But at least it's good early info. Not only him towards Popdog, you get NiKo up in T-Con, free for the taking.
Feels like with the staging of the round, we get that. Unless they go back to T-Con control, they're just gonna try the upper pop again, but on a late timing. Outer, excuse me. ropz is getting ready to clear out Pop. So as soon as he starts scaling, then we'll see the full attack come into place. I think he had to make sure that Kixan had actually left.
Non-existent utility to hold back Ivy, and there's been an affinity for it from Vitality in these last couple rounds. Here we go again, announcing the approach. Well-timed peek out of TeSeS. Player in the back throwing nades, guy up front worried about the close play. m0NESY, tough shots up close like this, and he misses his second chance. flamez takes it to the legs and survives. But you've got NiKo at the front of the site. TeSeS still holding on to the back line, and NiKo doesn't look like he wants to move, but ropz will just drag him out of there. Him and TeSeS and Kixan too. Magisk not able. ropz goes huge. Why not? Picks up a quad kill for the road. A 7-5 T-side Vitality. tactics-heavy half that Vitality threw at that outer yard and got the better of Falcons for the majority of those rounds. 7-5 their lead. Sprinkled in a little star power, though, right there at the tail end. Here's that 4K from ropz. We heard him talking about it as that round closed. He said, boop, 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 because it all comes too easy.
I didn't even see anyone.
I was spinning so much in pub.
Couldn't have said it better myself. 4-1 currently in pistol round wins are Falcons in this series. So if there's been any edge, it's starting halves strong. Let's see if they can do that here on the attack of map 3. Someone's taking an advantage at the end of this one.
This series could definitely come down to train. We could see if Vitality can end the debate about whether or not Falcons could have won it last time. Still 13-9, I think it felt. They had rounds to play with.
Yes. Dead on. Little pump fake. Throwing smokes outside, but getting ready to hit B site from above. ropz is going to have his hands full. Sees that second volley of util versus m0NESY. Keeps it clean. Players fall down onto site, but because ramp is stopped, he had a little room to work with in cover. Okay, because of the fire, it delays the Z take. Here's Magisk back, turns to him.
Oh, don't.
What's he want here?
Too long.
He drops the shot. He's at least able to recover, and now they know about this nuisance. There's another layer to this, though. Kixan's coming around through CT spawn. Apex has gotten the kill. He can straight up defuse this.
They don't know.
They don't know, but there is nobody here to stop it. Both these T's on the opposite side from bomb. He's got to get on top of it. And now Kixan, desperate to close this distance. 5 seconds on the defuse, makes the jump, sitting duck, slays him.
Okay, swinging from the ladder. Sonic got his hands on his face. All good. Man, 2 players coming in on that lurk, and NiKo pushing all the way up so early. It had Vitality so confused.
Magic's making me nervous with the way he didn't take that first shot.
Yeah, because just as we saw, as they exit, they're going to just be suddenly looking at him incidentally. I think he gets scary.
That is 5-1 in pistol rounds now. Already on site, fast, so fast.
Oh,
but
they're
the
getting
CT
crushed.
stuff it. MP9s just run rampant. Outer yard smashed. That is tempo, but it's also m0NESY to bring this back. Apex and m0NESY through smoke.
Oh, that's a gift for Vitality. 2 of those kills at the end through the smoke, and they run up through E-Box, shut him down with the MP9s. This is Falcons trying to do what Vitality have been doing in all their games, but they don't have it the same way. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Okay. m0NESY tries his damnedest to bring it all back. m0NESY gets another one through the smoke.
Smoke, USB headshot from Apex. They just don't think they can be beat. That's the thing.
Vitality loves that. I mean, we keep moving the goalposts for this team. We have to remember that this is a Vitality that as they arrived in Copenhagen, there was people in the community thinking like, yeah, wildcard could cause this upset. You know, after all the success of Vitality, just by nature of being exhausted from winning. But I think when you taste victory to the degree that Vitality has, you become addicted to it. And I mean, how many times do you see ZywOo fist pumping and vocally cheering as they win these rounds to Falcons? You have crested the mountain, but you don't get to the top and then not want to push the ceiling even further.
Yeah, they're just looking for the next highest peak. And I mean, even though they have beaten the Liquid streak, that streak can still continue. Everest is Nith, obviously.
The further you push it, the longer it will stand. You look at that streak, you know, the 10 longest streaks. Astralis are the only team that show up in there twice because they show up in there 3 times. Their win streaks became so common, but sometimes you never get to see these sorts of runs again. csgo Deagle kill entry. ropz eats the flashbang fully. He's lucky he regains vision in time. Kixan kind of loses track of that. And unfortunately here for csgo, 2 is all he'll find. Flamesy hot to the fight. Vitality rack up another.
It's going to be a lot more death matching as this game goes on, especially if Falcons want to try those upper pops like Vitality did to them in the first half. You know, with the 2 G2 players that are NiKo and m0NESY, there is a valid argument to say that that style of play is perfect for them. They've even got a better, you know, 3 other players beside them to be able to pull off those insane sort of death ball entry rounds that they could execute versus any team.
Speaking of death balls, here's Falcons with pistols in upper.
This is a great anti-eco setup. It's perfect for the MP9. Early information to help out B. Very hard to approach without utility for the T side.
What's NiKo up to?
Just getting info.
Okay. Just hanging around.
Just looking for clues, and I think that because he doesn't see any push, they're worried about this specific setup now, but they don't have much to work with, so.
csgo has to go first. They're gonna try to chase him down. He's looking to live. Nade on Kixan almost gets the job done. And you'll just send it. Tries to make a truce, but no prisoners here. Vitality, double digits, 10-6. And the runway is within eyesight. Vitality looking to take off in this series to the 2-1 lead to prove that the train win in Australia was no anomaly.
They're the most dominant train team. It's not like they're bringing so much innovation that like everybody is just, you know, in the wake of the ideas and are getting shot on the side of the head. They're just out-dueling everybody at every step of the way. T and CT side right now.
You know, we don't question Vitality's map pool. It's obviously not as in-depth as their Inferno, but it is a key part to their success that they've been able to win this. No losses as of yet. Oh, Magis almost gets the timing on that one. And because he gets so far, maybe they would have thought nobody's here, but Flamesy now announces himself, draws them forward. This Crossfire's killer. He's gonna try to run, comes back at it, and holds Kixan away.
You could say the timings were very fine, but they also were jiggle spotting both together at different moments.
Perfect.
Like they were covering each other beautifully.
You know, it's not some grand tactic that we think, wow, Vitality have cooked this up, but it does show that even within the minute details of the newest map in the pool, Vitality are finding a way to get the edge. And there's consistency that's coming with that. So this one's an easy cleanup, damn near mirrored setup, this time versus Guns, and it goes down just as smooth.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Vitality have that. They do have that 2018 Astralis era, at the, aura, not even era, at the moment. This is so well played out of Flamesy. Even the fallback, and you just see how good he is in moments like these when he's pressured a ton. A second to get the reload off, has to pick the type of swing that he pulls off and hits the instant headshot on a Kixan. Now they can feel it. They're probably frustrated, confused after Inferno. Suddenly become a totally different day.
I think defeat has become such a foreign flavor. Vitality just want to bounce back as fast as possible. Looking good, if not for the Tech 9. Good pressure.
There's an op.
Not over yet. ZywOo's op exchanges hands. Magis wants the rifle instead. Unfortunately for him, he goes down with nothing more. Falcons try to crank that dial. And there's no denying it caught Vitality off, but they recovered well. And that Desert Eagle from m0NESY gets away from him. It is a Vitality on fire with 6 map points.
Crazy. After their last match, I thought the one thing we'd see different is Falcons improving. If we also saw Vitality improving, sure, but with Magic having a much better event, It felt like the upset was imminent. I was just wondering how much more fun can Vitality have, man.
Yeah, I think a victory like this, just like a clean sweep of a half, that's going to do them a lot of good psychologically going forward in this best of 5, to know you will have 2 maps fully to try to close this. Our analyst desk wasn't as convinced with Vitality's Mirage. That's where we go next. So maybe the question does kind of bounce back to Vitality and their improvements. Whether they can really keep a meter between them and Falcons is the question. You know, if this is the team in the pool that's pushing you the most, and you can suddenly win versus them more convincingly, then that win streak is truly alive and strong.
And the best B anchor on the map just got an op.
Uh-oh.
Wonder how they approach him now. I mean, this is the spot that he's the best at by far. But no Z rotator right now. Bomb coming closer. The exec comes in. I feel like he's pretty safe up here, you know, from a lot of utility. And Apex is now getting closer. Oh, they take out Tassis and the exec comes.
2 ops, 2 op frags. No challenge here for Vitality so far. CT side damn near perfect. It was that pistol in Falcon's back pocket that would have led you to believe this T-side had legs to stand on. But ever since the force buy win comes through, Vitality have not looked in that rear view mirror. All done, almost crushed. Absolutely perfect, if not just playing with their food. A 2-1 lead in this best of 5.
Train stays true here for Vitality, and now they are just 1 more away from continuing this unbelievable streak of wins.
Yeah, well, Vitality continuing where they left off on Dust 2, you know, they must have felt a lot of confidence getting that one off the table. And, you know, Maui, we shared the same feelings that when we saw that Vitality decided to play Train second time in Melbourne, like as a second map in Melbourne, we were both arguing in that is this actually the right thing to go for?
Right.
Right again, now we see the Vitality, they get off with the win. They should have probably lost it in Melbourne, but, you know, they're actually looking quite decent in this map.
This looked cleaner. This looked a lot better.
Did,
I think the CT side for them on this one looked like they had control of everything that Falcons were trying to throw their way, especially in that last round. Just 2 ops trained on all the angles that they needed to. Yeah, it was lights out.
Yeah, it's the most dominant map so far of the series, and 1 mini streak has now survived, the Train streak for Vitality. The bigger streak obviously ahead on the series win if they can go ahead and take it here on Mirage or Nuke. But no, I think Vitality just kind of did what we're used to seeing. They're just so good at doing the basics correctly. Again, no one's reinventing the wheel on Train. No one's really doing that much different on how they execute outer. The one thing that Vitality does a little bit better, I think, is they implement pop in their T-splits a little bit better, and it kind of overwhelms opponents sometimes who are trying to play up close on T main because they know that they have to worry about the heavy pop, but they just never know when that T main guy is going to swing. And I think that when Vitality mess with people like that on those little timings, you saw them slow it down a little bit more as well. Like they weren't just gunning it out T main every single time. So I think it's kind of just a combination of proficiency and just getting the fundamentals down.
Now, why would you reinvent the wheel on Train when there are so many wheels on the map itself, Maui? There was one round where you wanted to take a look at the wheels and how they turned.
This is one where I feel like this was almost an improvised play for Flamesy, okay? He gets out mid. I think he thought that there was going to be a fight around E-Box or that ladder wall, and then he just actually slinks all the way into Z, and this wasn't really a starter that I feel like was any much different than what we get sometimes when he is entering towards outside, but for him to take the onus, to take the space, take the initiative. Like, look how fooled Magisk is right there. Like, he had no idea that this was even possible. Just losing sight of Flames for a second or two, that's all it took for him to sling into the back lines.
And a small detail, like the round directly after, I believe that they made the same call. You know, they had no idea how Flamesy got their shirt, that he got through CT connector, right? But the way that he got out, they just did a repeat call. You know, that also shows that Apex is capable of calling repeat rounds, you know, that will catch his opponent off guard. So it was a great
One detail on that mini-map that I did notice, they didn't smoke Icon that round. So I think there was a little bit of maybe false security that they could peek that doorway a little bit further back. And that way they were like, hey, if they overwhelm us pop, it's okay, we're playing a deeper position. But in reality, it's just the speed of Flames to get in the Z. He just kind of found that gap. So there's like a little bit of a slight difference there. And I don't know if that made the difference or not, but either way, it obviously was cool to have the combination of all their basics going well. Then you have a curveball like that thrown in the mix, it just kind of keeps them guessing what the heck's going on here.
It does feel like when we're looking back at that matchup, you know, just a week ago, the question was, would Falcons have found solutions already to what Vitality were showing them? They started off, we're thinking, oh my God, this is strong here on Inferno. They're flipping the script. Now we come to Train. there were the reps. Nothing changed that radically here, and Falcons looked very frustrated.
I mean, of course, it comes down to limited practice, and I also believe that it's a map that m0NESY probably haven't played too much in a team-based. So, of course, that also maybe plays into Vitality cards that they feel like they can get a map where m0NESY is not as trained and doesn't have all the protocols, and then it doesn't help that the map is just also brand new. There's so many things that keeps getting added to the game from different teams, and we've heard players say that every time they play train, they seem to have to play against opponents that have come up with like a new solution or like a new idea. So it's also a map that is very much just thrown in to be a little bit random at times.
Even the fundamentals of the Falcons side, I found to be in question at times, like the way they wanted to take fights as Vitality are going outside. That's not to say that Vitality aren't pushing them back. Like they're throwing good layered flashes so that the guys on Falcons think, okay, I'm unblind, I got to swing now, but then their teammate to the left of them is unfortunately still blind or still trying to rotate in. So it's discombobulating. It makes you feel like, okay, I need to take this fight now before everybody swarms me. And you could see that it's just Vitality, their outside hits are so powerful, they're so potent, they just keep everybody off kilter.
I feel like the only way you as a CT can have like a lot of success by playing up close is that you need to get like multiple kills either coming out of Pop Dog or out of T-Main. If you just only get that trading going, as soon as the player just keeps like swarming the bomb site and you're smoked off in every direction, you just can play on this bomb site position, you just seem to get shot at from different angles. It's just like, it's hard to retake at that point.
Yeah, meanwhile, you transition to CT side, the anchoring from Vitality was fine. They never really had any trouble like diagnosing what they were up against and then finding solutions to it each and every time.
That they did not. There was another round we wanted to take a look at. This was right at the tail end of the half. Pretty successful round here for ropz.
I mean, this is just the story of the game. I mean, like, even though Vitality lost an opening pick towards Ivy early on, it's just, once again, like, this is what we're talking about. The way that they're able to slowly carve up the bomb site. I mean, a lot of it was from ropz right there, but it's just the scaling. It's so ferocious, the way they're able to constantly keep encroaching. Like, there's people trying to push through smoke so they can help their teammates out on the Falcon side because they realize, like, we need to recover this right now. Like, there's a panic in the way that they're moving around.
This was the perfect example of what I just talked about, the whole scaling part, that you just need to get the trades out. If you don't get multiple kills, if NiKo would have gotten the guy coming out of Pop, they probably win this round, because that makes the guy coming out of Ivy also be able to go through the smoke and actually have a favorable duel.
I also just want to bring up the fact that I feel like teams aren't playing retake on A at all, and I feel like in CSGO, in the last version of Train, retaking A was so hard. It was so difficult. I feel like there's a case to be made that you should try to go for it now, because it's just more open than it used to be. There aren't like a million crevices that the T's can play in a post plant, but this time around, like Falcons, I don't even think they really truly attempted one post plant. Like, they wanted to die before that bomb was even getting planted.
And it's definitely something that we have to take into consideration, that if a bomb site is easy to take as T, it will also be somewhat easier to use CT, because you actually have, like, so as you mentioned, like very limited positions you can play in the afterplan. And if you can just stay alive and play the number game and just trade out things, I think it could actually pay off. I don't think it's a bad take, actually.
Now, to Falcons' credit, there were also some moments where just the micro situations got a little unfavorable for them. There was one in particular we wanted to look at. This is round 17 here, Peter.
We obviously have to praise, like, flamesy for what he's doing here. Obviously the thing is set here, and he wants to push into Pop. Like, the detail is here that the Molotov actually hits him while running into Pop Dog. It kind of delays the explosion of the Molotov, which maybe masks the fact that the Falcons players are not aware that he might be pushed up so far. And now they just get into this really nasty crossfire. They can't handle it. They can't get the trades. He even does a really perfect flash here to get the information that 3 players are actually in Brown Hall. So at this point, you can just see that the individual prowess of flamesy, the fact that he's so good at playing aggressive, he keeps getting killed. Like, he gets a triple kill by doing this kind of push.
And we just don't really see that same type of aggressive defensive setup from Falcons at any point in time, really, throughout that first half. Meanwhile, you have a very confident anchor in ropz, who is very willing to play forward, but can also play solo by himself on site when need be. And when you have that flexibility, and you have someone like Flames who is willing to play those upfront positions, it allows you to do some of these little pop pinches. And I think that particular area of the map is the one that's going to get explored the most in the coming months.
I think at this point, any of the concerns that we had coming in from that initial Inferno here for Vitality have been mostly assuaged. And in particular, when we talk about that supporting rifling duo here of flamesy and m0NESY, they had some phenomenal showings here on Train.
I think flamesy is the one that stands out the most for me on this map. Obviously, had a lot of impact on the T side by retaining the control of the team, whenever the CT wanted to aggress him. He got multiple kills when they wanted to aggress him. He was the guy that was like without a fear jumping out of team and connected, trying to get a lot of information. He got a lot of first kills, but also on the CT side, he was not afraid of taking the fights. He was not afraid of fighting for the space that he knows that his team needs to win rounds.
To me, even though we're going to highlight Flames here for the entry work that he had towards T-Con, I really just think that the structure is helping him so much. I mean, the fact that they have such good smokes, the flashes that Apex is sending over T-Con to support Flames and Mezzy for that matter to try to take that space outside. Like all of the resources are actually being funneled into the entry fraggers for Vitality, which is why to me it's kind of a win by committee, even though he definitely pops off the page statistically.
It's nice to see that, right? Because we know that he had that slow moment on Inferno in the opening map of the series. He was 0-7 to kick off that game. That's a map you wind up losing. You kind of wonder, you know, if he would have had more impact, does that change the game at all? Particularly how good he is at creating pressure by himself. Then you get him on a map like Train, and he's able to not only get the entries that you want him for, that's his main role, but then defensively being able to anchor, being able to push Pop Dog in a couple of rounds that we saw there. He had 2 rounds where he was able to have a multi-frag on that particular route. I mean, that just shows you the diversity that this guy can bring and how good this team can be when they're getting good form out of the entire lineup.
And you know, I've been in Flames' shoes. You know, I've been having his roles. You know, and you can look like really stupid sometimes, and you can also look like a god when you go out. Like because as an entry fragger and with the sheer aggressiveness that he has, like if you go out and you actually fumble your kills and you don't get the ones you're supposed to, then you will look stupid. But at the same time, you'll also look like the guy that actually wins your round because you go for the kind of. And sometimes, yes, it does look like it's uncalculated or risky. But as you've mentioned, with the resources being given to him by Apex, that was also what happened to me in that role. You know, he was the one that would do a lot of flashes for me, and sometimes it was also down to the playstyle thing that was. Do I think that that's like a cool? But it seems like every time he comes up with this, either could be himself coming up with the idea that he wants to go out, or it's Apex calling things for him.
It's almost poetic too that Apex, having been an entry fragger himself, is supporting his entry fraggers so well, because he also knows if you run out and these are bad flashes, bad smokes, he's gonna make you look dumb because he's probably been the guy that looked dumb on his old team.
But that was like an actual issue that we had on Vitality going into it, because you know, with Apex history of being an entry fragger, he knew how he wanted that role to function, so he wanted it to be played like he used to do that. When I came into the team, he wanted me to be that kind of soldier going in and actually, you know, utilize myself in the way that he wanted. It was actually hard for me to adapt into that role because I came from in a time in Astrology where we played a lot more by the books and not, well, we played more calculated, and he's always been very like risk-reward-ish, and you know, that is also what I see with Flames here.
Is that almost a challenge when you have an IGL who's done your specific duty before, where it's almost that person just looking right over your shoulder saying, well, that's not the way I would have done it?
Well, individually, yeah, if you cannot adapt, that's difficult. That was some of the difficulties that I had. But obviously, Apex has like the broader picture. Like he has an idea how he wants his players to play and how like, he built his system around the fact that he needs someone to go out and do some of the dirty work. And someone that thrives in that role, that will be very beneficial to the team. And that is also why I think Vitality is the best team in the world right now, that he is so good at doing that and creating space for his star players coming in.
But he can also just be the one to do it himself. I think it's the other big thing. People forget that this guy has had big ratings in big grand finals, and he has been the guy that sometimes can go out first and find the entry, make the game easier. He's not your traditional fragging IGL like a Blitzer or something along those lines, but he can still have massive impact in big games, which he's been able to do in this game as well.
Looking at the other side of the server, right? For the Falcons now, this is back-to-back map losses. They didn't have to deal with that over in the Melbourne side. It was a back-and-forth affair. We saw some frustration creeping in. Are we concerned for the Falcons?
I paid like special attention to how NiKo was on the player cam. Like it was multiple times that he would like float back in his chair and he would flip up his microphone, saying slurs to himself. Maybe I mean that is the question. Like is it actually mounted on himself, or is it like how the team is playing, or things like that?
Even the Glock round where he was just in spawn, just sitting all the way back and just kind of, we were wondering, is this a tech pause or what? Because he was just like pressing AD while drinking some electrolytes or something.
And there's probably this rule like from the time in both Vitality and also Falcons, we had the rule that you're allowed to be like frustrated for like 30 seconds when there's like room for it. But then you also got to step out of it. Like,
that was over 30.
That was over 30, right? But if that's
Look,
what it takes
NiKo,
for you to get back,
he's got the rep. He gets 45.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's one of those things where I'll never truly know. Like, you'll know better than anyone what that's like. But what I do like about NiKo, and hopefully what we'll see in this next map at least, is the ability to snap back. Like, he knows he's the playmaker on this team. He knows that he needs to take the game in his own hands sometimes, and they need that now more than ever. They're at one map against the wall at this point, and you're going on to a map like Mirage coming up soon where this is his playground. This is where he can really thrive. So hopefully he can kind of check back in and keep the series going.
Well, like many things in Counter-Strike, maybe we can never know. But I do know someone who was recently in those huddles. What would you be saying? What do you think Zonic is saying to try and get the troops back on track here?
I think the most important aspect for them right now is that they stay true to themselves and they remind themselves that they've had like limited practice. They're in a grand final once again against Vitality, a team that has won pretty much everything the last couple of months. they need to just stay realistic and do their best. They need to try and limit their frustrations towards the game or each other, which is probably mounting, because they also feel like with the win they got on Inferno, they maybe feel like maybe this is the time where we're actually going to beat them, even though we've only played them twice. So I think it's more about staying focused and staying true. Keep your focus around what you can actually control instead of what you cannot control.
It feels like it's almost a curse for Falcons that they were so close in Melbourne, but in some ways that was probably them. I'm not going to say like it was a fluke, but it was definitely an overperformance given that they had such little time to practice. They know that they were on the precipice of victory last time around, that they had 7 match points, and in their eyes, those were wasted opportunities. Now, having to build from the ground up and now building from a map down, they're going to feel like, man, we're farther away than we were last time. But that's, again, it's almost like trying to stay grounded in the sense that this is already very impressive. But like these guys don't care about impressive. They do want to win today. So they do want some tactical answers too.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming on to Mirage is about they're going to feel more comfortable on for sure. We're going to dig into the weeds of that more as we get there. But I think the biggest thing is about understanding that, you've kind of gotten through some of the hard licks and you came out with the victory. Like they weren't expecting to win Inferno, I don't think, in their minds. Sure, they wanted to. I'm sure they're trying their best. But realistically, they probably thought that the series goes 1-1 a different way. Well, all of a sudden, you've stolen Inferno. Yeah, Train didn't go so hot, but you still got a great map coming up next. And so I think that, knowing them and the resilience that they can have on some other individuals, that they should still be able to fight here.
Perhaps a bit of a train wreck for the Falcons, but there's lots of time to right this ship. We head to a break. On the other side of that, we get ready for Mirage.
outside perspective, sometimes we see these Vitality finals in particular, and it almost feels like they have like a divine presence, like a plot armor coming in. Is that something that's perceptible as a player in the server where it just almost feels like you can't get it over the line? And if so, how do you think about it? How do you solve that?
Well, I mean, obviously they've been playing great, and they won some finals where the opponent didn't have chance. But the last one, we made it competitive, and in my opinion, we deserved the win. But we are trying not to think too much about them, because we know that it's mostly up to us how we perform. And if obviously they're a really strong team, so if you give them the respect and if you let them play how they want, they will destroy you. So that's what we are trying to avoid.
It must be hard sometimes not to feel like an obstacle just for Vitality to overcome with this insane streak they've got. But one map may be all that stands between them and the 5th trophy in a row. But somehow I don't think Falcons just want to be an obstacle on the road. They want to play spoiler to that. They might have blood in the eyes. They might be getting knocked around a little bit, but they're still standing. They're still in the ring. And as long as they're on their feet, they've got a chance here on Mirage.
And Kixon put it out pretty nice, you know, it's up to themselves to determine how the result's going to go. You know, they know that they're good enough to actually beat them. You know, they put up a really great fight back in Melbourne. They know that they just need to try and not get into the point where they give them too much space. Sure, that's probably harder said than done, but overall I think that Falcons is still in a state where they can be very proud of what they've achieved so far. Of course, they still need to get over some of the hurdles that they have, but with limited practice, I think they're doing great. You know, and coming into now Mirage is a map that I feel like they've already beaten them on. There's a chance that they can actually pull it to the 5th one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map where they have similar resumes, similar records against a similar level of competition. They've traded games on this map against each other. Both times games were very close. One was overtime, one was 13-10. So we know that it can have the potential to be a very tight battle. And if I'm looking at it from the perspective of Falcons and what they need to do to win to keep this series going, there's really 2 main things for me. One, you need to get m0NESY's defensive op being dynamic. You need to be able to allow him to be a factor that can't be accounted for. You know, this is a map that provides a lot of opportunity for operators to move around quite a lot between B apartments, connector, whatever the case may be. Let's get that going. And then on the other end, it's NiKo. Like, you're the other star of this team. This is your playground. You know, we talk about how mobile he is on the T side, how he can come from so many different angles. We even mentioned in the green room how he's, you know, willing to go window boost a little bit more often as well, and even try to bring that as like a little ace up his sleeve. So it's just about trying to get the most utilization out of your star players when you're in a moment like this.
And I really love how Kixan's been orchestrating their offense. That's one thing from the Melbourne T side where they're able to get 6 rounds against Vitality that I've just seriously loved. If the first plan doesn't work, if they find out that it's ZywOo that's trained on the angle that they want to take, they just reroute. They've actually gone for really good mid rounds. They've had great ways to take mid control in the late round. They usually leave one other presence, some lurker on the other side of the map so that they can pinch with him. So they always have a plan A, and as soon as they know that that plan A is getting stopped in its tracks, they have a great plan B.
And I think that's also one of the strengths that Kixon has right now, which has also been praised for, is that he's good at changing up the pace. Like, if they get off to a good start, if they win and the pistol convert, and he can actually start, you know, dictating the game. He can manipulate the rounds. He can put up fakes of what he's previously done. He can start doing rushes. He can go back to playing very, very slow. You know, keeping this constant guessing game for Vitality is something that's going to be also going to be crucial for this game.
It's going to be tough, though, because I think Vitality are just deeper, in my opinion. Like, I think they have a lot of different opening variations. They're a little bit more diverse on how they can appropriate things. And you talk about how great Kixon's been calling is. Well, Apex is too. And this squad has been together for 5 months now, and they definitely know each other through thick and thin and understand how to thrive in chaos, how to make something out of nothing, how to pivot. And so I do think that that's an issue that, you know, Falcons are certainly going to face, is handling just how much diversity this team can bring to the table.
I love that you bring up the depth, because that's where I feel like it's going to go in the other side. I think that this is actually where Vitality end the series, because in that Melbourne one of the reasons the mid-rounding worked so well is because, in my eyes, Vitality in some rounds were playing not to lose. Like, they would get the opening pick and they'd all kind of shrink back, but because they're playing in a studio, they've already got the streak, they've already got the Grand Slam, now they can just free themselves up. They're in a 5v4 and Flames wants to push towards A ramp. I think they're going to let him. I think he's going to just take that sort of space. I don't think he's going to shy away from it, because the pressure in some ways is already off their shoulders, and now they have the freedom to know they're up 2-1 in the series.
And I feel like we've seen that multiple times, not only on the last map, but also by going all the way back to Inferno. We saw ZywOo going for like and maybe the questionable by pushing with the USP alone. Yep. He walked through a smoke with an op. There was a round in top mid where I was like about to like, what is actually going on? It seems like they're playing freely. They're playing without like a little bit of off the pressure because, as you've mentioned, they've got the two things going for them. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be difficult. And I paid attention to the Falcons had like a prolonged huddle, like, you know, before going into this one. You know, I am pretty sure that they were having a brief talk about that. Now, like, we know that we can beat them in this one. We need to, like, you know, just cool off a little bit and just believe that what we have actually in the books can actually make us over the finish line.
I think the Zero factor is another big one we have to talk about, though, because not only has his opping been on point in comparison to Monesi throughout the series, but he also just has an entry AK threat that Monesi just doesn't quite have. It's not that Monesi's not a good rifler. He is. I think he's great as a trader and great as a defender, but I do think Zero is that X factor to help you even have that additional entry man, and that's going to be a big factor this game as well.
Well, for Vitality, they may now be seeing the light at the end of this long best-of-5 tunnel, and that light, it glints gold. Almost as gold as the watch on Mohan's wrist. Take it away, Scrawny and Launders.
Damn, flexing on him.
I forgot it.
Nothing. Broke ass. Here we go. Mirage, one more time. And what do you think of the desk's thoughts on this one, Mo? Do you think that they've highlighted the win conditions appropriately?
I'm with Dust for sure. Vitality have a deeper playbook. I think it's nice to have a grand final, though. Like when it was G2 and it was Monesi and NiKo, we had to highlight, like, the calls weren't good. You know, the calls weren't good. Yeah. Some of their game plan was too simplified. I think Kicksands bringing the better version, which is a simple game plan, but not overly simple. Not one where they 5-man something and don't have the rest of the map control. They are better at keeping options open, but they still will go for the full site execs 5v5. Vitality will be definitely more mid-control focused and a lot more tactics. I think we'll have an interesting thing here between what ropz can do on Cat and what Flamesy will do on T side in the B apartments, putting pressure on. And yeah, they'll have a much more varied attack and defense, but that definitely doesn't mean that Falcons can't win. And here we already see they're going in for some early info, but it's a fast A attack coming in.
Just Mezzy to lean back on bench. Gives it a second glance as he waits for those smokes to pop. Zywoo trying to find timing on the spam. And it gets away from him. Mezzy, though, 2 heads turned for a split second. Had a chance to sideline a couple players for free. Now Apex has the answer, but it only comes in the form of 1 kill from him. And Falcons follow through with that clinical execution. Smokes down, flashes where they need to be. Everything looked a little awkward for Vitality there, and Falcons, given the space, just follow through smoothly.
Yeah, it's just a pretty great call here. It's a site that they're playing retake on, and they get in so early. Even though the push is pretty quick over on the other side of the map, it doesn't matter. This isn't a round where Vitality are waiting and searching and going for mid before they go for the area to A attack. So just a correct call, perfect moment. Good out of prep here for Falcons.
Terrorists win.
And of course, we know what it is with those CT duels. They can go either way, but Falcons are there first. So when you get whoever has CT control and retains it, they have the better advantage in the fights.
Not enough answer back. Falcons just trying to maintain that hyper focus we saw them attack Inferno with. Understanding that the job now has to be finished on the final map of this series.
Uh-oh. Missed that window smoke. Not the time to miss some grenades.
No resistance behind it, though. Vitality not looking like they want to test the waters in middle.
Yeah, they have a pretty decent buy, but they don't have a lot of utility fighting into middle. They're playing pretty actively within the A site, however.
For the record, Falcons 6-1 in pistol rounds this series. The only asterisk is that...
Is Hunter still calling?
On that force buy, they lost one. The same thing could happen here. Not again. This is how it went down in the second half of Train. You pick up pistol, you lose to the force. That close Palace play works. NiKo has lost track of Flamesy, obviously still thinking about the possibility, but then, oh, what a perfect wrap back around.
Wow.
Flamesy just sticks the barrel to the back of NiKo, who was worried about exactly that. But he thought maybe he'd play inside the smoke, hide in a corner.
He also had to watch the whole site at the same time. So, oh man, that is so frustrating and actually amazing for Flamesy to do this. But as he brought up, you can win as many pistols as you want, but it's really about those conversions. Vitality steal this away entirely.
And all the other conversions
honestly,
were good.
They had a ramp smoke. It was 3 players in the site, 2 players on the other side of the map. It wasn't a full-on stack here over on A. But the one smoke, Falcons felt like they had to run through.
Flamesy laughing all the way to the bank off that one.
Those are the rounds where he can really show off how creative he is. And like, these decisions are not textbook by any means, right? But it's a round where we're on a low buy. We're not expected to win. I can make a move where I dip into a smoke, even though my teammates are on site relying on me, because people have to play for themselves a little more. And those are the moments that Flamesy really thrives.
I mean, look no further than some of those outer entries on Train for his ferociousness. Somebody who, like a moth to the flame, is no stranger to running risks. This time, oversteps maybe. Top stairs, that single rifle with the Galil on the other side. Those 2 rifles, what you want to get the ball rolling. It's a matter of whether it can follow through with the round win, though. And ZywOo does great damage off this scout, killing Kixan, thrusting the Galil to the dirt for now, finishing Magisk. So there's no real site control. And, well, Falcons see that as an invitation to take jungle. How do they slow this round down to maintain control?
Yeah, you would want to have a top con smoke so that you could plant opposite default or back of triple, but instead they've taken over control of it, not seeing anybody. Now it's actually scary for them to cross back, as we can see. And the idea that they go B, well, I think that's actually expired as well, because now they have to get through spawn. Mezzi's already watching it, and this is where the flank actually comes in. So, little weird here from Falcons, but they still have the chance to get to B, just a longer route.
Ooh, another tag.
Wow, man.
ZywOo's scout, really the hero of this round.
And he'll get another chance, even another one.
Though starts to miss, and that opening has allowed for the bomb to go running at it.
Oh, what a shot.
Had to, absolutely had to hit that shot. The FAMAS catches ZywOo off guard. He's gonna survive on 8. This Desert Eagle's the reason the bomb has gone down. And then he misses, much like that ZywOo scout. Here comes ropz to try to bail them out with 100 health. TeSeS is the reason that we're standing here in a post plant. TeSeS tries to find them. It gets away from him, but he still connects. And now it's low health here for ZywOo. He finishes it off. 3 to TeSeS. His T-side's impeccable.
Critical impact out of TeSeS, man. Unreal that he even hits that one deagle shot as he enters into the site. This round was damn near impossible. Peeling back onto Cat was the only option that they had, and ZywOo even spotted them and tagged them. If he had hit one more shot, and he had already hit like 6 of them, then it wouldn't have even resulted in a cross. But just incredible deagle work from TeSeS. You can see it from our perspective, no telling which side of that pillar they were gonna peek from. But his read is perfectly correct.
Much needed headshot as well there for ropz, who comes into the retake with the 100 HP and the better gun. You could spam ZywOo out of the round, but it needed to be clean on ropz, and was. But Vitality opt to go in for another force buy, thinking maybe the money's low, and the buys are nearly mirrored. Yeah. Definitely a slight edge here for Falcons, but if these force buys have taught us anything, it's that this one's on a knife's edge.
They want to avoid this ZywOo in general, it feels like, at all costs. But what we're going to pay attention to is the anchors here in Magisk. If he decides to go towards B, then that's where you'll see the lean as well. And he's starting to get into Palace. Falcons making some decisions on the fly. ropz is an interesting spot. Doesn't want to push in case there is that lurker. And is the bomb going by itself? Hopefully not.
No, it looks like Magisk at the very least is with him. 3 players.
Oh yeah, he's on the ramp. Oh no, here, okay. All good, but ropz gonna spot, and he does get away safe, 48 HP.
Right, not half bad considering the spam that it looked like he took. Tries to hold off ramp, TeSeS finds a quick entry. And then a missed scout shot from ZywOo as that MAC-10 looks rambunctious. Magisk connects with his. Scout's not ideal. Mezzi down after just the 1 kill. And so the Flamesy 5-7 versus 3's up next. Under balcony is m0NESY, and we've got Falcons recovering from that stumble in the second. 3-1, their early lead.
Yeah, real solid stuff. on this reapproach towards the A site. Excellent call. And again, they're trying the A stuff. Like, the game plan is overall like more simple. They're fighting into middle control, to be fair, in some of these rounds, not seeing anything just yet for Vitality.
Oh, very clear who's going to step up to the plate early with TeSS at 6 and 2.
Yeah, TeSS could have changed the course of the series, to be honest. That was a moment where I feel like Falcons just feeling the hangover from the last map of just, oh, like, how did we just get crushed on train? We were probably feeling pretty good into starting off Mirage by losing the second round.
You know, it was m0NESY who steps into the server tonight as the highest rated player at this event. That has since changed, surpassed by ZywOo ever so slightly. We see him starting strong, but dying out to a USP, not where he wants to be. Luckily for them, easy cleanup more or less.
Wait.
ZywOo, don't you dare.
Draw everyone on this team, I swear.
2 USP kills, not supposed to happen. AK and Galil saved, but 4-1 T side nonetheless.
That is still, yeah, pretty successful round. They get those 3 kills.
Like, you think you're me?
Only dies because that USP is empty. Give him a few more bullets. Who knows what comes next?
P2K?
Maybe. Maybe. Vitality bringing guns to the table.
Oh man, that's one way to go, TeSS.
Thoughts on
Threw
that?
that early flash and thought that it wasn't still being watched. This is also because ZywOo never shot this op in this round so far. But
Vitality
that raw
freed
duel,
up.
that's just such a clean 5v4 here for Vitality, and they immediately take space after that too.
Yeah, they're going to take over Palace, not with just ropz alone, seeing as last time he met 3.
You just create so much space by taking over place like, oh, okay, actually one back on jungle. I don't even know
Deep
from
angle
where.
from Catwalk.
Oh, he was up in ladder
Maybe,
room.
yeah, that'd make more sense.
But if they go back to A, 2 players are in halls right now. And ZywOo actually gets the kill that pushes him in this direction.
Not going to let them get any eyes on that B bomb site. So at 35 with the execution smokes coming over, and that effectively cuts NiKo out of this unless he wants to chance through smoke. He doesn't know what's waiting for him. He'll come out onto the stairs. Still, nobody holding Palace, and the fact that there's 2 players up here looks like it will catch them off. Maybe only one needed. NiKo finally hits top stairs, but there's ropz. That last layer of defense. Flamesy yet again, a just significant piece of this A success.
And it's such a good example. Well, first of all, ZywOo helps out a ton by getting this first kill. Nice and calm as soon as TeSS wants to expand on B. And then the second one. Both are as critical, honestly. But the fact is, they took over Palace control after the first kill. It's sort of the irony of map control. It's easier to do when it's 5v4, and it could be less, but it's also like less valuable to do when it's 5v4. But in a spot like this, and versus teams of this caliber, sometimes a 5v4 isn't good enough by itself. And that kind of shows us how it's an ace in the hole if they can find space on the other side of the map just as they get a kill at the same time. And this could be a read that, you know, Falcons, when they have a lurk, they're not doubling the lurks. Sometimes they're showing some information early and then committing to the same idea a lot later on. You've got to be ready for Vitality to make brazen plays.
Really allowed for Falcons to have a lot of space in mid, I find.
Yeah, tons. I think they haven't had the guns, though.
I was thinking to myself how long this would go on. They start with an early ZywOo post, but even that is time sensitive.
Yeah, this is where we look at ropz, because he's just been an incredible cat player for Vitality. He's honestly bringing this position sort of back into meta more than ever, and a lot of players are really getting a lot out of this spot, playing it solo.
Just looking for this timing on the jump up. Just missed it. Would have found that. Still finds the player down. Oh no, Tesses.
He needs to swing out a little bit to get the fight.
Tries to just get an angle, instead slips off that little lip. And all the while, Mezzi still just holding off, right? Patient about this play. Modesty's gonna try to challenge. Beautiful headshot on ropz. Mezzi looks to strike within that timing from the bottom of Vitality's scoreboard. Doesn't leave, lines them up. And it's a Desert Eagle spam from Magisk that's short-lived. Tesses still bottom middle, looking for something to pull on, but he doesn't have bomb possession at 30 seconds. And Vitality have eyes on this smoke, so it seemed. Flamesy thinking about it, gets the better of him, and Vitality cut that lead down to 1 round real quick.
And then it'll be Tesses on the other side that will put on a ropz impression, I think, with how he takes duels. But the setup is excellent. I mean, they have Mezzi on the other side of bricks, which they just don't expect, because sometimes it'll just be ropz here. And Zywoo in the back of the site once again. The op has been on B very often. When he's scouting, he's on A. When he's opping, he's on B. Connor, this is going to be the first close game of the series.
You think so?
We're going to get double digits for both teams.
Whoa.
Maybe even in overtime.
Settle down. I think if you were to ask Apex, he'd have other ideas.
What if you ask NiKo?
He would also say this will be lopsided.
I'm the only unbiased person here.
I was thinking about that, watching the KRL pop-offs. We obviously have the co-streams in the studio for this event, trying to big up the whole rivalry element of the show. There's no crowd, Modesty. There's no crowd to help you. There are people cheering at home, I don't deny that.
Real Modesty fans watch the demos.
At the end of the day, I was like, what would it be like to be KRL, where you can just scream 100% bias? Uh-oh. Hang on. Was that trying to play for info or trying to tell us what was about to go down? Because with a Glock and no armor, Modesty has suddenly put 2 M4s in the hands of Falcons.
We're talking no armor on this.
We're talking nothing on this. They limp into this round with Glocks. Modesty lets us know, alludes to the success he's gonna find, and pulls that out of the hat. Double market retake. Magisk making the best of the M4. Now they've got to come in from one direction. This is the round that they had no business winning. The most lopsided in all of the buys. And of all the rounds we've witnessed, this is his.
And that's
Modesty with the double Glock entry.
He took his time. That's why he took his time. There was a plan all along, and the burst Glock of all things to get the second frag. No armor and a win for Falcons.
Make sense of that. It's an empty magazine on Arch.
I have no idea how they got the first kill. That one's a little bit weird to explain because the guy on Get Right is using his whole mag. His teammate gets 2 kills, and I guess he just needed, like, there was no way for him to fight back when he was reloading, but thought he had an extra second. Well, that's a rare situation. Nice shots, Modesty. There's sometimes it's a beat take, and I'm like, they could have had better spots.
Yeah.
This is a spot maybe the first guy, if he's going to use all his ammo, kill somebody with
He
it.
did, he did. ropz got 2 kills from Arch. It was Mezzi who came out window that dies with nothing.
Mezzi got nothing.
Yeah.
I see.
But I'm not sure where he was holding before he, you know, kind of gets just rolled over by Modesty.
Yeah.
We'd have to watch it back.
But he's the window pillar.
Yep. A Glock.
First dazed. Okay. Well, Zywoo doesn't care. He's still just opping.
As is ropz this round. So double op setup changed here from Vitality in the 9th. Two Glock kills.
Best team in the world just lost to no armor.
1 burst Glock, double headshot, point blank upside the head. You love to see it. Flamesy's approach to Palace. Ooh, they get jumbled up.
Ugh.
Apex tries to like force him in, and in that moment, Magisk just feasts. This was man advantage Vitality for a moment. And ZywOo's still out there floating with the op, but a retake's not likely with the double op setup. And m0NESY is keeping these headshots rolling. ropz and Mezzy layer up. And now all of a sudden, it's him versus Kicksand in the clutch. That Opera is meant to be holding the angle.
Took a few fast steps.
Dude, ropz able to close this gap. And what? Oh, he thinks he's walking around. What did ropz think was happening there?
I have no clue, actually.
We need to follow the first code, guys. That's it. Because if we follow the first code,
I'm actually so confused about that one.
Then we're not together, so of course it fucks everything.
He thought he went around default?
I guess he thought he was walking around the base of the stairs. Because he heard him step sandwich, no doubt.
Well, this game's got some weird rounds.
Like, Kicksand's even, like, shocked by the fact he comes stepping over stairs.
Oh! And ZywOo just doesn't care, man. He just keeps fragging.
You just said that. And it reigns true again.
Go to the next rounds like it never happened. Nothing even happened. It's like
a dink.
He's like, eventually I'm going to get these kills and we're going to win. I mean, they're not going to win this round.
Well, you say that, but they also weren't supposed to win with Glocks on the Falcons side of things. USP just tickling NiKo for only 30 damage, and all the while, csgo senses a great opening in that B site to guarantee the round. Magisk gonna run that bomb in. ZywOo may have kicked it off with a clean window kill back-to-back. However, the rest of the squad dying with nothing. And so this half is getting tidied up real quick. Bask in his glory.
If you watch just ZywOo's POV this game, Vitality haven't lost a round. He doesn't even know what's going wrong. He's getting openings, multis, scout shots, op shots. He got spotted there, right? Yeah. I mean, oh, okay.
Kicksand was about to get owned.
Yeah.
But covered and dealt with. What happened to that close map you promised?
It's still going to be close. In fact, Falcons needed to win these rounds in order for it to be close.
Oh, okay.
This has definitely been the weirdest one so far.
Yeah, Apex not too happy with the way things are going. We heard him.
I kind of like it.
Mid-round. All we need to do is stick to the original plan, he said. That was the round that he kind of jumbled up on Flamesy in the Palace.
Yeah, that was so awkward. And I think that follow-through from Flamesy is because he was trying to be the best teammate possible, but he knew he was dead when he lost the initial, like, got dinked on the engagement and saw two players. But there's no changing the game plan when your teammate's ready to push right there, so...
Swift reminder that Underdog offers real money fantasy games on all your favorite Counter-Strike events, like the BLAST Rivals. Thank you, Underdog, for supporting our scene.
Underdog got you, dog.
Ouch. csgo just loses half his health to that frag. It's been a while since we've had the all-in execute, since the pistol, if I'm not mistaken. So here we are, 10 rounds later, and Falcon's gonna give it a shot, but they'll meet ZywOo in sight, who's just one bullet away from toppling NiKo in that process. Only a smoke here for Mezzy, so no real disruptive utility. He'll find NiKo. The little that was left of him is Kicksand off of bench. Adds an element of surprise. m0NESY was perched top Tetris, but since the bomb went down, it kind of slows things down for a moment. And within that pause, you've gotten Vitality still keeping the pressure up. Mezzy connects onto their in-game leader. Man advantage here established for the defense, and a well-timed peek out of Apex could catch them off guard. They are very much stuck on default, but who's stuck in with who? m0NESY back against the wall. Magisk by his side. 2v3 Falcons for 8.
Man, they were honestly just wandering around a little bit in that situation. If Apex had only peeked from the CT and a normal peek instead of jump spotting, would have had a great fight versus both. Another 5v4 here brought to you by ZywOo. And then Mezzy's 2 kills as he gets to the top of connector. But after that...
they're not really playing the advantage of the fact that the site doesn't have any protected choke points. If they plant default, Apex is back there and Ticket. And, oh, nice shot, Modesty. Caught him out of the sky. But do we need a stairs peek from Vitality in that situation? Shouldn't they have delayed for time since they had still control of top con, stairs, and Ticket?
Modesty absolutely took over this game on the Inferno opening. The biggest surprise of the series, and watching Vitality's win streak come to an end on that map specifically. This is his second best map yet, and no surprise that a 5-round lead comes with it. And this is within a half where we've seen him toppled top middle twice by ZywOo in the window. Gets revenge here in the final round of the attack. Trying to box him in from connector at the moment. Look at this. Vitality's defense is just cornered. At some point, they're going to be concerned about that back A site. But Tesses, he'll step up to the challenge.
Who's cornered? You know, right now, Falcons are the ones clustered. CTs everywhere.
They know about the right side. Left peek comes in. They're able to piece it all together. Modesty doesn't pull the trigger on that ropz jiggle. 30 seconds, bomb's gonna go down, no challenge. Modesty looking for the style points to close it. Every second he buys here is good. It'll keep ropz away from sight. A much needed retake with no kit and no HP. They'll end this half on fire. A master class of a T side, 9-3. And so Falcons surprised with a dominant first half, 9-3 on the scoreline. Quickly, just to remind you, we've got a survey with everything good and bad. Look at the link in the chat, check it out. We want your opinion so that we can improve. Not me, I don't want your opinion, but Blast rather, Launders. I'm gonna tell you something crazy. Falcons have 9 rounds.
Yes.
And only had 4 opening kills.
Yeah, ZywOo got every opening kill, man. They
what happened?
Well, what we saw.
What happened, Mohan?
I think we went through it as the half went on, but it was basically ZywOo having a very good half while the rest of his team having a lot of awkward moments. There was a no armor round 1 there from Falcons. I think that one's just a bad fever dream for Vitality. They're going to try to win some dignity back here in the second half, but it starts with pistols, and Falcons have been good on them. Uh-oh. Spotted ya.
They are 6-1 in pistols this series. That is about as lopsided as it gets. Gunning for a 7th. You know, the real, of course, asterisk. Gotta convert him. ZywOo's P250 on the T side gets popped by Tesses, who is a bit of an animal at the moment. That critical 3K with the Desert Eagle over on the B site really put Falcons in a great place.
Ooh, this is interesting, man, because Magisk has a smoke, and they're coming in from Palace. They might not need to suss out the players on the ramp, or
Kid as well.
Flamesy inside of, underpass. Interesting spot. He's really ready for this delayed lurk.
What happens when that bomb gets covered in a smoke? Because nobody is stopping Magisk from running up and putting that smoke on top of it.
Exactly.
He's going to go for this 5-second defuse inside of a smoke. It is utter desperation from Vitality, and he just can't line it up.
Yep.
So with ease, Falcons step forth to double digits.
It's a perfect game plan. The way that Kicksand rotates around through Palace is awesome as well. They know it's going to be an A-ramp play, and once they kill ZywOo, and so they're aware. They can draw out everybody just by dropping that smoke. So just beautifully played. Another beautifully played pistol round here for Falcons. They've got a collection of them.
It felt like we really hadn't been given a showcase of Vitality mistakes in this series, even when they go back and lose Inferno.
Until this map, yeah.
This is the map that Vitality have dropped the ball.
Lots of mistakes.
I suppose the saving grace for their sake is we've got Nuke in the back pocket. Final map of this best of 5 ready to go again. But it looks like we're going to be getting there sooner than later. With rounds like these just getting racked up, these rifles at the front of the B hit are finding nothing until ZywOo finally answers. By the time he does so, everybody else is dead, and ropz is right there with him. 11-3. It is Falcons all the way to map 5, it feels.
We could have had a different whole half, if not for a few different rounds going the way of Falcons that were just awkward, messy. I mean, you had that round where ropz walks up to the top of stairs with an up and Kicksand's just reloading a Tetris. You have the Glock round. You have so many 5v4s that have been given up. I mean, they kind of just want to forget about this. Definitely not the best showing here for Vitality. Falcons will be hyped, though.
And rightfully so. Finally, a chance in this series where we can say they've just been simply better. There's no question on this one. Doesn't look like it's going to be in question. In fact, m0NESY confident to just go for more. And unfortunately for the Vitality side, it is force buys all the way to the end, which looks like it's around the corner. 2 left in middle. ropz trying to come and join his captain. But this could be a bad sign of things to come for the final map of the series, because this has been Vitality breaking down. Frag grenade for Ace-Specs, just gonna pour that salt in the wound. 9 map points.
One of these maps is gonna be close.
Well, then I'll see you on Nuke.
Yeah.
I mean, this is shocking.
It is shocking, 100%. This is the most one-sided so far.
You know, in the same way that we saw MOUZ slowly get closer and closer, even though they've yet to beat this Vitality, it's always improvements. And Brolin comes out and says it feels like the next time we're gonna get them. This is the first time Falcons have been able to blow Vitality out of the water. Magisk right into the windowsill. I mean, they can do no wrong on this second half. With a win streak truly alive, it is a very odd scene to see Vitality fall apart like this. Safe to say nobody on the analyst desk could have seen this one coming.
I think Vuer was the one who said that they're the most beatable on Mirage.
The nature of the Australian map wins for Falcons was an overtime Dust 2, a 13-10 on this map, and then we know what happened with that barn burner of a nuke. So this is new territory for Falcons, and maybe that's why it's tough to close, but we'll see, because m0NESY's still 20-8, full health, ready to rock inside jungle, and Kixan hears that quick window cross, but he doesn't do anything to stop it. And while TSS looks real low, that's all the players left alive here in the 16th round of play.
Yeah, I don't think Vitality want to go outside right now and take a break before the next map without having something to say on this map. Otherwise, it is just going to be a terrible mood out there, to be honest. Even if they aren't going to win this, and they could, but not with the way that they're playing. 8-9 rounds at least for the team that they have shown us that they are after these last few months. That's, I think, the bar at a minimum. But you got to respect these Falcons pistols. That also helps with the lopsided score lines. And even though they didn't convert right away in the first half, they got the round after.
Terrorists win.
And one is
What? What was that kill?
Your guess is as good as mine. I think really just a testament to the way that Falcons are doing as they please.
I feel like as I was looking around this game, guys, are you jet lagged or?
Right? Thought we had shaken all that off, but here's m0NESY scouring the field and finding nothing. Nade with his name on it. Oof. Well, the best piece of your team now has to somehow find an opening without his op and down on 50 health. But there's really no thread to pull on here at a minute 15. Not a single CT showing skin towards mid.
Yeah, they have B control. And this will allow TSS to leave B. NiKo is pushed up on Cat. Bomb still up at the top of mid, actually. A little bit awkward. They want to go and grab that. And now they've got a proper split in place. Kixan is fully pushed, right? Yeah. But NiKo hasn't left quite yet. They're still worried about a potential Cat play.
It's that lack of mid control since the start of the round. We'll see if Matches can catch them off guard from Sandwich as m0NESY draws attention and goes down with nothing. Apex toying with this execute, but it gets full cleared by Mezzy. Well done on the approach here from Vitality. You keep Flamesy's eyes over towards Cat to prevent any kind of a challenge. Here's TSS though, he stops the plant.
No way.
15 seconds to recover. A test from NiKo through jungle soon enough, but that late play from Kixan having to wrap all the way around apartments.
Needed to be a few seconds earlier. NiKo still wishes he was on Cat for this.
And Kixan's gonna get dropped by it, so NiKo just waiting out this smoke grenade. Unfortunately, his teammates have all been withered away.
All right, so what we saw here was a great round out of Vitality, map control-wise. And yeah, that was solid. Good use of the round. There wasn't much pushback in terms of mid and their default in general, so Falcons, I think they had the B push, but they didn't really gamble off of it. I mean, Kixan could have been up there. They maybe could have freed up their Cat player a little earlier to come over to reinforce A and made A look more like a threatening hold while Kixan would work on a flank, but I don't think they were willing to risk it. Still scared, apparently, of Vitality and the thought that they could change their mind on a moment's notice. So the game becomes 7 rounds. At least we can say Vitality looked good for once.
Sure. Which, like you mentioned a couple rounds ago, is just something you want to be able to walk away with. Your head's held a little higher. And I'd usually say this is a round that Falcons can't win, but we saw m0NESY do it with a Glock.
They've already won without armor.
More
or
than
Deagles.
to slow Stu through connector. TeSS in jungle with this double forward setup on NiKo. He wants that ramp fight. Utility comes out from Palace. That opens the door for the connector push. And all's good here for the Vitality camp in a round they should win. Dare I say need to, in order to continue this little bit of a comeback. Looking for respect, as they should be sent packing eventually.
We're in the training arc right now. When we get to the last few rounds, then I think you get the fiery battle, the defaults, and the high-level mind games. And I mean, it's 12-6 now. Vitality have made that comeback before.
You're not wrong.
That's the thing. This team is 100% belief.
And they did it in a much higher...
Sorry, 100% proof. You know what I mean? Right. They literally have not lost. So I don't think they care how many situations they get into that are like this. Having a good time. That's what life is all about.
Yeah, remind Vitality that. From grins and glee on map 3 to a quick reality check on Mirage.
And again, is shutting off TeSS is a huge part of the game plan here versus Falcons Mirage. Just like ropz, he's here freely peeking, taking fights, really good at fighting versus bench, really good at fighting versus underpass and picking his spots. This can be a totally known quantity for Vitality, of course, having faced him already.
Apex starting to get crazy with it.
Yeah, I mean, they pull him all the way back. The fresh top con smoke split in place here for the B site.
Timing's good. Oh, it gets shut down. ZywOo turns just in time to cover. We get kills back from Falcons, though. It's still even keel. Missed shot from m0NESY as Flimsy just slides down beneath that scope. Magisk up next, instant headshot. And this one down to just the 2v2 with bomb over towards that catwalk. Mezzy reopens the possibility of it as Kixan's got to try to close this gap. His best map of the series so far. The in-game leader has taken his team to a comfortable lead, but can he close it with a clutch? They've actually lost track of this. No eyes on back market. Now confirmed that he's here, and he just tries to push it forward. Looks to section them off, but Mezzy's got other ideas. His 2 kills on that site keeps the Vitality comeback going.
It's another good call followed up by the default mid control, which we know Vitality. It's core to their game plan on this T side. And ZywOo, another 5v4 in this game. You can really count him up. This time it actually results in a round, and they transpose it to the post plant perfectly with Mezzy taking that last fight. Everything is looking a lot better now for Vitality suddenly. No, you don't have to host just yet. We don't know what's going to happen in this game, Mike. Stop spoiling the script.
Deeks again on the field.
There is no extra rope, though. One small mistake at this point, it's over. Vitality slept through their alarm on this game.
Just no control of the situation in the first half. You'd think so many mistakes would cost you. Desert Eagles surround you. Do they come away with kills? m0NESY won. And the others dropped with nothing, but Kixan activates while the nades are in hand. Mezzi finds Sanctuary in the corner of Con. He's got to try to push that bomb up. Great spam damage coming at him. And now the op picked up. Kixan's going to try to get it going.
Oh, hit that shot.
Bomb plant on default, safe. Mezzi coming up low, and his head gets popped. It's a triple here from Kixan. Killer calls and a convincing fashion to try to close this. As you've got ropz stuck along the wall. He feels like he is stuck in with them, and the trade frag looks likely. But 11 health on Magisk as he sits on that angle and waits. And ropz feels squeezed for the win and a chance on Nuke. Magic's crosses. And still those shots whiz by. ropz, cold as ice, just welcomes him in. And a 10-second defuse to stick this down to the final seconds. Do we go again?
Oh, it blows up. ropz just delayed. That's all they needed to do. Magis did not have time for that specific approach. If he had a kit to work with, that would have been it. Oh, Kixan, this op performance on that round was excellent to watch. But the fact that he just needed to swing.
What a perfect internal clock from ropz. With the amount of pressure he applied to Magisk in that, you know, and then suddenly he just stopped moving, and I thought to myself, like, oh, he got inactive, but that is what wins the round. Another by milliseconds, not the first one. Vitality pull out of the hat. Look at that fire next to their names. There is momentum here now.
This fight could be everything. Kixan coming up close.
Tons of damage, but Apex hangs on from the bottom of the board, the real depths.
Things starting to get hot now. We've got that ropz pressed up against the glass inside a palace. No one in CT right now. Look how many players are over in the jungle. 3. They don't know what to do with the space. ropz gets tagged by the smoke. That's unfortunate. They get scared about it. Could be someone sitting firebox listening. They'll re-expand and regroup towards A ramp. CTs have no idea. They think this is going back to B. m0NESY 23-13. Pristine scoreline. Alive and well.
Tessa starts to expand here from the B site, looks to explore a little towards middle.
I mean, it's still going to work out properly in Vitality's favor. This pause, it's just m0NESY. It's the first and last line of defense.
Say that one more time.
It's just m0NESY.
Utility for the executes looking good. There was a smoke out there. It goes for the cross instead to let Mezzi try to pressure him. m0NESY will give over ticket booth. You hear the feet in the fire. He knows damn well this has been compromised. He'll be expecting Mezzi to have been pushed up, and maybe that's why the Brit falls back ever so slightly.
Yeah,
still sticks around that corner.
Switches to missiles. That's a fine spot to be in if you're Mezzi. We're talking no utility, though. No assistance on this peak.
Retake is on. TessS, smoke grenade, and the kit. Keep an eye on him to try to squeeze out the defuse. And right now, that emphasis on ticket is allowed because ZywOo dropped a critical shot. Apex picks up slack. No way TessS gets turned on. m0NESY's able to recover, but he wasn't able to get active at the start. What could have been players plucked off ramp and palace is instead space to Vitality.
They didn't have any utility because they came forward with a proper exec out of the ramp. If you're in ticket, you're tempted to fall back anyways. m0NESY's op. Doesn't find one opportunity to get in. Even though ZywOo misses an op shot, he's now got teammates. It doesn't have to just be him in this game. They survive a huge battle at the top of mid. Kixan dying in the smoke. That one kill definitely shifts tides dramatically. But now we're talking about a 3-round game. Now there's a real chance for double digits. The moment Vitality appear to start playing well, then they streak. Probably a few people that switched off the stream thinking he'll come back for the next map. Might have news for them.
Magisk, though, here's all of this.
Yes, this is a crazy place to sneak into. ZywOo takes a step back, and Magisk walks right into him.
TessS did pick up a Deagle kill to start that, though. Was hoping to inspire the other pistols. You've got that looming threat of m0NESY's off over towards jungle, now repositioning quick to Ticket. TeSeS on the edge of smoke. ropz has got to try to keep his head between both sides of this. TeSeS decides to emerge, and it's an easy pickup for man advantage. NiKo's low. It really still feels like it's got to be m0NESY's off. NiKo's Desert Eagle's a distraction, and ropz turns around.
Doesn't matter. The reactions from ropz, and now m0NESY's off is actually in danger.
Under threat from this close push.
Big
Okay.
danger.
From bench to an end to the double digits with it.
That's right. The clutch with him, and now Vitality have, in a remarkable turn of events, gotten into double digits here on Mirage.
I'm on the jungle.
After their worst half in some time, maybe months. Falcons go up 9-3. They even score the second pistol. But Vitality tell us there's still a real chance that this game isn't over. How is that possible? The only thing that can get them excited at this point is winning in new ways. 12-6 wasn't enough.
And that's really what this best of 5 Grand Finals has brought to the table. Winning in new ways. Both teams swapping their map picks to start off the series. We threw those scripts out the window, and now we're here. And not just 9-3. 9-3 plus pistol and conversions for what is now a 7-round streak out of Vitality.
And this was one more mistake for Vitality and the game's over. Now it's one more mistake for Falcons, and there's a high probability of overtime.
We said they needed at the very least to collect rounds to walk outside and prepare for Nuke with. Well, what if we don't go to Nuke? A press from Magisk towards ramp. Mezzy awaits him, and he hits that instant headshot. Yet again, an opening kill to the Vitality favor. Now, m0NESY is there to cause problems, not from Ticket, but rather bench. And a quick push from Apex is going to flush him back onto the other side of the smoke. They try to expose the approach. Not the case. Vitality do a good job of just keeping their heads down for now.
Bomb's coming in slow.
Second volley of utility comes over top, and the plant's right there behind it.
Defensive smoke from m0NESY. T's are all within the sight right now, but Flames gets out of there.
We've got a potential retake queued up. Triple Ticket. Double smoke on this situation here for Falcons. ZywOo missed a shot previously that allowed Falcons to really pressure the bomb site. And now with that smoke down in front of him, he looks for the deeper angle, takes it instantaneously, tries to put that off into the smoke alongside the T's. And now it is only m0NESY of the 4 remaining players to get anything done. His save is no guarantee. This win for Falcons, no longer a guarantee. We go round 24.
They had this in writing up until this point, and now we go round 24. And it's not been a series of miracles. It's simply been Vitality playing as they should have.
I can flash open, you want?
Going up top right here for this op shot. Beautiful move out of ZywOo, and Flames' early risk in getting over the stairs pays off as they crush this post-plant position. And now everyone can get excited. And the finale of this regulation will, unfortunately for Falcons, have to be fought with an MP9 and 2 FAMASes to support these rifles.
They try it again, but they just give legs over to ropz. Great trade out of NiKo, much needed, to say the least.
Man, I think they wish they could turn this into a cap play after that double ramp push. Apex is listening to this, but he's also up in halls.
He said earlier in this game, guys, all we have to do is stick to the original plan. They will, by the looks of it, follow through onto the A-hit. Will he be a part of this split? NiKo tries to challenge Apex. TeSeS only able to lock down 1. The Kovac fall back to the default site. He collects yet another head, but that is where he's ended. ZywOo to hold off Murder Hole, but somebody's got to pick up bomb.
He doesn't want to leave because he knows that they could be coming there from window. He's playing it safe. They don't know where everybody is.
Apex off angle. CT slow approach, nades in hand. Lucky to get that gun back out.
Did he get out of there?
Lucky to try to dodge, but he needs to also offer cover. And as he goes deep, he dies.
No plan.
We stand on the finish line.
ZywOo, who got 5v4s throughout this entire game, now has to go into the clutch. 2 kills in this round. And maybe an open route. m0NESY to watch him.
He hits it! headshot out of ZywOo to create a world of possibility.
And a touch of good movement to open up options over towards B.
Style points as he arrives on this B bomb site. No challenge, no contest, which means plenty of time to reposition.
20th kill for ZywOo, 21 to bring this to overtime. He needs the 4K 1v2. Kixan knows he can play it from anywhere. No utility to work with.
And bomb plant front sight, stoic.
Planted for Cat.
ZywOo sits silently, heart pounding for Kixan, knowing they could push this series, make sound. He's not faking. It's a miss, but he gets him off. Now Kixan no longer defusing.
Oh, wait, does he have time? I don't think so.
No, not again. Three
No
times
time.
in this series.
He won it.
It comes down to less than a second.
He just pulled him off the bomb. That's all he needed to do. And Vitality have done it. They get to over-regulation. It's overtime. They have a chance to close out Mirage. I can't believe it.
Clutch courses through these veins.
He defused just far back enough. It was actually a nervous moment for ZywOo. But he got off the bomb.
That, folks, is 9 rounds straight.
No way.
9-3, lose pistol, and Vitality still show resilience. Flash for NiKo, he looks to stop it, can't do it on his own, and there is zero support here, as that A defense is what Falcons look to weaponize early. A crushing feeling that Falcons know all too well after Australia.
Yeah, Melbourne needed 5 hours for CEST to feel good again.
Good reposition from m0NESY though. Top stairs not spotted, still reacts. And so a second man advantage made possible after the fact. You've got the ramp player coming out to try to pressure, but pressure alleviated here by CEST. Another clutch attempt, cut short by Magis.
And after all of that, Falcons finally get their round. Ooh, nothing tells you there's pressure like winning the first round of overtime after a comeback. Was there anything special about this? Maybe the time of the attack, maybe the fact they finally figured it out. The kind of game Vitality want to bring, but it ends up just being another A split. This time, Falcons just hit more shots. They must be beyond frustrated to be here. Oh, and Mezzy,
that flash.
He still got NiKo.
I mean, there is a world where he goes down with nothing. Instead, Magis at bat catching Apex off guard. Awkward off angle, trades good again. m0NESY sees it, but ZywOo hits it. And so we go back 2v2.
Just underneath him, flames behind him.
CEST though dead. Tries to take it on an off timing and instead thrusts the in-game leader to yet another clutch.
Yeah.
And ZywOo's bought a little more time and brought a little more backup.
Protected that CT plant, not playing for it. Kicks in again, but spotted, yeah.
What are you gonna do? You got no way to get him out of here, so you put down the smoke and ZywOo's gonna strike you before.
Yeah, it just keeps rolling with ZywOo, who's getting better by the round. The refrag on m0NESY, man, those are the kinds of kills that I placed a bet on him every time to get. And he didn't uncrouch. He didn't uncrouch right there. That was the key for ZywOo. He didn't pop up again and risk it. He had a sliver of a chance. And 100% faith. So this is where the game begins. 1-1 in OT between these two teams. m0NESY on 30 frags.
ZywOo catching up on 23.
NiKo not taking over with him.
But ropz is right there.
The Maltese are missing. NiKo has had some of the worst losses of any player in history. All the way back from Boston. The list just, it feels infinite, to be honest. This one might be in the top 5 if it goes south. And sometimes it's not because of him, but he knows this isn't his A game right now. This sneak from ropz.
They make noise on the disassemble. Cat players
covered.
Holds that back.
Perfectly covered.
Nasty Flamesy to hit that. NiKo slides outwards though, and there's no support for the trade. But you've got ropz up in the window. Missed shots! Critical error! Unless ZywOo can bring it back. But m0NESY hits his. You know there's a player down beneath, and Magisk seems unkillable. What a time to step it up. And what a time for ropz to drop the ball. Perfect chance for Falcons.
Yeah, that was actually definitely the play for ropz. I don't blame the way he approached that. Wasn't a bad spray, but missed his first few taps, and that was enough. Yes, he was waiting for NiKo to come back up connector as well, but it's not as if he waited too long for this. He actually crouched right into it, just simply missed. NiKo dodged that flashing connector. A little bit lucky, landed right at his feet as well.
But NiKo's not somebody who's going to shy away from trying to take over a game regardless of his score. Give him enough time.
Yeah, we mentioned that. He doesn't need fast starts. He's somebody who, you can look at his second half stats after a really poor first half, and he comes back as if he was never playing Gadley that day. That explains the consistency with NiKo.
Feels like a desire to win is in his DNA.
But he's not there yet.
This return to the CT side's been a long time coming for Vitality.
Yeah.
Must feel foreign.
And with the way the rounds played out in the first half, that simply wasn't them. Gave them a lot to think about, I'm sure, but I can't help but feel like these OT-CT rounds are going to feel a little bit different for Falcons.
m0NESY may be the rock star of Mirage, but that core of Vitality's powering up. Kixan's going to try to test Cat.
No,
First casualty here of this one.
Offhanded that flash, ran right into it.
Utility over the top of ramp, missed op shot from ZywOo. And yet he gets tagged. Now has to somehow survive down to 7 with fire down beneath him. NiKo coming out from connector. The success is starting to be pieced together
there we
all
go.
across the board. And as that utility rains on deep, mezii gets his. Whittled down to 40, flashed and smoked off soon. This is bomb planting, double ops, honed in on him.
All right.
Falcons secure it again.
All right, that looked excellent out of Falcons. The attack was perfect. NiKo was in there. Magisk is getting kills now too. That was very smooth. They got shook on that comeback, but they've got their head on straight now. That last round was a very close situation that absolutely could have gone the way for Vitality, but this start to the T side for Falcons. This is them at their peak.
Wow. Wow. Oh.
Who's just swat him off like flies.
Sign me up for more Magisk shots like that.
I told you this was going to be the close game of the series.
I was thinking about that. I can't believe it. They have failed in 9 rounds to close this game. They will be given 2 more chances.
Some teams just make great enemies.
And these teams make great entertainment. Very much grouped up and ready for the all-in. There's enough of a defense floating around this site. ZywOo's gonna have to be a key part of it again, but he doesn't really get that jump up onto Ticket he was hoping to have landed. We've got a gap on that smoke towards bench. He's
not
looking
worried
for
about
another.
Palace.
No concern whatsoever, just riding off the Magisk swing. And so it's an easy pickup for Kixan.
What a great risk.
ZywOo missed second shot. We've got the M4 close. It's TeSS to the T side again. And Magisk now able to lock in behind sight box. m0NESY hands busy on the plant. NiKo's your late ramp anchor. And as long as he sits over there, one concern, bomb's not for him. So if this ticket retake from flamesy starts to go well, supported by mezii of course, then maybe Vitality still upend this man advantage. Time to find out. TeSS drop real quick. Magisk now feels squeezed. There's 2 of 4. It's down to the duo. The Falcons bank on, and a missed op shot as well. That bomb is not for NiKo. He somehow has to close this gap, has to run them down, and he will not do so. First chance missed.
Unreal on that retake, man. It starts with flamesy inside that smoke, but TeSS, the menace to be able to get over CT control. Both ZywOo and a second frag, I think it was Apex down. And that's where it felt like this job was finished. One more kill, and it certainly comes down to time. But no op shot here. Great utility. It was really sparse in the end, but they made it happen. And Vitality, keep this flame burning. That's a tough round to win under pressure. One timeout, each replenished in overtime, now used. Give some time to Vitality to think as well. And ZywOo taking that risk. He stayed open to Apex at the ramp and the ramp, all while someone could have swung on him in Palace for so long, and no one peeked him. How did he know he could take that risk, man?
He is the game.
And he is the game. It got him a kill. And as you can see, they needed every single one.
It's one of the elements of ZywOo's play we praise.
Oh, this is
a huge opening.
Yeah, could be a chance that he missed this on the first jump spot, but that's a lot of damage, and they hear it, so they're not going to jump spot again.
mezii knows better. Or at least he should.
Flash doesn't get m0NESY back. They've shown presence here, nothing towards A at all. As you can see, Falcons are looking to turn this into a B attack, but NiKo's starting to walk back to the ramp. Is this just for the the window smoke? Maybe at the 1 minute timing. Molly on Cat to trick him. Let's see if it does anything. Yeah, it actually makes the rotation go over to B. I'm not surprised Vitality figured this out.
Dangerous game to play with TeSS and Magisk on the entry. Bomb's coming. They try to get ahead of the smoke. They do so. Flash is fantastic. You've got mezii still just leaning back and a ton of damage done. Peppering that windowsill from the catwalk. NiKo arrives.
Okay.
And as he does, 2 bodies drop. ZywOo now the next. Kixan tries to press his issue into the likes of Apex. Reads it, but can't stop him. And so m0NESY again and again and again has to be the key. He could be 11th chance to close this.
He could jump across, walk right into fire.
Okay! The one-man army! This best of 5 deserves it. Don't go far. Nuke up next. This is the best that Counter-Strike has to offer.
It took them 11 chances to close from 12-3 down to all the way back into overtime. Vitality will make nothing easy, but the Falcons still close. And at the end of the day, a dub is a dub is a dub, and this dub sees us go the distance in this best of 5 grand final.
That's the best opera in the world right there. That's the best opera in the world. That 1v2 right there, using the sliver gap right there from the top of Van, carried them in the first half. Maybe it slowed down a little bit in the second as Vitality mounted the comeback, but to close it like that, that's why we say his name in the vein that we do.
And without m0NESY, that would definitely have been a comeback. You know, I don't even know what happened in that game like that. The fact that they even managed to throw away this huge lead and then actually also cementing and actually putting their comfort back together and actually going back and winning the game. That's actually I'm baffled.
12-3. It was 12-3.
Yeah,
it was 12-3, and they came back to overtime. And usually what happens, you know, Falcons might win one round and then Vitality just close it out. Usually you have your opponent's mentally broken at that point. The fact they could close this out still is honestly hard to believe.
Big credit to m0NESY, man. He pulled off some amazing plays. He carried Falcons so much this time around.
He really did. I mean, genuinely does feel like he thought he was joining a complete project, and suddenly he is the team here on Mirage. But we can't not talk about this comeback. This was the stuff of legends. It really did feel like Vitality were going to do it once again, and it started round by round, drawing this back from so far down. There were so many that could have gone away from them, and yet they didn't here. We've got one round, round 21, we wanted to talk about.
There was just so many, honestly. I feel like we got to roll the tape before we get into it. Yeah, round 20 right here. Actually, the way that they fought back into this one was insane. This was the one where there's a 2v1. ropz is able to shave off Kixan as he's trying to approach, and he just plays the time. Like, the margins on this round were absurd, and so many people in ropz's position, they'll feel the pressure. They feel like they have to peek early. He goes for a couple, but then I think he realizes that the opponent probably doesn't have a kit, and as soon as he knows that Magisk is shooting him from that position, he just tucks for that extra like half second, and that made the difference as he couldn't defuse it with 0.28 left.
Magisk actually made kind of a perfect play there if he's a second faster, but then we have round 23, another part of the comeback. Initially, Magisk goes down. We're thinking, oh, this is happening for Vitality, and then you have m0NESY rotating in. I mean, m0NESY was insane the entire game. The problem is not good enough for the comeback.
And everything just seemed like, you know, ZywOo just understands the game so well. When the smoke is landing on bomb site, he goes on top, he gets another frag, and it just scales out of control. And at this point, you know, when you're Falcons, when you go into this retake knowing that ZywOo has this type of angle, it's just so hard.
This was the round to put it over. This was the round to put it over. You thought in this 2v2 when the initial kill goes against them that everything might just be done. Apex unable to secure it. He had a tough one individually, and he couldn't lock things down here. But of course, who was left? The game, the chosen one, the man himself in that 1v2 to put it over the line, and he did.
And we actually see like the way that ZywOo plays around. He gets the kill from CT and actually does a really great movement to go back to the B bomb side. The way he plants the bomb and then positions himself inside of apartments actually sets him up for like a prime after-plan position. But he realizes a little bit soon that the Kixan can actually defuse the bomb without getting spotted. He jumps out, Kixan lets go of the bomb, and actually gives ZywOo a time to readjust, but actually does not have time to defuse the bomb, and it goes into overtime.
I can't believe he let go of it there.
No, I mean, that is like peak pressure in some sense. Like, this is exactly why. When he was shot at, he decided to let go of the button, and he realized, I should just have stuck this, and I would have won.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where I think you got it right. This is a pressure moment. This is one where he reacts instinctually. Someone's shooting me. I'm going to get off the bomb and shoot back. He could have just stuck it, and we all thought it was over. We saw him get on. We all thought it was over. We all thought it was done because he had a free defuse.
He did. And then not to speak of overtime, right? That's where the pressure was highest. That's where the pressure ramped right up. You were talking about it. You expect when you get to that moment that the team that allowed the comeback has the crumble, yet still Falcons, a team that we were concerned about, a team that we were looking at the frustration from, they find that resolve here.
And Mao, you touched upon the whole thing that sometimes when you lose these kind of big leads and you go into the first overtime, you always seem to convert the first round. And you're thinking, why wouldn't we just have done this in the first place? And that's exactly what Falcons are. They don't look too much back. They just feel like, okay, well, at least we got overtime. We got the chance to get things back in.
And I'm sure you've been in the situation where just the mentality completely changes. That it's like, okay, now instead of just full reset, now we can just run our playbook, not try to find these like little nooks, these little like crevices that we can like tuck ourselves into to get the last round. It's just about, let's just run a play. And I like that they were able to just kind of reset Falcons. They run for some like decent, just solid mid aggression. But yeah, the way that this one closes right here, this felt pretty good for Vitality. The smoke lands at the feet of the Falcons, but still a great defense on the B bomb side. And they honestly feel like they're fish in a barrel at this point. Like, they look like they're trapped, but NiKo fights them out of it.
And this was like, you know, like just the fact that NiKo gets back into the game. You know, NiKo has not had a great series. You know, he's been looking frustrated. It must feel good for him to go in and feel like he had to contribute to getting back into this round. And then obviously m0NESY finishing it out. You know, this is like top tier. You know, this shot, you know,
this
right?
next shot.
Yeah.
I love this.
His understanding of angles and the way that he goes on top of the van, shoots through the crack into window. I mean, he's probably one of the few players who would decide to go for this type of feat, but it works out for him.
Yeah, we're talking about Falcons not letting themselves get out of it after going in overtime. It's more like m0NESY didn't let his team get out of it once they go into overtime. I mean, that's labeled for a double overtime situation. That's labeled for the game keeps going. But m0NESY and NiKo, of course, NiKo, again, he has had a tough series, but they put their team on the back. They do what star players do. They find the entries, they find a bad situation, a terrible spot, and they manage to turn it into a winnable game.
They make it happen. They make it happen when it matters most. That's clutch. That is clutch right there. And m0NESY, the demon of the details, just always finding that little edge, that extra 1% that puts him above his opponent. It is incredible what he has brought to this team.
And it wasn't just like once, it was not even twice, it was like probably 4 or 5 times he had rounds where he literally just turned things around on his own. He even had a Glock double entry for the B-bombs to win a full Glock eco. And just, you know, of course, m0NESY is one of these players that just knows how to take control of the game and turn things around by his own. He is maybe the one alongside ZywOo and Dunk that can actually do it on their own.
Yeah, when we look at what actually has happened in this series, Falcons have 2 map wins, and m0NESY has 2 insane carry performances. Both maps they've won, it's been m0NESY pulling off heroics, and we need to see more from Falcons from other players.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, for m0NESY to put up a 35 and 19 performance, and for them to almost lose, for them to almost waste what he brought to the table here, it's pretty scary to be on the Falcons side and now everybody has to think to themselves, we got to match what this guy's bringing in some respect.
When you think about m0NESY's career at the tier 1 level, it's been a story of eye-popping buyouts and then justifying them, making them look like value deals.
True.
He's done this again and again. He does just look like perfection at times, but let's talk about the other side of the server, because we were setting this up. We were saying Vitality might just come into Mirage, might just put this one away, might just look good. And yeah, they pull off that comeback, but it was a shocker of a map of Mirage to even get them into the 12-3 position in the first place.
It's always tough. Sure, if you're down 12-3, you probably start thinking a little bit about the next map. You get into a position where we just want to get as much confidence in this game and bring it into the next one. But then when you actually mount the comeback, make it to overtime, and then you actually end up losing, that is like the difficult part. Like, because you were like so close to winning the entire series, now they have to go into the 5th map of Nuke, a map that I also believe that maybe Vitality's not looking the best at, and we know that Falcons is really good at it. And at the same time, I saw that Apex didn't have the best game of his own. He got frustrated. He's a guy that can go in either direction right now. He seems to be a little bit more frustrated. And I'm curious to see, he also mentioned it back in Melbourne that he made a lot of bad decisions on Mirage. He actually made some kind of crucial decisions in this one as well. But is he going to bring that one into Nuke once more? Because in Melbourne, Falcons looked like they were going to take it.
Yeah, Apex is someone that was actually getting targeted at points in the game. You know, he started out, he was 2-9 at some point. That's something that Falcons have tried to do to Apex in the past. They try and stretch the rotations out, and then they try and attack him in the jungle, and he wasn't having a good time with it. It's understandable he's frustrated, especially when, as an individual, he just can't do what he knows his team needs him to find kills in that position, and he just couldn't. I absolutely get the frustration, but he managed to bring his team back into it, and that's what I respect about Apex.
The thing as well, right, is he hasn't been hiding the fatigue. He hasn't been hiding the strain, but there's still one more map. And one more map is between him and a week off, and it's a whole lot better to go into that with the trophy in your back pocket. So now it is time for us to take a break. One more map, one more bout here at the BLAST Rivals. One of these teams will be lifting that trophy in just a few more rounds of Counter-Strike. Who's it gonna be? After that map, I think we all needed a breath of fresh air, and Falcons, they'll find it with a smile on the face of their young star in m0NESY. They've given themselves the chance here. They fended off the comeback, what looked to be inevitable when we reached overtime. Now is anything but. The Falcons may just be able to lay claim to this trophy, to deny the streak of Vitality and get their hands on gold. But it's a map of Nuke that stands between them and that prize. And last time it ended on Nuke in a best of 5. We had a whole lot of rounds to do it. We don't have a lot of time here. We got to get to the action. Dupree, what's going to happen?
In Melbourne, they almost had them. If they get a good game and they get a lead, I don't think they're going to miss this one out. So I believe the Falcons got this.
I think this really just comes down to NiKo. How does NiKo perform? He's had a tough series. The last time he played this map, it was against Mouse. He went 3-8 in opening duels. They targeted him at Outer. If NiKo has a good series here, or he has a good game here, absolutely, Falcons should take this.
I think he's going to be in the blender again, though. I think Apex is going to target him. I don't think he's going to change his game plan all too much. That outside yard control is too much sometimes for any one man to deal with. If NiKo gets help from m0NESY, then we're going to have a conversation, but I think Vitality take it once again.
Well, the battle lines have been drawn. The predictions have been made. One more time, we are going to step into the cage here at the BLAST Rivals, but this time there will be no further rounds. One of these teams will claim gold. The other will emerge knocked out. Only one can be standing on the end of this. Falcons, Vitality. Both their reasons, both their storylines, both their trials and tribulations to get to this point, both at the ends of their respective rope. It's about stamina, it's about prowess, it's about the stars, it's about the team. And at the end of the day, as all stories are in our game, it's about Counter-Strike, and who better to bring you that story one final time over to Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's right. You know, in the Octagon, they call these the championship rounds, and it's not too often that you get the chance to duke it out in rounds 4 and 5. So we go to the 5th, and we do it again. And, well, we haven't been here too long ago, Mohan.
Yes.
So the analysts gave us their thoughts. Maybe NiKo gets thrust back into the blender, as Maui Snake so aptly put it. What are your thoughts before this pistol starts?
Before the pistol starts, you know, Tessa's had 40 kills last time on Nukes. I'm just not expecting that again. So if it's more of a middling performance, NiKo does have to be the one to take over. I think m0NESY can find the same consistency. NiKo walked in here in between maps that those first 2 games are so fucking boring. So we needed to make it interesting. So it seems like people are awake now. Last map definitely delivered. That was one of the best maps we've seen at this event so far. And now Nuke, a rematch on Nuke. 2 teams that know that they could have won it. One proved it last time, but the other knows they could have closed it out. So many map points. And it's CT side to start again here for Falcons. Let's see if they get that 9-3 again.
TSS first. Can't manage to hold them back from the ramp room. So, good footing for Vitality.
Oh, gotta be careful, actually, if you're Falcons, because they don't have the ramp play right now. A little late on the rotate. Nope, they got control side.
It's Magisk and m0NESY to make it down. That little hesitation out of Vitality gave him this chance.
Magisk on these pistols, man.
And door shut in his face as well. Now that's 3 players confirmed on control side. I think you just kind of go for the plant. Hope you can hang on for dear life. And a 3v5 recovery, that is what we're queuing up. ZywOo is toppling 2. You've got another guarantee in the backside of ropz. And then as Kixan and TSS try to press their issue through that doors, there's just seemingly no exit.
And they can't find ZywOo, man. He's been so slippery.
Great reposition on his behalf. Kixan's single point of HP popped. It's a triple kill for ZywOo in the pistol. No P250 needed. Double doors closed in. TSS gets his, but that's ZywOo's impact. And we felt it back on Mirage.
Yes.
So no surprise, he comes out swinging in the final go in this best of 5.
Through that abysmal first half, ZywOo had more 5v4s for himself than Falcons even got. But the team wasn't there at all. And then when things started to turn back and the comeback started happening for Vitality, ZywOo was still there. And he got that clutch to bring it into overtime. And even though they didn't win, that confidence has absolutely woken up Vitality. And his consistency is obviously going to be paramount to closing. And we're seeing it here right now. it's honestly a rare pistol for Vitality in this series. And the scary part for Falcons is Vitality have also been very good at denying conversions, even when Falcons have won them.
Big threat here for the scout to deal with. m0NESY tries to dive out fast.
Whoa,
nice headshot. Gotta give it to CEST. Not only do you get
dropped,
damage off the scout, yes, both drop down, and so it's a quick reroute for Vitality.
So quick into these protocols.
Still, though, a couple pistols on site. Apex, he's the next victim.
Oh, okay.
We've got a beautiful bounce back, considering this is only the second pistol win of the series for Vitality.
It's so awkward because 3 players are in hell. They didn't have anyone back in lobby, so they can't guarantee the split. There has to be another kill coming out.
And there it is. One for NiKo. This is damn near flawless at this point. You've got ropz with 100 health and flamesy sitting on 10.
There's still something about this if this round drags out with ropz being on full HP. He's still got this AK. They haven't recovered this gun on site.
They give him space.
Yeah, they do.
As 2 players juggle guns, Kixan actually lets them out from heaven. Okay, finishes off the 10 health of flamesy, so it's the 100 health ropz clutch versus 4. Players down beneath him, bested.
Somehow.
42 HP, he could make it to that B site.
Oh,
he could have gone.
Yeah, that's...
But obviously, NiKo's down there already just in case, so they have to just write this off. It is a force buy victory for Falcons.
Okay, they can deny too. I guess we haven't had to see them try it because they've won so many pistols. No one is safe after a pistol round in this series. Nicely done here for Falcons. That shot from CEST was so clean through the fire as well. I think the one thing they were missing when they got out through ramp, they wanted to go lower, but since they saw 2 there, then they committed to hell, but they didn't go back to lobby at the same time, so they didn't actually have a split happening. Also, because they lost a player along the way. ZywOo solo rifle. m0NESY hit 35 kills last game. And got the last word as well. We are watching CS at the highest level.
Timely peek from NiKo here could spell disaster for the Vitality attempt at a buyback.
Just missing every single spot. Both players, in fact.
ZywOo's on him now. Asks
yeah.
him to peek it again.
Maybe, I wonder if flamesy actually saw something right there and just traded over the aggro to ZywOo.
Smoke walls go down.
Solo AK.
Ooh, Apex is able to get past this. No confirmation on him getting into the garage, and you see m0NESY flirting between ramp and outer.
When you kill NiKo, sometimes you have outside, right? There's not always another player with him.
46 damage off the scout shot, and more importantly, just confirming this crawl is coming. They've got 30 seconds to pull off this round. flamesy starting to take a sniff towards secret.
Interesting. Going down lower.
Makes sense, I think, with the second gun. Secure that at least, and then a God-given gift for ropz.
Yeah, this is huge plans revealed here.
Apex doubles back, just kind of taking a look at main. 15 seconds.
Oh,
he's going to look to drop
now.
down vent, and we've got nothing downstairs here. There is no contest for Falcons.
A steal back already. No one's even watching that. And another Tech9. 2 Tech9 kills. Excuse me. 2 for the price of 1.
That looks like the same bullet, but it's not a collateral.
It seriously looked like the same bullet.
What is that? Dude, we continue to live in the subtick.
Oh my God. And that's ropz's 3rd kill with that Tech9.
From quick scopes to diffuses to these headshots.
Yeah, seriously.
Just how close this head-to-head gets down to. Flawless force buy back until this very sneaky CEST moment. Would have loved to have denied an additional save, but at least 1 gun down as Vitality bounced right back.
Oh my gosh. Trading back twice, and it's because, again, flamesy traded aggro with ZywOo. He took the duel with a solo AK, and then it's actually the real threat here. Okay, and...
What is that?
I don't even know.
That's the same bullet, no?
1, 2, 3, 4... No,
oh
wow. It's just a stray shot there on m0NESY. My gosh.
mind-melting Tech-9 headshots, and honestly, considering he got that kill, maybe they thought he would have grabbed the gun and left, but it felt to me like they really let their guard down considering a teammate just died there.
They were real confused, and Apex somehow got into vent as well to make matters worse. Falcons were just hoping that it wasn't going to end lower after that NiKo kill. Vitality know what to do with the space. Another in a series of ridiculous situations. But in these games of economic chicken, it's always the CTs who suffer. Their buys get worse. And their equipment's more expensive. NiKo's one of 2 rifles on this round, and
dude, the economic games of chicken that we've had back and forth. They try it again, and TeSeS, unfortunately, not one of the better equipped, but has hit some nice headshots while holding off ramp. This one a little more labored, and unfortunately, him and Magis both dropped. Here comes NiKo trying to clean up. Singular kill to his name, as it's ZywOo to make the difference, and it's ZywOo to hit the ground running. Of all of the individual moments we've had throughout all 4 previous maps, ZywOo's consistency from Mirage to Nuke is clearly being felt here.
Yeah, it looks like his best start so far. And now it's an easy decision here for Vitality as they'll find a place to plant on the upper site. Totally MP, vacated by the CTs who, unlike last round, have actually made that rotation lower. And is there a gun that Kixan can go and grab or not? I don't think so.
No, second M4 is down in hell off NiKo's death. Maybe he just grabs one of his own.
Nice.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice. Apex will be pissed about that. See if you can get him on tilt. I think it's full focus. Nice frag as well to just guarantee this exit.
Yeah, that's great.
You know, you whittle down some cash here for Vitality.
No, that matters, man. It's 4 alive, and it would have only been 1 rifle saved, so still a very good attack here for Vitality. Coming into the ramp, fighting them through Turnpike. Is their utility down? You know, it had to be sort of a miracle from NiKo or someone else pushing through fire. Unlikely to happen. And now looking at the board, we've got that saved gun. I think Monasees is on the floor somewhere, but no one else will be able to forward anything. Vitality like their ramp on anti-ecos in general. Another feature of their T-side nuke, we've especially seen at this event, is establishing secret no matter the rounds. Well, there's 1 rifle down. Don't have to think about that. NiKo's priorities, go grab it.
Kind of gets blown away, though, and in that moment of retrieving the gun, Apex takes it as a chance to just cross over through secret.
So again, we see some rounds like this where Apex can find out if there's people downstairs. If there are, then he can just turn into a vent player or just frag out.
Trying to flash them out. I don't think they're thinking about Flamesy, so NiKo lets the AK go, and Flamesy just nails him with the headshot. Unarmored head at that moment.
Yeah, that's how you approach no armor players. And
Just
that'll be the lower site now, vulnerable.
Mac 10 drop kick. Oof. These rounds are feeling all too convincing.
Yeah, that's just the CT side. Unfortunately, they'll get back to guns in this follow-up.
Nothing poor Magis can do about it. But the thing is, every time you push lobby, you've got to consider that ropz is hiding in one of these corners.
Yeah, he knows he's looking for him.
Talk about the anxiety that must be when it comes to playing versus a team that has ropz on it. You know, just really the best of his style.
It's just because you just slot him in and he adds space. He doesn't take it. He is like NiKo in that sense. Or NiKo play outside, he adds space because everyone else can do whatever they want. Monastery can come support if he wants to, but you don't have to have 2-player setups outside with him on the team. Same with ropz. You leave him on an angle, you know he's good, so.
I think versus
requires very little support. Low
versus Spirit in the semifinal yesterday as well. I mean, ropz just gave us a masterclass in terms of the lobby to ramp lurks. Anytime Outer was played, which was basically every round from Apex, right? His consistency in hitting yard had that Spirit squad just so hyper-focused. And in those moments, every time you let your guard down, ropz is just gonna creep around those corners.
Yeah.
Felt like ramp had his name just stamped across it.
Yeah, it's just ramp and secret. You know, it's the longer way to get to lower, but it's the way that a Vitality like to approach it. They do not risk trying to do vent drops with upper fakes because there's so much spam involved, so many nades that can blow up in smokes in CS2 that it's just way more dangerous to do that. It becomes situational for them. But you know, low numbers late into the round, Squeaky's always a great option. When Vitality feel like they're in the power position and 5v5, they will go for outside cross smokes, establish on secret, then make a choice after that. A lot of times it's the ramp splits that come in. And then in between those rounds, it's the full strength upper hits. You know that that's on the back of Falcons' minds right now because they haven't seen that yet.
So far, Maui Snake was correct in his assessment of NiKo kind of getting put through the blender. Struggling to get some outer momentum going. m0NESY spots it from above. NiKo wants to try to test this, but also doesn't give away his position. Doesn't
found
spam,
the timing, though.
Wants to flank. And then at the same time, ropz gets active. From top hut comes the response out of Magisk, and NiKo actually didn't follow. He goes deep into the corners of Garage instead, just waiting for the main split.
I think after ropz got his kill, he started to get concerned about upper suddenly, because why would that lurk come in? Well, it was just to thin the herd down a little bit.
Just such another great example of Vitality getting their opponents to second guess every piece of info that they have.
Even without ramp, you have the threat of a three-pronged split here on lower. You've got the windows on control side, the doors, and decon as well. Tessus is up in the spot, Xantares. It's a key position, but right now the attack is not majority from decon.
Despite ropz being dead, m0NESY still concerned about that ramp flank. Ooh, good one from Tessus. Keep the decon kill clean. There's a deep peek, bolstered by that smoke.
Incredible.
You get m0NESY out of the equation by smoking it off. They just jump on Tessus.
And see, that's the three-prong split right there. They don't even need to come in from ramp for it, and they still have so many ways to attack. They did a good job also of surveying inside of the vent before they went into decon, and they saw there were no rotations. That's where it was very scary for Falcons. They didn't actually know for sure that that was what was happening. It was only NiKo's audible as 4 players crossed right by him that they felt it was going to be a lower attack.
And a moment there where NiKo had to make a critical choice to follow through a smoke into secret with the threat of that entire pack of players he heard staring at him as they maybe come back to A, and arguably set up by an early activation of ropz.
This is a disinformation play from Vitality.
Okay.
They had ropz come out of hut onto upper. No matter what happens, it stops NiKo from worrying about this flank because he thinks there's some greater plan at play. And instead, Vitality just go forward, are happy with it being a 4v4, and take the lower side as if it's a standard round. Oh.
There have been in the past criticisms of Magisk on the A-site defense of Nuke.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a round where, unfortunately, the timing, he's not having eyes on the hut exit. This time he finds the opening kill. Sweet revenge for having dropped his teammate in the round prior. Magisk gets away with 10 HP.
One of 2 rifles here for Falcons. It's been a few rounds with 2 rifles.
Early force buys didn't really net them much. Still just that 1-round win.
NiKo just wants to get involved so badly. He might have a timing swing. We'll see. Utility's not here to support him, though. He's just going to be listening.
I mean, stomping all the while. They got to know somebody's potentially back here. Eats that flash fully.
Oh.
He gets into the smoke. Oh, this is huge.
Did they both eat it? Is that why?
That was m0NESY on the other end of it. Now m0NESY and NiKo are just face to face, and m0NESY's going to serve up a distraction in the middle of it. How has he managed to skate past them twice?
He doesn't even know he was sharing a room with his enemy right there, and somehow doesn't get the chance to get a kill.
ZywOo will, though. Doesn't let that chance slip by. Just denies Kixan outside of main. I mean, that could have been a bloodbath either direction.
2 players guaranteed upstairs. They probably think there's an extra one. They're trying to speed up down lower.
It's the pistol in CEST.
Oh!
Hits the headshot
So
again.
nasty.
That Desert Eagle has been class, but Mezzi and ZywOo with the better weapons get the better position. And unfortunately, limited rifles, one of which in NiKo's hands just never has anything to shoot at.
Got a good set of utility here from Magisk. NiKo's coming in full HP, and they have a kit. It's worth a shot.
NiKo's got to be the one to unravel this. Mezzi opts to take that deep position back sight. Magisk slow to the party, but critically has to come through with the kit and the util. And ZywOo's missed that timing on the flank. NiKo's gonna start to crawl upwards. It feels like ZywOo's gonna find himself 1v2. Mezzi gets cleared out, just trying to hold it on his own. Remember, kit out there on the play, but Magisk, he's gonna die to this nade. Just gets blown off sight. ZywOo, ice cold, another clutch to the tally.
Yeah, that's right, man. He's running out of chalk now with this tally. My goodness. Vitality absolutely crushing. Perfect rotations every time they've hit lower, even when there's players here to stop them. They are so careful about the way that they approach, and it's always like 2 kills at the same time as they're entering in. That's even with a great deagle shot from TeSS. A zany situation inside of the big garage between NiKo and Mezzi. Man, they don't even know they were sharing space. They can smell each other in that spot.
And if I'm NiKo, I'm starting to get so frustrated.
Yeah.
The round prior, you know, he kind of hides back garage.
Yeah, it's he can't play the game.
He can't.
Can't play the game.
He can't play the game. He would love to.
And that's what Vitality want. The thing is, man, this Vitality's game plan is outside. We know that about their T side.
Every time.
And NiKo, well, he's supposed to be the perfect counter to that. So if he can't play the game, he's got to ask for help or find a new way to try. Because otherwise, there's just going to be a lot of sitting behind smokes and letting Secret get taken over. The one time he started here was the 1 AK round for ZywOo, where Flamesy baited and saw him. Nice. Okay. There's a little bit of support. Actually countering the cross smokes was something.
There's a lot of attention, though, given over to it, right? TeSS to Secret, plus the Kixan NiKo combo.
And this road leads to upper.
They're
for
going to
sure.
test him. ropz behind the vent already.
Also, speaking of not playing the game, avoiding Monacy entirely too. He's 1-6.
ropz has had a good time on this A floor, finding timings. And now he's got support from Hut instead. Kixan just kind of caught in the open. Now suddenly tons of pressure here on Magisk. They write him off for a second. He's not able to get more than one. And so they do what ropz does and just creep out onto this bomb site in numbers, recovering from a man deficit.
It's got to be a retake, man. It's not going to be an easy round, but it's finally a round that ends upper, and they're in a 3-on-3.
He's looking for the flank. Vitality locking into these forward positions inside of Hut. Flamesy thinking about the approach, sees a bit of skin, tries to pounce on it. Meanwhile, squeaky door held off. ZywOo awaits your attempt. Do you have anything behind it? Not in his eyes.
No chance.
Not in his game. Not this time.
He doesn't even
7-1 Vitality.
Not a moment where he gets greedy and goes a little bit too wide on that. 15-2 is ZywOo here on map 5. NiKo finally gets a kill outside early on to make it a 5v4, and then this happens. No! The conditioning for Vitality is the upper side has been left so passive for so long. There's no one up in Mustang, no one up in Fur, no one in Heaven to spot this Hut walkout, and that gets used against them again.
Fast one. Flamesy wants to test it.
They're dropping the vent.
Thinking to yourself, you've just got the weapons advantage. You are absolutely correct. Playing with Falcons at the moment. ropz gonna drop util just to ensure that there is no sudden thrust from the Falcons retake. There it is, the one gun. NiKo knows he's gotta do it, and he's gotta do it on his terms.
Yep, 5v3 now.
Just comes flying out through the smoke grenade, keeps them on their toes, and obviously here you see Apex so far removed. It is a long journey for him to join up with this very open crossfire between ropz and Mezzi. A vacant bomb site between them. Pressure on both ends now that that smoke comes up. And ropz knows he has to play into cover. All of a sudden, his teammate's dead. And so Apex a little late to the party, but with a 10-second defuse covered by smoke, they get the better of it, you'd think.
Oh my God, the time,
Yet again, it's gonna come down to the wire, but this time, it's Falcons.
Every kill and the last possible opportunity, and they get the defuse. I'm so happy for Falcons. Otherwise, what do they get out of this half? Vitality have every right to be upset about it because it is just these egoing players.
And guess what changed this round? NiKo got to play.
Yeah.
Makes a move through smoke.
Ooh. Apex needed to go around to Decon to make that happen.
Right.
But he was on a very long walk there. I can understand.
7 rounds on this T side already. Spam damage for ropz to have to deal with. Magisk in these most recent rounds has been making a harder go of it for the Estonian. And we've seen a lot of setups with no rafters support, but this time that's different. Kixan gets vision of them crawling down that vent. Tons of damage done, but yet once more, it looks like bomb should plant. Tesses has other ideas. Molotov for him to have to deal with. Messi just wants to put this into the post plant. At the very least, bomb down. And maybe now these lurks can activate at the right moment. But m0NESY keeps his head on a swivel. Apex is gonna write off the possibility of another on the A floor. Messi, your time to shine, and nothing more than the one. Falcons tether nicely, and they deal with these high-pressure situations smoothly. Another retake added to the round count. Yeah, 3, Mo. It's not enough.
I'm surprised to see the vent plays because, again, Vitalities don't do that often, but we've got 2 now in pretty close situations early on into the round, and this is why, because in CS2 you can spam the smoke, you can see somebody easily. Magisk, as you mentioned, has been doing really good damage early on versus Squeaky. And 2 lurks in play is just a little bit too much, so Vitality give one away.
Also, Vitality diving that vent, but we see it from Kixan's perspective. Man, that really was at the end of the smoke. Maybe gets more vision than they would have liked. No denying, they've got Falcons on the edge of their seats.
Yep.
And I think Falcons are going to stay there because they are starting to pull off these round wins.
I think they need more ideas, though. We'll see how Vitality approach this one. Yeah, this time it's just Apex going to be throwing some utility. Again, they always establish, threaten the cross, get someone in secret, but here they could come back to upper. It's a vulnerable site. The way that it's been held so far, I'm not surprised they just want to straight up attack it.
Awkward here, Apex. Okay, you would have heard that. Kixan takes fire damage, then he's gonna double down. You've got more pressure coming out from Squeaky, but the hut holds good here from Magisk. And so A-site defense tested, but not bested. An event drop? No way.
Whoa, he's got away with the bomb.
ZywOo comes back up. Magisk holds him, gets the headshot for 8 HP. He tries again. Slippery is this ZywOo.
Yeah. Wow, there's still 2 players up there. They're the ones who wanted to come down the vent after him. He had no idea. He thought for sure they had 1 player snuck away, and there was a chance that he pulled that off. But Falcons stuff the upper attack because they molly into mini. Apex comes in what looks like early. Kixan has nowhere else to go, obviously.
I thought I heard a flash, and Kixan was looking into the wall, so maybe Apex is really confident he's blind. He's going to take the risk, run through fire. You know, Apex does flirt with danger. But here we go. Momentum from Vitality suddenly comes to a bit of a halt.
Yeah, Falcons get 5 here. They've made a full recovery. It's not the 9-3 they got at Melbourne, but
potential for 4 in a row.
Definitely.
And knowing the stat line in terms of pistol round wins, You gotta hang on to that. From top hut, Magisk looks to thrive. Mezzy cuts him down, and ropz has got the next one here for Vitality. Dink, though, out from hut. It's in the realm of possibility. Tesses from the top gets it.
Oh, he got it.
Clean as need be. 4-round streak to end the half. A 4-round streak gives you faith in the Falcons because that half was so flat. And yet again, these elusive opening kills for Vitality do not stop them from winning the majority of the rounds in a half.
And now we go into the second half. We'll see. It started off so badly with the pistol and the denied conversion, and then the one after that. And Falcons have shown us really impressive stuff here on the pistol. It's time to bring it again.
ropz finds his.
Blind.
Apex and Flamesy just fully expecting this play.
Total shutout.
In a game full of pistol round wins, we've not seen one so lopsided.
You can see Apex bouncing in his chair. The ramp set up the call to stack it. It's correct.
Read like a book.
Yeah, and there have been so many good pistol rounds here for Falcons in terms of reads. Getting to the open site. Yeah, literally. So many different players in the kill feed. And they're having fun.
There's no way he is in a 25th potential match win streak, and Apex's mouse has run out of battery.
Is that what happened?
They said charge your mouse in between rounds.
No.
Apex.
On his charging his mouse every round?
On his Waro arc.
Yeah, but Falcons just don't lose to that. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. That mouse may be running out of battery, but it doesn't look like Vitality is anytime soon. Not in a round like this one.
He's using up the juice properly.
Leaning back from this pistol. Falcons know time limited. And they want those buys as soon as possible. So let this one go. Hopefully NiKo maybe can chip away at Vitality.
Maybe
but
play this round just plugged in, you know?
Yeah, right.
That's a big deal. Maybe he's just charging 3 ecos.
Let your teammates go for the chase.
We're never going to be at the Olympics, bro. They're never going to take us serious.
Look, it's plugged in.
Yeah, it's plugged in. There we go.
No way.
That's how you know it's time for a rifle round, folks.
That is how you know you've become too comfortable with winning. Or you've been playing too much Counter-Strike.
Hey, the technology's so good, it's lasted them this entire streak.
Right?
1 charge.
The games just don't stop coming. Here we go. Buy round for Falcons.
Unplugged, baby.
And unleashed very quickly into secret stairs. He's not alone in this outer play. ZywOo, whoa now.
Yeah, oof.
Worried about Silo for a second.
Look how thorough these outer setups are. I mean, this is ZywOo drawing attention. Like, before it was just NiKo by himself floating around.
Yes.
Here, there's a little bit more going on. Oh, perfect clear out of NiKo. Ducks under that one. ZywOo with one back. They know that someone's crossed, someone's dropped.
Flamesy's MP9 in vent just kind of gives him a little more room. NiKo thinking about the ladder, but Flamesy, oh, up close.
Step back at the perfect time.
Splatters him. And then cautious about Kicksand. Now that is perfect.
Incredible.
That's how you do it. NiKo showed us an excellent approach to clearing the secret corner. Flamesy stepping back gives him a taste of his own medicine.
Won't allow himself to get pre-fired, and the fact that he won that second duel is a moment where an individual changed the round entirely. Flamesy down to 11 HP, but his job is done. A few more seconds and Falcons will just think about saving.
We'll see if they can get the bomb back, maybe. But even that shouldn't inspire you enough to think you can test this site.
Still got upstairs covered as well.
They try this?
Yeah, I guess they're here.
Thing is, I mean, this spot is just
got to be the best clear ever. And Flamesy's low, though.
Low HP gives them a second chance at the swing. Smoke grenade as well could cover the plant. Things could indeed get weird here. Flamesy repositions. Modesty catching a kill elsewhere.
What?
What a slide by.
He's still alive.
Disappears, and now Modesty to a pistol.
That's the slippery Flamesy we know. That's beautiful. Every move, man. That's Flamesy in motion. Like, he avoided getting pre-fired. He took a little damage on his next fights with a nice push-pull in the vent, taking the fight on his own terms. Into getting a flash out and doing a Batman dive into the site with 11 health.
Just hurdles the railing there, slips down, kills one, dives over into the corner to make sure Modesty is spinning like a top. And Falcons are going to be left dizzy at the prospect of this comeback now. Vitality say, if you want to best us, do what we do best. And that is comebacks. ZywOo's going to get killed by Magisk from behind red, so that's a gun to be grabbed.
3 confirmed on the cross, bomb dropped as well. Now, Falcons have to be worried that they go to try to take over inner. I mean, we are talking about basically an eco, you know, besides
that M4
just gun. Yeah.
The fact that they bring Kevlar into the equation. One of the awkward features of that Mirage game was the rounds Falcons pulled out of the hat with lesser buys. We haven't seen it since, but it could damn well rear its head here in the 16th of Nuke. ropz is getting distracted, but unfortunately for the Falcon side, Kicksand can't get him.
You can't use a ropz play versus ropz, can you? It seems like Falcons are doing a lot of what Vitality do, except the difference is Vitality are playing pushed up outside, more players outside in general, a lot more active, a lot more information.
A stark contrast to the moments where a single smoke blocks NiKo's vision.
Does anybody spot when Mezzy has the cross from opposite vent?
They'll watch it from vent at 25. Mezzi should be afforded to just lock in on this swing.
Yeah, he sometimes has to check Squeaky just in case because of ropz' feet. But
right now, burst timing possible for him, but ropz is able to find that. Vet player, okay.
No problem.
Mezzi just gonna snap it down. It felt like they had found their opening. Falcons getting the better of the timing.
There is just one, he had to check Squeaky at least a little bit just because ropz will get spotted his feet by people walking out of Squeaky, but he's in a good spot to watch Hut. Only timing they could have come out, they found it, but he still handles the situation.
And I'm curious, because ropz gets the kill on Heaven, so I wonder if he checks it. Yeah, that Sixth Sense tingles.
Yeah, wow. Did he just duck under a shot, though?
In the moment Mezzi checks Squeaky, ropz knows hold Heaven.
Wow.
That is the level of communication that Vitality are currently operating on. Cerebral CS.
I would love to know if they calmed it. Because whether or not it was communication or intuition, it's incredible. These guys just met each other.
Almost exposed. Shots from top silo. Apex, though, I think, you know, he's afforded these kinds of spams. Even when we're talking about NiKo in Garage, think about how infrequently he spammed any smokes or kind of puffed his chest like Apex will. Why? Because he was always on his own.
Yeah, and they could have had more nades. You know, the one time Kicksan naded it, NiKo got a kill on the cross. Yeah, CS2 Nuke, man. You got to put more pressure on those smokes. ropz and ZywOo both 18 and 8 in this game. And we'll see if NiKo just gets cozy in the vent for the upstairs pop or what. With one spotted, door gets opened upstairs. They're really trying to fake this with NiKo. But no one has to move from the CT perspective. No one in the hut to catch that drop-off.
Molotov gets him to change spots. ZywOo down after one. You've got Mezzi looking to anchor, supported from above.
Oh, what a shot.
But that support's dead thanks to m0NESY. Bunch of damage here. And a late arrival from ropz, as he is nowhere to be found. All made possible by m0NESY, who was not afforded much gameplay in that first half. Just left over in ramp, barely ever tested. From 6 kills to 9 off this integral moment.
I think that's also game plan, though, that m0NESY didn't get to play the game, because this is another player that could have been getting kills outside. There was no opping outside in general. And because it's NiKo who can and decide to play by himself, I wouldn't be surprised if that was just the idea they had. But the amount of times they could have picked off, I mean, a lot of teams could pick off Apex walking around, even though he's very careful. There are tons of chances to do that. And this round won't come without losses. Okay, Kicksan survives, gets a kill in the end. It's one round here for Falcons. It's an upward take that's very close. Vitality, you know, they're not gullible here. They don't actually move too many players down lower because that NiKo fake, but m0NESY hits a key shot up into heaven.
Here are the other ones as well.
Side.
Oh, nice round.
Clearly a bit of an act of desperation there from flamez. Critical moment. But it affords them, even though only one player survives, another gun round with nades.
It's clear now Tessus isn't going to get 40 kills for you again on Nuke, so it's going to have to be m0NESY and NiKo coming up to make this comeback happen. This could be where we were at on Mirage with the same thing for Vitality. It's time for you to look inspired, Falcons. Just coming off a good round.
If the engine of each of these teams are their op and rifle combo, it is very clear that Vitality's is online. Yet again, ropz and ZywOo top the charts, waiting for their challenge, and it's offered up by Kicksan. flamez bested. That's looking like a nice primed A site for the taking. m0NESY thinking about that flank. Good on him. It's a nice risk assessment, but ropz will always respond if you give him that chance. And it's a whether of not tether off of Apex. Can he come out from Garage to join up here, or because of the costs of the last round, do they write this one off?
Yeah, if they had a molly for opposite vent, maybe they try it. I don't know if they're going to wait for a mistake and see. Probably going to come down to Apex here.
At the same time, you have also talked about a round 1 ago that cost a lot of Falcons as they departed that bomb site with the round win. And it looks like Vitality understand the weight of the situation.
They kept the losses high last round on Falcons. They're going to try to do that again.
Almost.
But Apex dies.
ropz, though, could still do it. He'll drop at least one. And the bomb, oh no, finds Tesses.
Yeah, last 2 rounds, one alive.
There we go.
Here.
Good on Falcons, good on m0NESY. We said that's the duo that's got to get active.
Yeah. All right, this one's expensive, but this game is now within reach here for Falcons. 2 very good rounds. Just the double hut setup that only gets 1 kill, and m0NESY's awareness. Make sure to refrag and get a second in the sequence. 2 good rifle rounds back-to-back for him. Vitality have been excellent at getting lots of kills on rounds like these, if not outright winning them, so surely Falcons going to approach this with caution.
ZywOo invests pretty heavily. And doesn't try to hide the facts.
And I wonder if they see the outside cross smokes, if Vitality are going to try to go into a stack, because they're doubled up on ramp at the moment. And we see that ropz takes trophies so often, or at least postures for it. If this goes into an upper hit, they don't clear this out first, this is going to be something they have to consider again. Wow.
Oh, he is cranking it up.
Oh, nicely done, m0NESY.
Perfectly isolates those fights. Fingers crossed, that is a sign of what's to come.
Looks like they're aiming to take this downstairs, actually. It should be no problem, but ZywOo, he's on speed dial outside of Secret. 2 players already downstairs. With the proper utility, there's nothing to be worried about. The only thing they have to keep watch of is the time.
They still have enough of it. Big pistol swing, hold on. All's good. m0NESY and Tesses keep their vision on that windowsill, and they make sure there's no funny business here from Vitality. That 1 rifle ZywOo had never got a chance to shine. Maybe, depending on Magic's next moves, may not get a chance to save.
So 2 rounds prior had 1 left alive. This, they'll actually have 4. This will help them stabilize for the buy round coming up. As this game gets 1 step closer. End of the first half of the 4-round streak. Looking to go on fire to make this comeback possible.
Terrorists win.
m0NESY with the inspirited rifle performance here to complement his op performance on Mirage. 35 frags from him on Mirage.
I mean, both the maps that you see on the top of the board for Falcons, essentially m0NESY. The star of both shows. Mirage, whole other level. Only player to come into this 5th map with a positive rating. And how poetic would it be if he can push this Vitality the distance?
That was such a slow first half. So we got m0NESY. We still haven't seen NiKo.
Much like ropz joining Vitality, m0NESY hoping to be that key to unlock everybody else. But he'll step it up on his own if he has to. Silent cross outer and no contest. Of all the rounds we've seen Vitality play quite forward defense outside, this is not the case.
Yeah.
And how does that change their lower hold?
Apex greets them with the smoke to let him know that he's ahead of this. Hut lurks are a little awkward sometimes because you don't protect the vent drop, but you're less likely to be cleared if someone's, if there's going to be some kind of lower take. Be very careful with your jump spots. Oh, shot comes out early. They're going to rush him down.
Sir fires beyond them, so nearly 0 damage off that one. And even a little bit slow to get out from the window, but he's lucky Falcons don't pounce.
It's kind of a weird composite. Are they going to try to make it upstairs, or are they going to commit here? As Magix is still sitting here inside the hut.
It's just that Mac 10. And
the
Mezzi's
bomb's going
done.
back. Yeah, they are going to try to bring it back upstairs. This is like a late round adjustment. We'll see if it works.
Incendiary to go down
a
Hut.
clue.
And if it gets dropped on Hut, then suddenly Magisk is turned away from sight.
Little awkward here.
He still finds Flamesy at the very least, but now we're going double defense in the site. Apex
the bomb.
starting to get
It was going
rambunctious.
back lower.
What's Modesty going to do with 15 seconds? He's cut off by the in-game leader. They go back and forth. Damage here from Apex. There is still time. They've got to try to run it down with low health. Dark held on to 7 seconds. Plant denied. And they outplay themselves.
Yes, they do. They get so confused. They have two ideas happening at the same time. They don't know which one to follow. And coming back up secret only gets them killed. Unfortunately, after 3 great rounds for Falcons, they fall apart mentally. They get it's too cluttered, the ideas. There's maybe too many cooks in the kitchen. Maybe it's the inexperience, but it's not a round to be proud of, unfortunately. That's a tough way to go out.
Conversation we had back on Mirage with the inability to close over 9 map points only to win the first in OT. You said a classic sign of pressure.
Yeah.
When the comeback is yours to accomplish, so is losing to time.
Yeah. Whether it looked like they could plant or not, they didn't give themselves a real chance of taking a site with control and patience. They just had to rush it down. And yes, there are moments here where Vitality are even confused, and that's because the options they thought were real weren't. So that's a 4-round game. Falcons have to do better than that. It's hard to compare an IGL to someone like Apex, who has played for as long as he has, versus all the best teams in the world in history, and who has been IGLing for 6 years now.
Wealth of experience in different roles on different rosters in different periods of Counter-Strike. We talk about Kerrigan's encyclopedia that he's able to tap into. Apex is creating those pages.
Yeah, not only has he become a great IGL, he's now the one that everyone copies. That's the biggest compliment to his game. But are you just going to be a cheap imitation? And if so, are you going to be obvious?
Man, what are they trying this time? We've gotten down to 40 seconds, and there's barely been movement.
This is bad again. I think they want to take an upper because that's where their best entries have been. Apex catches lurks from this position. This is why you play here.
It's a deep lean. It's a back turn to him. Oh, but he lets Flamesy drop in the process. Hut push means bomb dropped. Mezzi off the site again. Rock solid anchors. Rock solid Vitality. They pull it off again. 100 days since their last loss. And a win streak that won't just go one step further, but rather one that'll cross yet another continent. From Melbourne to Lisbon, to Stockholm, to Poland, and now in Copenhagen too, the 8th Counter-Strike 2 trophy for this organization. Truly feels like we can say the sky is the limit.
They didn't need Inferno to do this. After that, it felt like they would give up. That they couldn't put on another performance to match their last one, and yet here they are delivering again. Performing miracles and magic. And destroying rivalries right before our eyes, before they even begin. Mouse or Falcons or Spirit, no one can stand up to this roster right now.
Blood, sweat, and tears put into this Falcons project, and it will continue to attempt. In a time where the top 4 feels so tight, it is clear there is one that steps ahead of the rest. Your BLAST Rivals champions, Team Vitality.
100 days, 25 undefeated series, 5 trophies in their grasp. This defines this legend made flesh. These players become gods of the game of Counter-Strike, and the Falcons tried to knock them from their heavenly perch, but they could do no more than touch the hem of their jerseys. Vitality are ascending before our very eyes, becoming something truly rare, something they said couldn't be done in the modern era of Counter-Strike. This is dominance. This is glory. This is vitality. Welcome, boys. Congratulations, another win.
Thank you. Yeah, another one with 5 maps as well. I think I'm dying.
We couldn't make it easy for you.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Mate,
we
so
had
tough.
we played so good and so bad at the same time on some maps, like Mirage, City side. I don't know what the hell happened. We made good plan, and then someone is not following the plan, and we lose a run after another one. It was really fucked up. Inferno as well. We were like just still sleeping on Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno, we were out of the map. I thought it's gonna be a 0-3 if we keep going like that.
And the other 3, we play super well, and we play and winning on Nuke again. It feels good.
I mean, first of all, though, what does it mean to just keep it all going? Just like, I know you guys are super tired about just the streak and everything, but like, you're still pushing it. You're still bringing a game that Falcons couldn't beat today.
Yeah, because we are really hungry about winning. We know that this kind of team maybe happens once in a career, in a lifetime. So I think since we won Katowice, I tell the guys, we're so lucky to have the team, and let's try to win every tournament we can, because we're here anyway. Why would we waste our time? So we know next week we have a week off, and we kept telling each other, like, only 3 days, guys. Let's give our best for 3 days, and then we off, and then 2 days, and then 1 day, and then we win the 5th trophy together in a row. That's actually crazy. I never expected to do that.
Nah, I mean, and we lost here to Eternal Fire.
Yeah, we started in this studio against Aurora. They are maybe the final boss for us. I don't know. But yeah, I remember actually when we lost that game back in BLAST Copenhagen. I told the guys, "You've been working so well and improving so much since the beginning of the year," and I knew that it wasn't our level that day. We didn't play well as a team. Well, not play as individuals. And I told them, let's keep rolling, and I swear we're going to win Katowice and other tournaments. Now it's 5 in a row.
Other tournaments, yeah.
It's pretty insane.
You know, after that tournament, actually, I think ropz was in an interview saying that all we have to do is fix the T sides, and it's going to be very, very easy. Was it?
I think it was the city sides.
It's both, mate. It was both. no, because at the beginning that was not the easiest with Robin. I think when we did online, I remember against esports we struggled on T-side Mirage. Then we play Eternal Fire, we struggled on T-side Mirage. True. So yeah, I think that was issues. And here it's the same for us or for Falcons. Like, we're trying to work between games. I tried to work yesterday to create new stuff because we knew our Mirage T-side was a bit weak the last 2 games. So I wanted us to improve. And then there was our city side being shit, and then being good on T side. But that's all CS work. You always need to work after on one side, and then another side, and then another map, and try to be as good as possible in that regard.
I want to ask you about some moments, and some moments that you've had through all these tournament runs. It feels like, from the outside looking in, it almost feels like magic at times, right? Like there's some sort of spell where every one of those crazy plays or 50-50 moments seems to be breaking your way. We had a few of those. We had you walking out of T-Con all the way through and towards B on train.
Oh my God.
We had you here on Nuke, up on the B site.
I was so happy. My communication this round was like, oh my God, guys, I have a joker. Like, there is nobody. There's nobody.
I was crazy this round. We were like, what the fuck?
And I'm so greedy. I wanted to knife him on B, but I was like, they will bully me.
The crowd, you were scared of the crowd.
Yeah.
I was calling for it back in the green room. But genuinely, does it feel that way in the server? Does it at times feel like there's just something extra, something special beyond just the decisions in the server that's making these rounds go your way?
I think obviously the rounds go our way, but we also risk a lot to go that way because, you know, who's rushing electric in 145? So we do something big to get an opportunity that's also going to reward us. But I think also there is, to some extent, like, we just grind out the official and we just play like round by round. And even on Mirage, it was 12-3 and we didn't aim to get it to overtime. You know, we just said to each other, let's just be competitive. Let's get competitive and start playing CS. And that's what we did. And you found yourself in an overtime that you lose, sadly. But it's just about like staying in the game and keep playing competitive, and we know how good the players are, so people can just, you know, we have Zayu, ropz, Dan is playing well, is calling well, so many people can just chime in and win you a sick round, but also many players are doing plays towards that as well to have a situation like that.
You guys obviously have created a really strong structure that puts you in winning positions, but it also feels like you guys are kind of gaining that aura, kind of like what Zipnix had, where people would just make mistakes against him sometimes. Like, how do you attribute that though? Because like, I mean, like for example, when Zayu was in apartments, Kixan could have stuck the bomb, but he just gets off kind of. I don't know if you remember that round on Mirage, where he's like, okay, no, don't worry about it. Okay, what about the knife one at like 0.01 through the smoke?
Do you realize how low that was?
I knew it was really close. I couldn't find him, and when I knife, I'm like, oh.
Dan, it was so close that it showed 0.01 live, and then when they played it on the replay, it showed 0.00. It was somewhere between 1 millisecond and no milliseconds. Actually, that's how close that was.
In France, what we usually say is, we ask him, no, where's the girlfriend? Because if you're that lucky, my girlfriend is backstage, so I'm pretty lucky. Oh, maybe something happened. I don't know. Amber, what happened? Like, it's always the same. You always have a part of luck in some games as well, or a part of playing well, individual well as well. I mean, it's a thing of everything combined, I would say.
Yeah, we asked, or at least I asked you yesterday about Xtaz. How about for like vocal contributors today? I'm sure everybody, but like what did ropz bring today to keep you guys centered?
We don't know about Robin. I mean, he does his preparation on the side, and we have no idea. He's lobby, and at some point he kills Kixan on top of it. And us, we're like, I have an inner, I have inner. Like, what the fuck? We for secret, mate.
Yesterday night, he went hot and tried to kill a bot on top of it. He did it like 12 times, and I saw him, and then he does it on official.
Yeah.
That's ropz for you.
I mean, he's just so hardworking and always trying to find new stuff. I think we're pretty good together in that regard. That like we just always try to find something. And for today, I found new strats as well against them, trying to find a new call because we've been on the road for 2 months and a half, played 25 maps. Everyone know everything, so maybe changing a small thing, and that worked on few games. So I'm just happy. Sometimes it doesn't, but like hardworking is always a key, I would say, and I think that's what we do also. Like it's nothing like coming from the sky or whatever. It's no dreams. It's just hard working from everyone in the team.
It feels like it's unified vision, right, as well, right?
Yeah,
I hear you talking about it. It's all about we have this moment, we have this streak. This is a rare team. We have to win everything that we're at this point while it still lasts. I want to ask you, Flamesy, right? He's the leader. He's got the mantras and all of those, but it does feel like everyone's bought in. ropz was speaking to me about it in the pregame interview as well, this idea that it's just we have to take this as far as we got. We got no regrets when we look back. What is it like to have a leader like Apex beside you?
I think with Dan, it's something special because no matter the circumstance, you might have a shit start to the tournament, you might lose, you might have a delayed flights on 3 players, but he will always come and tell you guys, we fucking come here to win the event. We're not coming to just waste our time. And I think one thing that, you know, from young age to the difference of someone like Apex with a very old age is that you can see that he wants to seize every tournament because you never know how you never know when it's going to be your next final. You know, we won 5 tournaments. The next final might be in a year, hopefully not, but like you never know and you want to enjoy every moment. And this is something that you know, in the team, the culture of the team, but also because of Dan is really big that, you know, we want to seize every opportunity we can. And last year we fucked up so many opportunities. And on this year we don't want to give out anything. And to be honest, it comes down to just playing to our level. Because, you know, Falcons might proc now for 3 weeks and play really good CS and we might lose to them. But it's just about playing to our level and playing to our... And if we lose on our terms and not on the enemy terms. And that's just key if you're a good team to keep sticking to your own mindset, and I think that's what he brings a lot.
I've got 2 more questions, and then I'll let you go. I'll let you go. These are the last 2. First, I don't know how easy this is to see when you're within the team, but looking from the outside, looking at the context of what you've done, what you're building, where are you looking at yourselves at this vitality in the context of all-time Counter-Strike teams?
We're not even there. We didn't win the major. When we win a major, maybe we will talk about something about vitality. But for now, it's not done yet. And we might fail the next one. But doesn't mean that we're not going to win the second one in the year for us. Yes, we're a great team. There's no doubt, but great team win in important moments. and that's what we will have to do in Austin. We know like all the pressure on ourselves, but it's okay. Well, we are lucky also to have this pressure. That's always what we talk, when we talk to each other. That's what our performance coach tell us is, guys, you're just lucky. Everyone wish they will be in our shoes. So it's just the way you embrace it and you handle it. So for us, let's not talk yet about all-time great or whatever. Let's win a major and maybe we'll start a conversation.
That dovetails nicely into my last question. Are you winning in Austin?
We come for that. Not gonna lie. I want to establish myself as a IGL with 2 majors. I want my 2 young guns and my coach to win a major. That's a fantastic feeling. It will never be Paris, even though that was CCT playoff for a lot of people. But the amount of enjoyment, etc., I had during that major was insane. And I'm pretty sure this guy will feel the same if they win the first major. So I'm also fighting for those guys because I really want to bring it home for them. And of course, for myself as well and the others. But yeah.
I got one more. You guys are taking a week off. What are you doing?
I'm going to Italy, enjoy a bit of day off. I'm not going to touch CS at all, or my girlfriend kills me probably. I need to be able to... what's important in this moment when you go back-to-back events, we need to take some fresh air and we need to be able to reset. And come on next Monday with a lot of energy, being ready for the last step for the major. Having new stuff maybe on the weekend or whatever. And I also do the Dead of the Groom of Jax. That is gonna next weekend. So just it's gonna be fun for me to not be too much hungover for the week of practice. So yeah, that's my plan personally.
How about you, Flames?
I don't know yet. No, it's fine. For now, it's fine. I think, to be honest, I don't have any plans. I have actually have an anniversary 1 year with my girlfriend, so I'll...
Congrats.
Come up with some plans. Let me give you some advice. Come up with some plans.
No, I have plans for that, but it's I cannot say it on TV, obviously.
We always make a plan in the team. We repeat that every round. Let's make plans.
Remy's coming in. He's coaching him up on how to set up the dates, where to book the restaurant.
Any plan is better than no plan.
Flowers.
Exactly.
They'll say they don't want flowers. They always want flowers.
Just enjoy a bit. Just take some time off. Sometimes for me, I just like to chill at home. I don't have to go out and stuff like that. And obviously, anniversary will be a bit of we do something, and then back to CS.
Well, congratulations. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time. Greatness. 5 trophies.
Insane.
Thank you, boys.
Congrats.
Insane indeed. Unbelievable, frankly.
Truly.
Unreal. Vitality.
That's just, I mean, beyond the fact that it's 5 in a row, it's 8 for the organization in CS2. That just dwarfs every other team right now, okay? Spirit won 4 in CS2. I think it was Na'Vi won 4 as well. FaZe pretty far behind with 2 LAN trophies. So Vitality right now, they are clearly in an era of their own. They are just on another level, and I think it's pretty obvious for anybody that's listening to Apex's answers that it's not just luck. Like they're not just fluking these finals or anything like that. He's working hard every single time to put all of his players in the right position so that they have the best chances to succeed.
I mean, it's easy to feel that Vitality is just clicking. Everything they're doing right now just seems to be working out. And even though they end up looking silly sometimes by losing rounds, then they just bounce right back and they just seem to be having an answer for everything. And I remember that from my time back in Astralis, you know, every time it felt like people had their number and they were about to break their back, then they just come back and they win anyway. That is how it feels right now.
Yeah, the beginning of their streak, I kind of question when do they falter and do they recover from that? And this event and Melbourne, I really think it's proven nothing can phase this team. Nothing can bring them out of their comfort zone. They can overcome almost any obstacle.
They're totally bought in. They're totally bought in. The power of the belief, the power of having no regrets. I think Flamesy summed it up when he said, it's not just that things are happening for us. We're making the play. Who's rushing at 145 out towards E-Box? He's making the play. They're never afraid to make that move. I do want to ask a question to you, Dupree, because Apex understandably didn't want to step right into the middle of it, but this is a team that we are beginning to talk about as one of the teams of all time. What they're doing is truly incredible. You are part of the team that we would call of all time, the greatest. What do you make of this Vitality? Where do you place them? Where do they stack up against your Astralis of yore?
I mean, they're getting there. There's still some time. I feel like they still need to win a couple of majors. Maybe like, at least if they win in Austin, and then maybe finish out the year by winning more, then we could have the conversation. I think that they're obviously a very great team, and you know they're looking super hot now going into the major as well. But at this point also, like, they can only disappoint at the major at this point. Like when they go into the tournament, there's only one thing, that's getting the trophy. If they don't get it, that is a disappointment for them. And I think it's just a matter of time before some of the teams catch up. I mean, I feel like the Falcons are like, they're close, right?
Yep.
They're not that far off. Maybe with a little bit more practice, I mean, like with more protocol, I think they can get it to work. But I've told them ultimately they need to cool off. You know, like they need to stop, you know, chasing our things, right? They make their own thing.
I feel like the closest team you could relate right now to what we're seeing with Vitality is unfortunately just the Grand Slam winning Liquid. That's because they haven't won the major yet. If they start winning the major, you can start adding them to the ranks of the best teams of all time. But I think Apex and all of Vitality know that this is just a nice little streak and a couple nice tournaments if they don't actually pitch up in Austin the way that we all expect them to.
Now, the unfortunate thing, of course, anytime you have competition is that where there are winners, where there are things to celebrate, there is also a loser in every matchup. And in this one, Falcons, they came so close. They brought it to distance again, but they faltered. It's again a trophy that eludes them. They're still so new in with their new addition, but how do we rate Falcons here at the BLAST Rivals?
I mean, Liquid is a great team that Maui brought up because this kind of felt like Liquid Astralis, where Astralis, no matter how much they faltered, Liquid could just never get it over the line. I think Falcons, they've shown some good things, but this is a game I mentioned before. NiKo was having a tough series. He ends this finals as the worst rated player in the server on either team. And I want to give some credit to Vitality. That's not an accident. They played around it. They tried to avoid him. They didn't let him get into his comfort zone, but at the same time, something's up with NiKo. He just couldn't make it work on the server. And if he shows up in a different final, if he's his normal self, they absolutely can take that themselves.
I would just love to see NiKo change it up a little bit. I mean, there were rounds where he was just stuck in Garage on Nuke, outside, hoping for something to happen a minute into the round. Like, I wish he was a little bit more mobile. People like Apex, who play similar positions across a few of these maps in this series, are going to take their teammates, they're going to enact some kind of play, they're going to do something. And to me, that's a more modern way to play the game. Because NiKo, he's one of, if not the best rifle turrets in these active spots, but he just needs to sometimes flip the script a little bit, maybe even find a new wrinkle to his game.
We'll see if they can go for that reinvention, but here and now, we did have an opportunity to catch up with Tessas, who generously gave some time over towards Jacob. Let's give that a listen.
First and foremost, Tessas, commiserations on your loss. Another hard-fought battle, another best of 5 not going your way. Your initial feeling just straight after the game?
It sucks. It fucking sucks. Like, we didn't play our best today, and I think everyone in the team could kind of feel it. We tried to stay in the game as much as we could and not get frustrated. I think we did that quite well towards the end, but we still lost it, and they played really well.
Heading into the game, obviously you had the experience at Melbourne where you came super, super close. Now, knowing it was the same map pool, another grand final, did you believe more today that you were able to win?
Yeah, I think so. I also think we had a great belief last time, but we saw the weakness in Melbourne and we tasted blood, but not this time.
You said you didn't play that well today. Anything in particular that didn't work out for you guys?
No, I think they were just in general more ready for us, and maybe we didn't succeed that well individually. And in the key rounds, we kind of lost a lot of anti-forces, which hurt us a lot. And yeah, I think that's basically it.
I know you to be a guy that always value yourself as well and always evaluate yourself. Are you satisfied with your performance tonight?
No, I think I could do a lot better in certain rounds and certain things. I could do better and help the team more, and that's something I have to go back and look at.
One would argue there's no shame in losing to Vitality. You now come close twice. Do you consider yourself to be the second best team in the world as of right now?
I think it's hard to say. Like, let's play a few more tournaments and let's see. For now, it's still too early to say in my book at least. But I think we're up there and we're definitely a title contender. Except Vitality being on the top right now, and they cemented that for sure.
Speaking of playing more tournaments, where can people see you and play next?
Yeah, we'll play in Dallas, and then afterwards it's the major, the last tournament of the season, so 2 more left.
And I assume the major is the big goal for you guys. Now, given the progress you made already with m0NESY, are you going to be ready to contend for the title at the major in Austin?
Yeah, that's our main goal. As Sonic said to us, he really believes that we can lift that trophy. And before the major, we have a little time to practice at least, more than we had now at least. So that's the main focus and trying to prepare as much for that.
You've been close lifting that trophy before. It just slipped out of your hands, some may say. Do you believe that you can win the major?
Yeah, I think everyone on the team does. With a little more practice, as we say, we really believe it. And just getting more chemistry with m0NESY and also us other guys, then we have a really good chance.
Thank you so much.
Texas on the mind there for Tessas, and who can blame him? Because look at what they've been able to do with 2-3 days of practice, maybe with m0NESY and the team.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this is incredible. I'm a little bit disappointed that Tessus cites the frustrations, though, as being a factor that probably brought the team down, because with that context that we have, that it's been 2-3 days of practice, you would think that they're a little bit easier on themselves, but it's just that they've done so well so quickly that when you set the expectation that you could win at Melbourne, you almost have too lofty of goals and too lofty of sights for a team that is really kind of bordering on world or like all-time greatness. So I think Falcons are going to bounce back just fine.
That would definitely. I mean, I think you could feel on Tessus there was a lot like a post-match emotions going into it. That's also why he maybe drafts a little bit on the thing that you know, that some of the frustrations they maybe got to them a little bit. You know, they're still young and still like a young team from that matter. You know, and with the practice they had, they also need to be satisfied and look where they come from. You know, like in the beginning of the year, everything looked very dire. You know, they didn't get out of groups. Now they've actually made 3 consecutive finals. They've won one. I mean, they're just, you know, they're looking so much better. And you know, if this is what they can show with like the very limited practice, then I mean, they should have a good, like, be a title contender coming into the major. And that is obviously what they also feel like is the goal.
Yeah, as you improve as a team, as you find better results, you increase your expectations. But I think when they go back to the drawing board, when they look at this event, they're going to go, guys, we got to the final. We got the 5 maps through on 2 days practice. We go to the major. We absolutely can bring this team and beat Vitality if we continue to improve.
And that improvement will be something we'll watch with great expectations, right? Because they've set a very high standard for themselves. And certainly m0NESY, we all knew it, but he has been as promised. If anything, over-delivering on expectations.
Just get the op in his hand. Just get the op in his hand.
Just give him that damn op. Give him that damn op and let the kid cook. But a Falcons team that will have to find their satisfaction at a future date, because we are coming to a close here at the BLAST Rivals. The first ever BLAST Rivals, and might I say, quite a successful show. A hell of a bout. The best teams the world of Counter-Strike has to offer, and they went toe-to-toe, and Vitality walked away still victorious. On the horizon, it's the Austin Major, the first Counter-Strike Major in North America in more than 7 years. We'll see you there. Yeehaw, everybody, and good night.